Shit don't mean shit. Jimmy Gold. Wake up, genius. Rothstein didn't want to wake up. The dream was too good. It featured his first wife months before she became his first wife, 17 and perfect from head to toe. Naked and shimmering. Both of them naked. He was 19, with grease under his fingernails, but she hadn't minded that, at least not then, because his head was full of dreams, and that was what she cared about. She believed in the dreams even more than he did, and she was right to believe. In his dream, she was laughing and reaching for the part of him that was easiest to grab. He tried to go deeper, but then a hand began shaking his shoulder, and the dream popped like a soap bubble. He was no longer 19 and living in a 2-room New Jersey apartment. He was 6 months shy of his 80th birthday and living on a farm in New Hampshire, where his will specified he should be buried. There were men in his bedroom. They were wearing ski masks, one red, one blue, and one canary yellow. He saw this and tried to believe it was just another dream. The sweet one had slid into a nightmare, as they sometimes did, but then the hand let go of his arm, grabbed his shoulder, and tumbled him onto the floor. He struck his head and cried out. "Quit that," said the one in the yellow mask. "You want to knock him unconscious?" "Check it out," the one in the red mask pointed. "Old fella's got a woody. Must have been having one hell of a dream." Blue Mask, the one who had done the shaking, said, "Just a piss hard on. When they're that age, nothing else gets them up. My grandfather—" "Be quiet," Yellow Mask said. "Nobody cares about your grandfather." Although dazed and still wrapped in a fraying curtain of sleep, Rothstein knew he was in trouble here. 2 words surfaced in his mind. Home invasion. He looked up at the trio that had materialized in his bedroom, his old head aching. There was going to be a huge bruise on the right side thanks to the blood thinners he took. His heart, with its perilously thin walls banging against the left side of his rib cage. They loomed over him, 3 men with gloves on their hands, wearing plaid fall jackets below those terrifying balaclavas. Home invaders, and here he was, 5 miles from town. Rothstein gathered his thoughts as best he could, banishing sleep and telling himself there was one good thing about this situation. If they didn't want him to see their faces, they intended to leave him alive. Maybe. "Gentlemen," he said. Mr. Yellow laughed and gave him a thumbs up. "Good start, genius." Rothstein nodded, as if at a compliment. He glanced at the bedside clock, saw it was 2:15 in the morning, then looked back at Mr. Yellow, who might be the leader. "I have only a little money, but you're welcome to it, if you'll only leave without hurting me." The wind gusted, rattling autumn leaves against the west side of the house. Rothstein was aware that the furnace was running for the first time this year. Hadn't it just been summer? "According to our info, you got a lot more than a little." This was Mr. Red. "Hush!" Mr. Yellow extended a hand to Rothstein. "Get off the floor, genius." Rothstein took the offered hand, got shakily to his feet, then sat on the bed. He was breathing hard, but all too aware, self-awareness had been both a curse and a blessing all his life, of the picture he must make. An old man in flappy blue pajamas, nothing left of his hair but white popcorn puffs above the ears. This was what had become of the writer who, in the year JFK became president, had been on the cover of Time magazine. John Rothstein, America's reclusive genius. Wake up, genius. "Get your breath," Mr. Yellow said. He sounded solicitous, but Rothstein did not trust this. "Then we'll go into the living room, where normal people have their discussions. Take your time, get serene." Rothstein breathed slowly and deeply, and his heart quieted a little. He tried to think of Peggy, with her teacup-sized breasts, small but perfect, and her long, smooth legs, But the dream was as gone as Peggy herself, now an old crone living in Paris, on his money. At least Yolanda, his second effort at marital bliss, was dead, thus putting an end to the alimony. Red Mask left the room, and now Rothstein heard rummaging in his study. Something fell over. Drawers were opened and closed. "Doing better?" Mr. Yellow asked, and when Rothstein nodded, "Come on, then." Rothstein allowed himself to be led into the small living room, escorted by Mr. Blue on his left and Mr. Yellow on his right. In his study, the rummaging went on. Soon Mr. Red would open the closet and push back his 2 jackets and 3 sweaters, exposing the safe. It was inevitable. "All right, as long as they leave the notebooks, and why would they take them? Thugs like these are only interested in money. They probably can't even read anything more challenging than the letters in Penthouse." Only he wasn't sure about the man in the yellow mask. That one sounded educated. All the lamps were on in the living room, and the shades weren't drawn. Wakeful neighbors might have wondered what was going on in the old writer's house, if he had neighbors. The closest ones were 2 miles away on the main highway. He had no friends, no visitors. The occasional salesman was sent packing. Rothstein was just that peculiar old fella, the retired writer, the hermit. He paid his taxes and was left alone. Blue and Yellow led him to the easy chair facing the seldom-watched TV, and when he didn't immediately sit, Mr. Blue pushed him into it. "Easy," Yellow said sharply, and Blue stepped back a bit, muttering. Mr. Yellow was the one in charge, all right. Mr. Yellow was the wheel dog. He bent over Rothstein, hands on the knees of his corduroys. "Do you want a little splash of something to settle you?" "If you mean alcohol, I quit 20 years ago. Doctor's orders." "Good for you. Go to meetings?" "I wasn't an alcoholic," Rothstein said, nettled. Crazy to be nettled in such a situation. Or was it? Who knew how one was supposed to react after being yanked out of bed in the middle of the night by men in colorful ski masks? He wondered how he might write such a scene and had no idea. He did not write about situations like this. People assume any 20th century white male writer must be an alcoholic. All right, Mr. Yellow said. It was as if he were placating a grumpy child. "Water?" "No, thank you. What I want is for you 3 to leave, so I'm going to be honest with you." He wondered if Mr. Yellow understood the most basic rule of human discourse. When someone says they're going to be honest with you, they are in most cases preparing to lie faster than a horse can trot. "My wallet is on the dresser in the bedroom. There's a little over $80 in it. There's a ceramic teapot on the mantel." He pointed. Mr. Blue turned to look, but Mr. Yellow did not. Mr. Yellow continued to study Rothstein, the eyes behind the mask almost amused. It's not working, Rothstein thought, but he persevered. Now that he was awake, he was pissed off as well as scared, although he knew he'd do well not to show that. "It's where I keep the housekeeping money, $50 or $60. That's all there is in the house. Take it and go."
"Fucking liar," Mr. Blue said. "You got a lot more than that guy. We know. Believe me."
As if this were a stage play and that line his cue, Mr. Red yelled from the study, "Bingo! Found a safe! Big one!" Rothstein had known the man in the red mask would find it, but his heart sank anyway. Stupid to keep cash. There was no reason for it other than his dislike of credit cards and checks and stocks and instruments of transfer. All the tempting chains that tied people to America's overwhelming and ultimately destructive debt and spend machine. But the cash might be his salvation. Cash could be replaced. The notebooks, over 150 of them, could not. "Now the combo," said Mr. Blue. He snapped his gloved fingers. "Give it up." Rothstein was almost angry enough to refuse. According to Yolanda, anger had been his lifelong default position. "Probably even in your goddamn cradle," she had said. But he was also tired and frightened. If he balked, they'd beat it out of him. He might even have another heart attack, and one more would almost certainly finish him. "If I give you the combination to the safe, will you take the money inside and go?" "Mr. Rothstein," Mr. Yellow said with a kindliness that seemed genuine and thus grotesque. You're in no position to bargain. Freddie, go get the bags. Rothstein felt a huff of chilly air as Mr. Blue, also known as Freddie, went out through the kitchen door. Mr. Yellow, meanwhile, was smiling again. Rothstein already detested that smile, those red lips. Come on, genius. Give. Soonest begun, soonest done. Rothstein sighed and recited the combination of the Gardol in his study closet. 3, left 2 turns. 31, right 2 turns. 18, left 1 turn. 99, right 1 turn, then back to 0. Behind the mask, the red lips spread wider, now showing teeth. I could have guessed that. It's your birth date. As Yellow called the combination to the man in his closet, Rothstein made certain unpleasant deductions. Mr. Blue and Mr. Red had come for money, and Mr. Yellow might take his share, but he didn't believe money was the primary objective of the man who kept calling him genius. As if to underline this, Mr. Blue reappeared accompanied by another puff of cool outside air. He had 4 empty duffel bags, 2 slung over each shoulder. Look, Rothstein said to Mr. Yellow, catching the man's eyes and holding them. Don't. There's nothing in that safe worth taking except for the money. The rest is just a bunch of random scribbling. But it's important to me. From the study, Mr. Red cried, Holy hoppin' Jesus, Maury! We hit the jackpot! Eee, doggies, there's a ton of cash! Still in the bank envelopes, dozens of them! At least 60, Rothstein could have said. Maybe as many as 80. With $400 in each one. From Arnold Abel, my accountant in New York. Jeannie cashes the expense checks and brings back the cash envelopes, and I put them in the safe, only I have few expenses because Arnold also pays the major bills from New York. I tip Jeannie once in a while and the postman at Christmas, but otherwise I rarely spend the cash. For years this has gone on. And why? Arnold never asks what I use the money for. Maybe he thinks I have an arrangement with a call girl or 2. Maybe he thinks I play the ponies at Rockingham. But here's the funny thing he could have said to Mr. Yellow, also known as Maury. I have never asked myself, any more than I've asked myself why I keep filling notebook after notebook. Some things just are. He could have said these things, but kept silent. Not because Mr. Yellow wouldn't understand, but because that knowing, red-lipped smile said he just might, and wouldn't care. What else is in there? Mr. Yellow called. His eyes were still locked on Rothstein's. Boxes? Manuscript boxes? The size I told you? Not boxes, notebooks, Mr. Red reported back. Fucking safes filled with them. Mr. Yellow smiled, still looking into Rothstein's eyes. Handwritten? That how you do it, genius? Please, Rothstein said. Just leave them. That material isn't meant to be seen. None of it's ready. And never will be, that's what I think. Why, you're just a great big hoarder. The twinkle in those eyes, what Rothstein thought of as an Irish twinkle, was gone now. And hey, it isn't as if you need to publish anything else, right? Not like there's any financial imperative. You've got royalties from the runner, and the runner sees action, and the runner slows down. The famous Jimmy Gold trilogy, never out of print, taught in college classes all over this great nation of ours. Thanks to a cabal of lit teachers who think you and Saul Bellow hung the moon, you've got a captive audience of book-buying undergrads. You're all set, right? Why take a chance on publishing something that might put a dent in your solid gold reputation? You can hide out here and pretend the rest of the world doesn't exist. Mr. Yellow shook his head. My friend, you give a whole new meaning to anal retentive. Mr. Blue was still lingering in the doorway. What do you want me to do, Maury? Get in there with Curtis. Pack everything up. If there isn't room for all the notebooks in the duffels, look around. Even a cabin rat like him must have at least 1 suitcase. Don't waste time counting the money, either. I want to get out of here ASAP. Okay, Mr. Blue. Freddie left. "Don't do this," Rothstein said, and was appalled at the tremble in his voice. Sometimes he forgot how old he was, but not tonight. The one whose name was Maury leaned toward him, greenish-gray eyes peering through the holes in the yellow mask. "I want to know something. If you're honest, maybe we'll leave the notebooks. Will you be honest with me, genius?" "I'll try," Rothstein said. "And I never called myself that, you know. It was Time magazine that called me a genius." "But I bet you never wrote a letter of protest." Rothstein said nothing. Son of a bitch, he was thinking. Smart-ass son of a bitch. You won't leave anything, will you? It doesn't matter what I say. "Here's what I want to know. Why in God's name couldn't you leave Jimmy Gold alone? Why did you have to push his face down in the dirt like you did?" The question was so unexpected that at first Rothstein had no idea what Maury was talking about, even though Jimmy Gold was his most famous character, the one he would be remembered for, assuming he was remembered for anything. The same Time cover story that had referred to Rothstein as a genius had called Jimmy Gold an American icon of despair in a land of plenty. Pretty much horseshit, but it had sold books. "If you mean I should have stopped with the runner, you're not alone." But almost, he could have added. The runner sees action had solidified his reputation as an important American writer, and the runner slows down had been the capstone of his career. Critical bouquets up the wazoo, on the New York Times bestseller list for 62 weeks. National Book Award, too. Not that he had appeared in person to accept it. The Iliad of post-war America, the citation had called it, meaning not just the last one, but the trilogy as a whole. "I'm not saying you should have stopped with the runner," Maury said. "The runner sees action was just as good, maybe even better. They were true. It was the last one. Man, what a crap carnival. Advertising? I mean, advertising?" Mr. Yellow then did something that tightened Rothstein's throat and turned his belly to lead. Slowly, almost reflectively, he stripped off his yellow balaclava, revealing a young man of classic Boston Irish countenance, red hair, greenish eyes, pasty white skin that would always burn and never tan, plus those weird red lips. "House in the suburbs? Ford sedan in the driveway? Wife and 2 little kiddies? Everybody sells out, is that what you were trying to say? Everybody eats the poison?" In the notebooks, there were 2 more Jimmy Gold novels in the notebooks, that was what he wanted to say, ones that completed the circle. In the first of them, Jimmy comes to see the hollowness of his suburban life and leaves his family, his job, and his comfy Connecticut home. He leaves on foot, with nothing but a knapsack and the clothes on his back. He becomes an older version of the kid who dropped out of school, rejected his materialistic family, and decided to join the army after a booze-filled weekend spent wandering in New York City. "In the notebooks what?" Maury asked. "Come on, genius. Speak. Tell me why you had to knock him down and step on the back of his head." "In The Runner Goes West, he becomes himself again," Rothstein wanted to say. His essential self. Only now, Mr. Yellow had shown his face, and he was removing a pistol from the right front pocket of his plaid jacket. He looked sorrowful. "You created one of the greatest characters in American literature, then shit on him," Maury said. "A man who could do that doesn't deserve to live." The anger roared back like a sweet surprise. "If you think that," John Rothstein said, "you never understood a word I wrote." Maury pointed the pistol. The muzzle was a black eye. Rothstein pointed an arthritis-gnarled finger back as if it were his own gun, and felt satisfaction when he saw Maury blink and flinch a little. "Don't give me your dumbass literary criticism. I got a belly full of that long before you were born. What are you, anyway, 22? 23? What do you know about life, let alone literature?" "Enough to know
Not everyone sells out.
Rothstein was astounded to see tears swimming in those Irish eyes.
Don't lecture me about life, not after spending the last 20 years hiding away from the world like a rat in a hole.
This old criticism, "How dare you leave the fame table?" sparked Rothstein's anger into full-blown rage, the sort of glass-throwing, furniture-smashing rage both Peggy and Yolanda would have recognized, and he was glad. Better to die raging than to do so cringing and begging. "How will you turn my work into cash? Have you thought of that? I assume you have. I assume you know that you might as well try to sell a stolen Hemingway notebook or a Picasso painting. But your friends aren't as educated as you are they? I can tell by the way they speak. Do they know what you know? I'm sure they don't. But you sold them a bill of goods. You showed them a large pie in the sky and told them they could each have a slice. I think you're capable of that. I think you have a lake of words at your disposal, but I believe it's a shallow lake."
Shut up, you sound like my mother.
"You're a common thief, my friend, and how stupid to steal what you can never sell."
Shut up, genius, I'm warning you.
Rothstein thought, and if he pulls the trigger, no more pills. No more regrets about the past and the litter of broken relationships along the way like so many cracked-up cars. No more obsessive writing, either, accumulating notebook after notebook like little piles of rabbit turds scattered along a woodland trail. A bullet in the head would not be so bad, maybe. Better than cancer or Alzheimer's, that prime horror of anyone who has spent his life making a living by his wits. Of course, there would be headlines, and I'd gotten plenty of those even before that damn Time story. But if he pulls the trigger, I won't have to read them. "You're stupid," Rothstein said. All at once he was in a kind of ecstasy. "You think you're smarter than those other two, but you're not. At least they understand that cash can be spent." He leaned forward, staring at that pale, freckle-spattered face. "You know what, kid? It's guys like you who give reading a bad name."
Last warning, Maury said.
"Fuck your warning, and fuck your mother. Either shoot me or get out of my house." Morris Bellamy shot him. 2009. The first argument about money in the Saubers household, the first one the kids overheard at least, happened on an evening in April. It wasn't a big argument, but even the greatest storms begin as gentle breezes. Peter and Tina Saubers were in the living room, Pete doing homework and Tina watching a SpongeBob DVD. It was one she'd seen before many times, but she never seemed to tire of it. This was fortunate, because these days there was no access to the Cartoon Network in the Saubers household. Tom Saubers had canceled the cable service 2 months ago. Tom and Linda Saubers were in the kitchen where Tom was cinching his old pack shut after loading it up with power bars, a Tupperware filled with cut veggies, 2 bottles of water, and a can of Coke. "You're nuts," Linda said. "I mean, I've always known you were a Type A personality, but this takes it to a whole new level. If you want to set the alarm for 5, fine. You can pick up Todd, be at City Center by 6, and you'll still be first in line." "I wish," Tom said. "Todd says there was one of these job fairs in Brook Park last month, and people started lining up the day before." "The day before, Lynn." "Todd says a lot of things, and you listen. Remember when Todd said Pete and Tina would just love that monster truck jam thingy? This isn't a monster truck jam or a concert in the park or a fireworks show. This is our lives." Pete looked up from his homework and briefly met his little sister's eyes. Tina's shrug was eloquent. Just the parents. He went back to his algebra. 4 more problems, and he could go down to Howie's house. See if Howie had any new comic books. Pete certainly had none to trade. His allowance had gone the way of the cable TV. In the kitchen, Tom had begun to pace. Linda caught up with him and took his arm gently. "I know it's our lives," she said, speaking low, partly so the kids wouldn't hear and be nervous. She knew Pete already was, mostly to lower the temperature. She knew how Tom felt. and her heart went out to him. Being afraid was bad. Being humiliated because he could no longer fulfill what he saw as his primary responsibility to support his family was worse. And humiliation really wasn't the right word. What he felt was shame. For the 10 years he'd been at Lakefront Realty, he'd consistently been one of their top salesmen, often with his smiling photo at the front of the shop. The money she brought in teaching 3rd grade was just icing on the cake. Then, in the fall of 2008, the bottom fell out of the economy, and the Sauberses became a single-income family. It wasn't as if Tom had been let go and might be called back when things improved. Lakefront Realty was now an empty building with graffiti on the walls and a for sale or lease sign out front. The Reardon brothers, who had inherited the business from their father, and their father from his, had been deeply invested in stocks and lost nearly everything when the market tanked. It was little comfort to Linda that Tom's best friend, Todd Payne, was in the same boat. She thought Todd was a dingbat. "Have you seen the weather forecast?" "I have. It's going to be cold. Fog off the lake by morning, maybe even freezing drizzle." "Freezing drizzle, Tom."
"Good. I hope it happens. It'll keep the numbers down and improve the odds." He took her by the forearms, but gently. There was no shaking, no shouting. That came later. "I've got to get something, Lynn, and the job fair is my best shot this spring. I've been pounding the pavement."
"I know."
"And there's nothing. I mean, zilch. Oh, a few jobs down at the docks and a little construction at the shopping center out by the airport. But can you see me doing that kind of work? I'm 30 pounds overweight and 20 years out of shape. I might find something downtown this summer, clerking maybe, if things ease up a little. But that kind of job would be low-paying and probably temporary. So Todd and me are going at midnight, and we're going to stand in line until the doors open tomorrow morning, and I promise you I'm going to come back with a job that pays actual money."
"And probably with some bug we can all catch. Then we can scrimp on groceries to pay the doctor's bills."
That was when he grew really angry with her. "I would like a little support here."
"Tom, for God's sake,
Maybe even an attaboy. Way to show some initiative, Tom. We're glad you're going the extra mile for the family, Tom. That sort of thing, if it's not too much to ask."
"All I'm saying—"
But the kitchen door opened and closed before she could finish. He'd gone out back to smoke a cigarette. When Pete looked up this time, he saw distress and worry on Tina's face. She was only 8, after all. Pete smiled and dropped her a wink. Tina gave him a doubtful smile in return, then went back to the doings in the deep-water kingdom called Bikini Bottom, where dads did not lose their jobs or raise their voices, and kids did not lose their allowances. Unless they were bad, that was. Before leaving that night, Tom carried his daughter up to bed and kissed her good night. He added one for Mrs. Beasley, Tina's favorite doll. "For good luck," he said.
"Daddy, is everything going to be okay?"
"You bet, sugar," he said. She remembered that, the confidence in his voice. "Everything's going to be just fine. Now go to sleep." He left, walking normally. She remembered that too, because she never saw him walk that way again. At the top of the steep drive leading from Marlborough Street to the city center parking lot, Tom said, "Whoa, hold it, stop." "Man, there's cars behind me," Todd said. "This'll just take a second." Tom raised his phone and snapped a picture of the people standing in line. There had to be 100 already, at least that many. Running above the auditorium doors was a banner reading, 1,000 jobs guaranteed, and "We stand with the people of our city. Mayor Ralph Kinsler." Behind Todd Payne's rusty 04 Subaru, someone laid on his horn. "Tommy, I hate to be a party pooper while you're memorializing this wonderful occasion, but—" Go, I got it." And as Todd drove into the parking lot where the spaces nearest the building had already been filled, "I can't wait to show that picture to Linda. You know what she said? That if we got here by 6, we'd be first in line." "Told you, my man, the Toddster does not lie." The Toddster parked. The Subaru died with a fart and a wheeze. "By daybreak, there's going to be like a couple thousand people here. TV, too. All the stations. City at 6, morning report, metro scan. We might get interviewed." "I'll settle for a job." Linda had been right about one thing. It was damp. You could smell the lake in the air, that faintly sewery aroma, and it was almost cold enough for him to see his breath. Posts with yellow "Do Not Cross" tape had been set up, folding the job seekers back and forth like pleats in a human accordion. Tom and Todd took their places between the final posts. Others fell in behind them at once, mostly men, some in heavy fleece workman's jackets, some in Mr. Businessman topcoats and Mr. Businessman haircuts that were beginning to lose their finely barbered edge. Tom guessed that the line would stretch all the way to the end of the parking lot by dawn, and that would still be at least 4 hours before the doors opened. His eye was caught by a woman with a baby hanging off the front of her. They were a couple of zigzags over. Tom wondered how desperate you had to be to come out in the middle of a cold, damp night like this one with an infant. The kiddo was in one of those papoose carriers. The woman was talking to a burly man with a sleeping bag slung over his shoulder, and the baby was peering from one to the other like the world's smallest tennis fan. Sort of comical. "Want a little warm-up, Tommy?" Todd had taken a pint of Bell's from his pack and was holding it out. Tom almost said no, remembering Linda's parting shot, "Don't you come home with booze on your breath, mister," and then took the bottle. It was cold out here, and a short one wouldn't hurt. He felt the whiskey go down, heating his throat and belly. "Rinse your mouth before you hit any of the job booths," he reminded himself. "Guys who smell of whiskey don't get hired for anything." When Todd offered him another nip, this was around 2 o'clock, Tom refused. But when he offered again at 3, Tom took the bottle. Checking the level, he guessed the Toddster had been fortifying himself against the cold quite liberally. Well, what the hell, Tom thought, and bit off quite a bit more than a nip. This one was a solid mouthful. "Atta, baby," Todd said, sounding the teensiest bit slurry. "Go with your bad self." Job hunters continued to arrive, their cars nosing up from Marlborough Street through the thickening fog. The line was well past the posts now and no longer zigzagging. Tom had believed he understood the economic difficulties currently besetting the country. Hadn't he lost a job himself, a very good job? But as the cars kept coming and the line kept growing, he could no longer see where it ended. He began to get a new and frightening perspective. Maybe difficulties wasn't the right word. Maybe the right word was calamity. To his right, in the maze of posts and tape leading to the doors of the darkened auditorium, the baby began to cry. Tom looked around and saw the man with the sleeping bag holding the sides of the papoose carrier so the woman, God, Tom thought, she doesn't look like she's out of her teens yet, could pull the kid out. "What the fuck's that?" Todd asked, sounding slurrier than ever. "A kid," Tom said. "Woman with a kid. Girl with a kid." Todd peered. "Christ on a pony," he said. "I call that pretty, not responsible." "Are you drunk?" Linda disliked Todd, but she didn't see his good side, and right now Tom wasn't sure he saw it either. "A little bit. I'll be fine by the time the door's open. Got some breath mints, too." Tom thought of asking the Toddster if he'd also brought some Visine. His eyes were looking mighty red, and decided he didn't want to have that discussion just now. He turned his attention back to where the woman with the crying baby had been. At first he thought they were gone. Then he looked lower and saw her sliding into the burly man's sleeping bag with the baby on her chest. The burly man was holding the mouth of the bag open for her. The infant was still bawling his or her head off. "Can't you shut that kid up?" a man called. "Someone ought to call social services," a woman added. Tom thought of Tina at that age, imagined her out on this cold and foggy pre-dawn morning, and restrained an urge to tell the man and woman to shut up, or better yet, lend a hand somehow. After all, they were in this together, weren't they? The whole screwed-up bad luck bunch of them. The crying softened, stopped.
"She's probably feeding 'em,"
Todd said. He squeezed his chest to demonstrate. "Yeah."
"Tommy?"
"What?"
"You know Ellen lost her job, right?"
"Jesus, no, I didn't know that," pretending he didn't see the fear in Todd's face or the glimmering of moisture in his eyes, possibly from the booze or the cold, possibly not.
"They said they'd call her back when things get better, but they said the same thing to me, and I've been out of work going on half a year now. I cashed my insurance. That's gone. And you know what we got left in the bank? $500. You know how long $500 lasts when a loaf of bread at Kroger's costs $1?
Not long.
You fucking A, it doesn't. I have to get something here. Have to."
"You will. We both will." Todd lifted his chin at the burly man who now appeared to be standing guard over the sleeping bag so no one would accidentally step on the woman and baby inside.
"Think they're married?"
Tom hadn't considered it. Now he did. Probably.
"Then they both must be out of work. Otherwise, one of them would have stayed home with the kid."
"Maybe," Tom said. "They think showing up with the baby will improve their chances." Todd brightened.
"The pity card. Not a bad idea."
He held out the pint.
"Want a nip?"
He took a small one, thinking, if I don't drink it, Todd will. Tom was awakened from a whiskey-assisted doze by an exuberant shout. "Life is discovered on other planets!" This sally was followed by laughter and applause. He looked around and saw daylight, thin and fog-draped, but daylight just the same. Behind the bank of auditorium doors, a fellow in gray fatigues, a man with a job, lucky fellow, was pushing a mop bucket across the lobby.
"What up?" Todd asked.
"Nothing," Tom said. "Just a janitor." Todd peered in the direction of Marlborough Street.
"Jesus, and still they come."
"Yeah," Tom said, thinking, and if I'd listened to Linda, we'd be at the end of a line that stretches halfway to Cleveland. That was a good thought. A little vindication was always good, but he wished he'd said no to Todd's pint. His mouth tasted like kitty litter. Not that he'd ever actually eaten any, but someone a couple of zigzags over, not far from the sleeping bag, asked, "Is that a Benz? It looks like a Benz." Tom saw a long shape at the head of the entrance drive leading up from Marlborough, its yellow fog lamps blazing. It wasn't moving. It just sat there.
"What's he think he's doing?"
Todd asked. The driver of the car immediately behind must have wondered the same thing, because he laid on his horn, a long, pissed-off blat that made people stir and snort and look around. For a moment, the car with the yellow fog lamp stayed where it was. Then it shot forward. Not to the left, toward the now full to overflowing parking lot, but directly at the people penned within the maze of tapes and posts. "Hey!" someone shouted. The crowd swayed backward in a tidal motion. Tom was shoved against Todd, who went down on his ass. Tom fought for balance, almost found it, and then the man in front of him, yelling, no, screaming, drove his butt into Tom's crotch and one flailing elbow into his chest. Tom fell on top of his buddy, heard the bottle of Bell's shatter somewhere between them, and smelled the sharp reek of the remaining whiskey as it ran across the pavement. Great, now I'll smell like a barroom on Saturday night. He struggled to his feet, in time to see the car. It was a Mercedes, all right, a big sedan as gray as this foggy morning, plowing into the crowd, spinning bodies out of its way as it came, describing a drunken arc. Blood dripped from the grill. A woman went skidding and rolling across the hood with her hands out and her shoes gone. She slapped at the glass, grabbed at one of the windshield wipers, missed, and tumbled off to one side. Yellow "Do Not Cross" tape snapped. A post clanged against the side of the big sedan, which did not slow its roll in the slightest. Tom saw the front wheels pass over the sleeping bag and the burly man, who had been crouched protectively over it, with one hand raised. Now it was coming right at him. "Todd!" he shouted. "Todd, get up!" He grabbed at Todd's hands, got one of them, and pulled. Someone slammed into him and he was driven back to his knees. He could hear the rogue car's motor revving full out. Very close now. He tried to crawl, and a foot clobbered him in the temple. He saw stars. Tom! Todd was behind him now. How had that happen? Tom, what the fuck? A body landed on top of him, and then something else was on top of him. A huge weight that pressed down, threatening to turn him to jelly. His hips snapped. They sounded like dry turkey bones. Then the weight was gone. Pain, with its own kind of weight, rushed in to replace it. Tom tried to raise his head and managed to get it off the pavement just long enough to see taillights dwindling into the fog. He saw glittering shards of glass from the busted pint. He saw Todd sprawled on his back with blood coming out of his head and pooling on the pavement. Crimson tire tracks ran away into the foggy half-light. He thought, Linda was right. I should have stayed home. He thought, I'm going to die, and maybe that's for the best. Because unlike Todd Payne, I never got around to cashing in my insurance. He thought, although I probably would have, in time. Then, blackness. When Tom Sowers woke up in the hospital 48 hours later, Linda was sitting beside him. She was holding his hand. He asked her if he was going to live. She smiled, squeezed his hand, and said, You bet your patootie. Am I paralyzed? Tell me the truth. No, honey, but you've got a lot of broken bones. What about Todd? She looked away, biting her lips. He's in a coma, but they think he's going to come out of it eventually. They can tell by his brain waves or something. There was a car. I couldn't get out of the way. I know. You weren't the only one. It was some madman. He got away with it, at least so far. Tom could have cared less about the man driving the Mercedes-Benz. Not paralyzed was good, but how bad did I get it? No bullshit. Be honest. She met his eyes, but couldn't hold them. Once more looking at the get-well cards on his bureau, she said, Well, it's going to be a while before you can walk again. How long? She raised his hand, which was badly scraped, and kissed it. They don't know. Tom Sowers closed his eyes and began to cry. Linda listened to that a while, and when she couldn't stand it anymore, she leaned forward and began to punch the button on the morphine pump. She kept doing it until the machine stopped giving. By then, he was asleep. 1978. Morris grabbed a blanket from the top shelf of the bedroom closet and used it to cover Rothstein, who now sprawled askew in the easy chair with the top of his head gone. The brains that had conceived Jimmy Gold, Jimmy's sister Emma, and Jimmy's self-involved semi-alcoholic parents, so much like Morris's own, were now drying on the wallpaper. Morris wasn't shocked, exactly, but he was certainly amazed. He had expected some blood and a hole between the eyes, but not this gaudy expectoration of grizzle and bone. It was a failure of imagination, he supposed, the reason why he could read the giants of modern American literature, read them and appreciate them, but never be one. Freddie Dow came out of the study with a loaded duffel bag over each shoulder. Curtis followed, head down and carrying nothing at all. All at once he sped up, hooked around Freddie, and bolted into the kitchen. The door to the backyard banged against the side of the house as the wind took it. Then came the sound of retching. "He's feeling kind of sick," Freddie said. He had a talent for stating the obvious. "You all right?" Morris asked. "Yeah." Freddie went out through the front door without looking back, pausing to pick up the crowbar leaning against the porch glider. They had come prepared to break in, but the front door had been unlocked. The kitchen door as well. Rothstein had put all his confidence in the guard-all safe, it seemed. Talk about failures of the imagination. Morris went into the study, looked at Rothstein's neat desk and covered typewriter, looked at the pictures on the wall. Both ex-wives hung there, laughing and young and beautiful, in their 50s clothes and hairdos. It was sort of interesting that Rothstein would keep those discarded women where they could look at him while he was writing, but Morris had no time to consider this, or to investigate the contents of the writer's desk, which he would dearly have loved to do. But was such investigation even necessary? He had the notebooks, after all. He had the contents of the writer's mind. Everything he'd written since he stopped publishing 18 years ago. Freddie had taken the stacks of cash envelopes in the first load. Of course, cash was what Freddie and Curtis understood. But there were still plenty of notebooks on the shelves of the safe. They were moleskins, the kind Hemingway had used, the kind Morris had dreamed of while in the reformatory, where he had also dreamed of becoming a writer himself. But in Riverview Youth Detention he had been rationed to 5 sheets of pulpy blue horse paper each week, hardly enough to begin writing the great American novel. Begging for more did no good. The one time he'd offered Elkins, the commissary trustee, a blowjob for a dozen extra sheets, Elkins had punched him in the face. Sort of funny when you considered all the non-consensual sex he had been forced to participate in during his 9-month stretch, usually on his knees, and on more than one occasion with his own dirty undershorts stuffed in his mouth. He didn't hold his mother entirely responsible for those rapes, but she deserved her share of the blame. Anita Bellamy, the famous history professor whose book on Henry Clay Frick had been nominated for a Pulitzer. So famous that she presumed to know all about modern American literature as well. It was an argument about the gold trilogy that had sent him out one night, furious and determined to get drunk, which he did, although he was underage and looked it. Drinking did not agree with Morris. He did things when he was drinking that he couldn't remember later, and they were never good things. That night it had been breaking and entering, vandalism, and fighting with a neighborhood rent-a-cop who tried to hold him until the regular cops got there. That was almost 6 years ago, but the memory was still fresh. It had all been so stupid. Stealing a car, joyriding across town, then abandoning it, perhaps after pissing all over the dashboard, was one thing. Not smart, but with a little luck you could walk away from that sort of deal. But breaking into a place in Sugar Heights? Double stupid. He had wanted nothing in that house, at least nothing he could remember later. And when he did want something, when he offered up his mouth for a few lousy sheets of blue horse paper, punched in the face. So he'd laughed, because that was what Jimmy Gold would have done, at least before Jimmy grew up and sold out for what he called the golden buck. And what happened next? Punched in the face again, even harder. It was the muffled crack of his nose breaking that had started him crying. Jimmy never would have cried. He was still looking greedily at the moleskins when Freddie Dow returned with the other 2 duffel bags. He also had a scuffed leather carryall.
This was in the pantry, along with like 1 billion cans of beans and tuna fish. Go figure, huh? Weird guy. Maybe he was waiting for the acropolis. Come on, Maury, put it in gear. Someone might have heard that shot.
There aren't any neighbors. Nearest farm is 2 miles away. Relax.
Jails are full of guys who were relaxed. We need to get out of here.
Morris began gathering up handfuls of notebooks but couldn't resist looking in one just to make sure. Rothstein had been a weird guy, and it wasn't out of the realm of possibility that he had stacked his safe with blank books thinking he might write something in them eventually. But no. This one, at least, was loaded with Rothstein's small, neat handwriting. Every page filled, top to bottom and side to side, the margins as thin as threads. Wasn't sure why it mattered to him, and why he couldn't sleep as the empty boxcar of this late freight bore him on through rural oblivion toward Kansas City and the sleeping country beyond. The full belly of America resting beneath its customary comforter of night. Yet Jimmy's thoughts persisted in turning back to... Freddie thumped him on the shoulder, not gently.
Get your nose out of that thing and pack up. We already got one puking his guts out and pretty much useless.
Morris dropped the notebook into one of the duffels and grabbed another double handful without a word,
his thoughts brilliant with possibility. He forgot about the mess under the blanket in the living room, forgot about Curtis Rogers puking his guts in the roses or zinnias or petunias or whatever was growing out back. Jimmy Gold, headed west in a boxcar. Rothstein hadn't been done with him after all. "These are full," he told Freddie. "Take them out. I'll put the rest in the valise." "That what you call that kind of bag?" "I think so, yeah." He knew so. "Go on. Almost done here." Freddie shouldered the duffels by their straps but lingered a moment longer. "Are you sure about these things? Because Rothstein said—" "He was a hoarder trying to save his hoard. He would have said anything. Go on." Freddie went. Morris loaded the last batch of moleskins into the valise and backed out of the closet. Curtis was standing by Rothstein's desk. He had taken off his balaclava. They all had. His face was paper pale, and there were dark shock circles around his eyes. "You didn't have to kill him. You weren't supposed to. It wasn't in the plan. Why'd you do that?" "Because he made me feel stupid. Because he cursed my mother, and that's my job. Because he called me a kid. Because he needed to be punished for turning Jimmy Gold into one of them. Mostly because nobody with his kind of talent has a right to hide it from the world. Only Curtis wouldn't understand that. Because it'll make the notebooks worth more when we sell them. Which wouldn't be until he'd read every word in them. But Curtis wouldn't understand the need to do that, and didn't need to know. Nor did Freddie. He tried to sound patient and reasonable. We now have all the John Rothstein output there's ever going to be. That makes the unpublished stuff even more valuable. You see that, don't you?" Curtis scratched one pale cheek. "Well, I guess, yeah." "Also, he can never claim they're forgeries when they turn up, which he would have done just out of spite. I've read a lot about him, Curtis, just about everything, and he was one spiteful motherfucker." "Well," Morey restrained himself from saying, "that's an extremely deep subject for a mind as shallow as yours." He held out the valise instead. "Take it, and keep your gloves on until we're in the car." "You should have talked it over with us, Morey. We're your partners." Curtis started out, then turned back. "I got a question." "What is it?" "Do you know if New Hampshire has the death penalty?" They took secondary roads across the narrow chimney of New Hampshire and into Vermont. Freddie drove the Chevy Biscayne, which was old and unremarkable. Morris rode shotgun with a Rand McNally open on his lap, thumbing on the dome light from time to make sure they didn't wander off their pre-planned route. He didn't need to remind Freddie to keep to the speed limit. This wasn't Freddie Dow's first rodeo. Curtis lay in the back seat, and soon they heard the sound of his snores. Morris considered him lucky. He seemed to have puked out his horror. Morris thought it might be a while before he himself got another good night's sleep. He kept seeing the brains dribbling down the wallpaper. It wasn't the killing that stayed on his mind. It was the spilled talent. A lifetime of honing and shaping torn apart in less than a second. All those stories, all those images, and what came out looked like so much oatmeal. What was the point? "So you really think we'll be able to sell those little books of his?" Freddie asked. He was back to that. "For real money, I mean?" "Yes." "And get away with it?" "Yes, Freddie, I'm sure." Freddie Dow was quiet for so long that Morris thought the issue was settled. Then he spoke to the subject again. 2 words, dry and toneless. "I'm doubtful." Later on, once more incarcerated, not in youth detention this time either, Morris would think, "That's when I decided to kill them." But sometimes at night, when he couldn't sleep, his asshole slick and burning from one of a dozen soap-assisted shower room buggeries, he would admit that wasn't the truth. He'd known all along. They were dumb and career criminals. Sooner or later, probably sooner, one of them would be caught for something else, and there would be the temptation to trade what they knew about this night for a lighter sentence or no sentence at all. "I just knew they had to go," he would think on those cell-block nights when the full belly of America rested beneath its customary comforter of night. It was inevitable. In upstate New York, with dawn not yet come but beginning to show the horizon's dark outline behind them, they turned west on Route 92, a highway that roughly paralleled I-90 as far as Illinois, where it turned south and petered out in the industrial city of Rockford. The road was still mostly deserted at this hour, although they could hear and sometimes see heavy truck traffic on the interstate to their left. They passed a sign reading Rest Area 2 miles, and Morris thought of Macbeth. If it were to be done, then 'twere well it were done quickly. Not an exact quote, maybe, but close enough for government work. "Pull in there," he told Freddie. "I need to drain the dragon."
"They probably got vending machines, too," said the puker in the back seat. Curtis was sitting up now, his hair crazy around his head. "I could get behind some of those peanut butter crackers."
Morris knew he'd have to let it go if there were other cars in the rest area. I-90 had sucked away most of the through traffic that used to travel on this road, but once daybreak arrived, there would be lots of local traffic pooting along from one Hicksville to the next. For now, the rest area was deserted, at least in part because of the sign reading, "Overnight RVs Prohibited." They parked and got out. Birds chirped in the trees, discussing the night just past and plans for the day. A few leaves, in this part of the world they were just beginning to turn, drifted down and scudded across the lot. Curtis went to inspect the vending machines while Morris and Freddie walked side by side to the men's half of the restroom facility. Morris didn't feel particularly nervous. Maybe what they said was true. After the first one, it got easier. He held the door for Freddie with one hand and took the pistol from his jacket pocket with the other. Freddie said thanks without looking around. Morris let the door swing shut before raising the gun. He placed the muzzle less than an inch from the back of Freddie Dow's head and pulled the trigger. The gunshot was a flat, loud bang in the tiled room, but anyone who heard it from a distance would think it was a motorcycle backfiring on I-90. What he worried about was Curtis. He needn't have. Curtis was still standing in the snack alcove beneath a wooden eave and a rustic sign reading "Roadside Oasis." In one hand, he had a package of peanut butter crackers. "Did you hear that?" he asked Morris. Then, seeing the gun, sounding honestly puzzled. "What's that for?" "You," Morris said, and shot him in the chest. Curtis went down, but this was a shock, did not die. He didn't seem even close to dying. He squirmed on the pavement. A fallen leaf cartwheeled in front of his nose. Blood began to seep out from beneath him. He was still clutching his crackers. He looked up, his oily black hair hanging in his eyes. Beyond the screening trees, a truck went past on Route 92, droning east. Morris didn't want to shoot Curtis again. Out here, a gunshot didn't have that hollow backfire sound, and besides, someone might pull in at any second. If it were to be done, then 'twere well it were done quickly, he said, and dropped to one knee. "You shot me," Curtis said, sounding breathless and amazed. "You fucking shot me, Maury!" Thinking how much he hated that nickname, he'd hated it all his life, and even teachers who should have known better used it, he reversed the gun and began to hammer Curtis's skull with the butt. 3 hard blows accomplished very little. It was only a .38 after all, and not heavy enough to do more than minor damage. Blood began to seep through Curtis's hair and run down his stubbly cheeks. He was groaning, staring up at Morris with desperate blue eyes. He waved one hand weakly. "Stop it, Maury! Stop it! That hurts!" Shit. 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 Shit! Morris slid the gun back into his pocket. The butt was now slimy with blood and hair. He went to the Biscayne, wiping his hand on his jacket. He opened the driver's door, saw the empty ignition, and said, "Fuck," under his breath, whispering it like a prayer. On 92, a couple of cars went by, then a brown UPS truck. He trotted back to the men's room, opened the door, knelt down, and began to go through Freddie's pockets. He found the car keys in the left front. He got to his feet and hurried back to the snack alcoves. Sure, a car or truck would have pulled in by now. The traffic was getting heavier all the time. Somebody would have to piss out his or her morning coffee, and he would have to kill that one too, and possibly the one after that. An image of linked paper dolls came to mind. No one yet, though. He got into the Biscayne, legally purchased but now bearing stolen Maine license plates. Curtis Rogers was slithering a slow course down the cement walkway toward the toilets, pulling with his hands and pushing feebly with his feet and leaving a snail trail of blood behind. It was impossible to know for sure, but Morris thought he might be trying to reach the pay telephone on the wall between the men's and the ladies. This wasn't the way it was supposed to go, he thought, starting the car. It was spur-of-the-moment stupid, and he was probably going to be caught. It made him think of what Rothstein had said at the end. What are you, anyway, 22? 23? What do you know about life, let alone literature? I know I'm no sellout, he said. I know that much. He put the Biscayne in drive and rolled slowly forward toward the man eeling his way up the cement walkway. He wanted to get out of here. His brain was yammering at him to get out of here. But this had to be done carefully and with no more mess than was absolutely necessary. Curtis looked around, his eyes wide and horrified behind the jungle foliage of his dirty hair. He raised one hand in a feeble "stop" gesture. Then Morris couldn't see him anymore because the hood was in the way. He steered carefully and continued creeping forward. The front of the car bumped up over the curbing. The pine tree air freshener on the rearview mirror swung and bobbed. There was nothing, and nothing. And then the car bumped up again. There was a muffled pop, the sound of a small pumpkin exploding in a microwave oven. Morris cut the wheel to the left, and there was another bump as the Biscayne went back into the parking area. He looked in the mirror and saw that Curtis's head was gone. Well, no, not exactly. It was there, but all spread out. Mooshed. No loss of talent in that mess, Morey thought. He drove toward the exit, and when he was sure the road was empty, he sped up. He would need to stop and examine the front of the car, especially the tire that had run over Curtis's head, but he wanted to get 20 miles farther down the road first. 20 at least. I see a car wash in my future, he said. This struck him funny. Inordinately funny. And there was a word neither Freddie nor Curtis would have understood, and he laughed, long and loud. He kept exactly to the speed limit. He watched the odometer turn the miles, and even at 55, each revolution seemed to take 5 minutes. He was sure the tire had left a blood trail going out of the exit, but that would be gone now. Long gone. Still, it was time to turn off onto the secondary roads again, maybe even the tertiary ones. The smart thing would be to stop and throw all the notebooks, the cash too, into the woods. But he would not do that. Never would he do that. 50-50 odds, he told himself. Maybe better. After all, no one saw the car. Not in New Hampshire, and not at that rest area. He came to an abandoned restaurant, pulled into the side lot, and examined the Biscayne's front end and right front tire. He thought things looked pretty good, all in all, but there was some blood on the front bumper. He pulled a handful of weeds and wiped it off. He got back in and drove on west. He was prepared for roadblocks, but there were none. Over the Pennsylvania state line in Gowanda, he found a coin-op car wash. The brushes brushed, the jets rinsed, and the car came out spanking clean, underside as well as topside. Morris drove west, headed for the filthy little city residence called the Gem of the Great Lakes. He had to sit tight for a while, and he had to see an old friend. Also, home was the place where, when you go there, they have to take you in. The gospel according to Robert Frost, and that was especially true when there was no one to bitch about the return of the prodigal son. With dear old Dad in the wind for years now, and dear old Mom spending the fall semester at Princeton, guest lecturing on the robber barons, the house on Sycamore Street would be empty. Not much of a house for a fancy schmancy teacher, not to mention a writer once nominated for the Pulitzer, but blamed dear old Dad for that. Besides, Morris had never minded living there. That had been Mother's resentment, not his. Morris listened to the news, but there was nothing about the murder of the novelist who, according to that Time cover story, had been a voice shouting at the children of the silent 50s to wake up and raise their own voices. This radio silence was good news, but not unexpected. According to Morris's source in the reformatory, Rothstein's housekeeper only came in once a week. There was also a handyman, but he only came when called. Morris and his late partners had picked their time accordingly, which meant he could reasonably hope the body might not be discovered for another 6 days. That afternoon, in rural Ohio, he passed an antiques barn and made a U-turn. After a bit of browsing, he bought a used trunk for $20. It was old, but looked sturdy. Morris considered it a steal. 2010. Pete Sauber's parents had lots of arguments now. Tina called them the Arky-Barkies. Pete thought she had something there because that was what they sounded like when they got going. Ark, 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 bark, bark, bark. Sometimes Pete wanted to go to the head of the stairs and scream down at them to quit it. Just quit it. "You're scaring the kids," he wanted to yell. "There are kids in this house." Kids. Did you two stoops forget that? Pete was home because honor roll students with nothing but afternoon study hall and activity period after lunch were allowed to cut out early. His door was open, and he heard his father go thumping rapidly across the kitchen on his crutches as soon as his mother's car pulled into the driveway. Pete was pretty sure today's festivities would start with his dad saying, "Gosh, she was home early." Mom would say he could never seem to remember that Wednesdays were now her early days. Dad would reply that he still wasn't used to living in this part of the city, saying it like they'd been forced to relocate into deepest, darkest Lowtown instead of just the Tree Street section of Northfield. Once the preliminaries were taken care of, they could get down to the real arcing and barking. Pete wasn't crazy about the North Side himself, but it wasn't terrible. And even at 13, he seemed to understand the economic realities of their situation better than his father. Maybe because he wasn't swallowing OxyContin pills 4 times a day like his father. They were here because Grace Johnson Middle School, where his mother used to teach, had been closed as part of the city council's cost-cutting initiative. Many of the GJ teachers were now unemployed. Linda, at least, had been hired as a combination librarian and study hall monitor at Northfield Elementary. She got out early on Wednesdays because the library closed at noon that day. All the school libraries did. It was another cost-cutting initiative. Pete's dad railed at this, pointing out that the council members hadn't cut their salaries and calling them a bunch of goddamn Tea Party hypocrites. Pete didn't know about that. What he knew was that these days Tom Saubers railed at everything. The Ford Focus, their only car now, pulled up in the driveway, and Mom slid out, dragging her old scuffed briefcase. She skirted the patch of ice that always formed in the shady spot under the front porch downspout. It had been Tina's turn to salt that down, but she had forgotten as usual. Mom climbed the steps slowly, her shoulders low. Pete hated to see her walk that way, as if she had a sack of bricks on her back. Dad's crutches, meanwhile, thumped a double-time rhythm into the living room. The front door opened. Pete waited, hoped for something nice like, "Hiya, honey, how was your morning?" As if. He didn't exactly want to eavesdrop on the Arky-Barkies, but the house was small and it was practically impossible not to overhear, unless he left, that is, a strategic retreat he made more and more frequently this winter. And he sometimes felt that, as the older kid, he had a responsibility to listen. Mr. Jacoby liked to say in history class that knowledge was power, and Pete supposed that was why he felt compelled to monitor his parents' escalating war of words. Because each Arky-Barky stretched the fabric of the marriage thinner, and one of these days it would tear wide open. Best to be prepared. Only prepared for what? Divorce? That seemed the most likely outcome. In some ways, things might be better if they did split up. Pete felt this more and more strongly, although he had not yet articulated it as a conscious thought. But what exactly would a divorce mean in another of Mr. Jacoby's faves, real-world terms? Who would stay and who would go? If his dad went, how would he get along without a car when he could hardly walk? For that matter, how could either of them afford to go? They were broke already. At least Tina wasn't here for today's spirited exchange of parental views. She was still in school and probably wouldn't be home directly after, maybe not until dinner. She had finally made a friend, a buck-toothed girl named Ellen Briggs who lived on the corner of Sycamore and Elm. Pete thought Ellen had the brains of a hamster, but at least Tina wasn't always moping around the house, missing her friends in the old neighborhood, and sometimes crying. Pete hated it when Tina cried. Meanwhile, silence your cell phones and turn off your pagers, folks. The lights are going down, and this afternoon's installment of We're in Deep Shit is about to begin. Tom. Hey, you're home early. Linda, wearily. Tom, it's... Tom. Wednesday, right. Early day at the library. Linda, you've been smoking in the house again. I can smell it. Tom, getting his sulk on. Just one in the kitchen with the window open. There's ice on the back steps and I didn't want to risk a tumble. Pete forgot to salt them again. Pete, aside to the audience. As he should know, since he made the schedule of chores, it's actually Tina's week to salt. Those OxyContins he takes aren't just pain pills, they're stupid pills. Linda, I can still smell it, and you know the lease specifically prohibits... Tom, all right, okay, I get it. Next time I'll go outside and risk falling off my crutches. Linda, it's not just the lease, Tommy. The secondary smoke is bad for the kids. We've discussed that. Tom, and discussed it, and discussed it. Linda, now wading into even deeper water. Also, how much does a pack of cigarettes cost these days? $4.50? $5? Tom, I smoke a pack a week, for Christ's sake. Linda, overrunning his defenses with an arithmetic panzer assault. At $5 a pack, that's over $20 a month, and it all comes out of my salary because it's the only one. Tom, oh, here we go. Linda, we've got now. Tom, you never get tired of rubbing that in, do you? Probably think I got run over on purpose so I could laze around the house. Linda, after a long pause. Is there any wine left? Because I could use half a glass. Pete, aside. Say there is, Dad. Say there is. Tom, it's gone. Maybe you'd like me to crutch my way down to the Zonies and get another bottle. Of course, you'd have to give me an advance on my allowance. Linda, not crying, but sounding on the verge. You act as though what happened to you is my fault. Tom, shouting. It's nobody's fault, and that's what drives me crazy. Don't you get that? They never even caught the guy who did it. At this point, Pete decided he'd had enough. It was a stupid play. Maybe they didn't see that, but he did. He closed his lit book. He would read the assigned story, something by a guy named John Rothstein, that night. Right now, he had to get out and breathe some uncontentious air. Linda, quiet. At least you didn't die. Tom, going totally soap opera now. Sometimes I think it would be better if I had. Look at me, hooked through the bag on Oxy, and still in pain because it doesn't work for shit anymore unless I take enough to half kill me, living on my wife's salary, which is 1,000 less than it used to be thanks to the fucking Tea Partiers. Linda, watch your length. Tom, house? Gone. Motorized wheelchair? Gone. Savings? Almost used up. And now I can't even have a fucking cigarette. Linda, if you think whining will solve anything, be my guest, but... Tom, roaring. Is whining what you call it? I call it reality. You want me to drop my pants so you can get a good look at what's left of my legs? Pete floated downstairs in his stocking feet. The living room was right there at the bottom, but they didn't see him. They were face to face and busy acting in a dipshit play no one would ever pay to see. His father hulking on his crutches, his eyes red and his cheeks scruffy with beard. His mother holding her purse in front of her breasts like a shield and biting her lips. It was awful. And the worst part, he loved them. His father had neglected to mention the emergency fund, started a month after the city center massacre by the town's one remaining newspaper, in cooperation with the 3 local TV stations. Brian Williams had even done a story about it on NBC Nightly News, how this tough little city took care of its own when disaster struck, all those caring hearts, all those helping hands, all that blah, 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 and now a word from our sponsor. The emergency fund made everybody feel good for like 6 days. What the media didn't talk about was how little the fund had actually raised, even with the charity walks and the charity bike rides and a concert by an American Idol runner-up. The emergency fund was thin because times were hard for everyone. And of course, what was raised had to be divided among so many. The Saubers family got a check for $1,200, then one for $500, then one for $2. Last month's check, marked final installment, came to $50. Big whoop. Pete slipped into the kitchen, grabbed his boots and jacket, and went out. The first thing he noticed was that there wasn't any ice on the back stoop. His father had been totally lying about that. The day was too warm for ice, at least in the sun. Spring was still 6 weeks away, but the current thaw had gone on for almost a week, and the only snow left in the backyard was a few crusty patches under the trees. Pete crossed to the fence and let himself out through the gate. One advantage to living in the tree streets of the north side was the undeveloped land behind Sycamore. It was easily as big as a city block, 5 tangled acres of undergrowth and scrubby trees running downhill to a frozen stream. Pete's dad said the land had been that way for a long time and was apt to stay that way even longer, due to some endless legal wrangle over who owned it and what could be built on it. In the end, no one wins these things but the lawyers, he told Pete. Remember that. In Pete's opinion, kids who wanted a little mental health vacation from their parents also won. A path ran through the winter-barren trees on a meandering diagonal, eventually coming out at the Birch Street Rec, a long-time Northfield youth center whose days were now numbered. Big kids hung out on and around the path in warm weather, smoking cigarettes, smoking dope, drinking beer, probably laying their girlfriends, but not at this time of year. No big kids equaled no hassle. Sometimes Pete took his sister along the path if his mother and father were seriously into it, as was more and more often the case. When they arrived at the rec, they'd shoot baskets or watch videos or play checkers. He didn't know where he could take her once the rec closed. There was no place else except for Zoni's, the convenience store. On his own, he mostly just went as far as the creek, splooshing stones into it if it was flowing, bouncing them off the ice when it was frozen, seeing if he could make a hole and enjoying the quiet. The Arky-Barkies were bad enough, but his worst fear was that his dad, now always a little high on the oxy pills, might someday actually take a swing at his mother. That would almost certainly tear the thin-stretched cloth of the marriage. And if it didn't, if she put up with being hit, that would be even worse. Never happen, Pete told himself. Dad never would. But if he did? Ice still covered the stream this afternoon, but it looked rotten, and there were big yellow patches in it, as if some giant had stopped to take a leak. Pete wouldn't dare walk on it. He wouldn't drown or anything if the ice gave way. The water was only ankle deep, but he had no wish to get home and have to explain why his pants and socks were wet. He sat on a fallen log, tossed a few stones. The small ones bounced and rolled, the big ones went through the yellow patches, then just looked at the sky for a while. Big fluffy clouds floated along up there, the kind that looked more like spring than winter, moving from west to east. There was one that looked like an old woman with a hump on her back, or maybe it was a pack-sack. There was a rabbit. There was a dragon. There was one that looked like a A soft, crumbling thump on his left distracted him. He turned and saw an overhanging piece of the embankment, loosened by a week's worth of melting snow, had given way, exposing the roots of a tree that was already leaning precariously. The space created by the fall looked like a cave, and unless he was mistaken, he supposed it might be just a shadow. There was something in there. Pete walked to the tree, grabbed one of its leafless branches, and bent for a better look. There was something there, all right, and it looked pretty big. The end of a box, maybe? He worked his way down the bank, creating makeshift steps by digging the heels of his boots into the muddy earth. Once he was below the site of the little landspill, he squatted. He saw cracked black leather and metal strips with rivets in them. There was a handle the size of a saddle stirrup on the end. It was a trunk. Someone had buried a trunk here. Excited now as well as curious, Pete grabbed the handle and yanked. The trunk didn't budge. It was socked in good and tight. Pete gave another tug, but just for form's sake. He wasn't going to get it out, not without tools. He hunkered with his hands dangling between his thighs as his father often used to do before his hunkering days came to an end, just staring at the trunk jutting out of the black root-snarled earth. It was probably crazy to be thinking of Treasure Island, also the Gold Bug, a story they'd read in English the year before, but he was thinking of it. And was it crazy? Was it really? As well as telling them that knowledge was power, Mr. Jacoby stressed the importance of logical thinking. Wasn't it logical to think that someone wouldn't bury a trunk in the woods unless there was something valuable inside? It had been there for a while, too. You could tell just looking at it. The leather was cracked and gray in places instead of black. Pete had an idea that if he pulled on the handle with all his might and kept pulling, it might break. The metal binding strips were dull and lacy with rust. He came to a decision and pelted back up the path to the house. He let himself in through the gate, went to the kitchen door, listened. There were no voices, and the TV was off. His father had probably gone into the bedroom. The one on the first floor. Mom and Dad had to sleep there, even though it was small because Dad couldn't climb stairs very well now, to take a nap. Mom might have gone in with him. They sometimes made up that way, but more likely she was in the laundry room that doubled as her study, working on her resume and applying for jobs online. His dad might have given up, and Pete had to admit he had his reasons, but his mom hadn't. She wanted to go back to teaching full-time and not just for the money. There was a little detached garage, but his mom never put the focus in it unless there was going to be a snowstorm. It was full of stuff from the old house that they had no room for in the smaller rented place. His dad's toolbox was in there. Tom had listed the tools on Craigslist or something, but hadn't been able to get what he considered a fair price for them. And some of Tina's and his old toys, and the tub of salt with its scoop, and a few lawn and garden implements leaning against the back wall. Pete selected a spade and ran back down the path, holding it in front of him like a soldier with his rifle at high port. He eased his way almost all the way down to the stream, using the steps he'd made, and went to work on the little landslide that had revealed the trunk. He shoveled as much of the fallen earth as he could back into the hole under the tree. He wasn't able to fill it all the way to the gnarled roots, but he was able to cover the end of the trunk, which was all he wanted. For now. There was some arcing and barking at dinner, not too much, and Tina didn't seem to mind, but she came into Pete's room just as he was finishing his homework. She was wearing her footy pajamas and dragging Mrs. Beasley, her last and most important comfort doll. It was as if she had returned to the age of 5. "Can I get in your bed for a while, Petey? I had a bad dream." He considered making her go back, then decided, thoughts of the buried trunk flickering in his mind, that to do so might be bad luck. It would also be mean, considering the dark hollows under her pretty eyes. "Yeah, okay, for a while, but we're not going to make a practice of it," one of their mom's favorite phrases. Tina scooted across the bed until she was against the wall, her sleeping position of choice, as if she planned to spend the night. Pete closed his earth science book, sat down beside her, and winced. "Doll warning, teens. Mrs. Beasley's head is halfway up my butt." I'll scrunch her down by my feet. There, is that better? What if she smothers? She doesn't breathe, stupid. She's just a doll, and Ellen says pretty soon I'll get tired of her. Ellen's a doofus. She's my friend. Pete realized with some amusement that this wasn't exactly disagreeing. But she's probably right. People grow up. Not you. You'll always be my little sister. And don't go to sleep. You're going back to your room in like 5 minutes. 10. 6. She considered. Okay. From downstairs came a muffled groan, followed by the thump of crutches. Pete tracked the sound into the kitchen where Dad would sit down, light a cigarette, and blow the smoke out the back door. This would cause the furnace to run, and what the furnace burned, according to their mother, was not oil but dollar bills. Are they going to get divorced, do you think? Pete was doubly shocked, first by the question, then by the adult matter-of-factness of it. He started to say, no, of course not, then thought how much he disliked movies where adults lied to children, which was like all movies. I don't know. Not tonight, anyway. The courts are closed. She giggled. That was probably good. He waited for her to say something else. She didn't. Pete's thoughts turned to the trunk buried in the embankment beneath that tree. He had managed to keep those thoughts at arm's length while he did his homework, but... No, I didn't. Those thoughts were there all the time. Teens, you better not go to sleep. I'm not. But damn close from the sound. What would you do if you found a treasure? A buried treasure chest full of jewels and gold doubloons. What are doubloons? Coins from olden days. I'd give it to Daddy and Mommy so they wouldn't fight anymore. Wouldn't you? Yes, Pete said. Now go back to your own bed before I have to carry you. Under his insurance plan, Tom Saubers only qualified for therapy twice a week now. A special van came from every Monday and Friday at 9 o'clock and brought him back at 4 in the afternoon after hydrotherapy and a meeting where people with long-term injuries and chronic pain sat around in a circle and talked about their problems, all of which meant that the house was empty for 7 hours on those days. On Thursday night, Pete went to bed complaining of a sore throat. The next morning, he woke up saying it was still sore, and now he thought he had a fever, too. You're hot, all right, Linda said after putting the inside of her wrist to his brow. Pete certainly hoped so after holding his face 2 inches from his bedside lamp before going downstairs. If you're not better tomorrow, you probably should see the doctor. Good idea, Tom exclaimed from his side of the table where he was pushing around some scrambled eggs. He looked like he hadn't slept at all. A specialist, maybe. Just let me call Shorty the chauffeur. Tina's got dibs on the rolls for a tennis lesson at the country club, but I think the town car is available. Tina giggled. Linda gave Tom a hard look, but before she could respond, Pete said he didn't feel all that bad. A day at home would probably fix him up. If that didn't, the weekend would. I suppose, she sighed. Do you want something to eat? Pete did, but thought it unwise to say so since he was supposed to have a sore throat. He cupped his hand in front of his mouth and created a cough. Maybe just some juice. Then I guess I'll go upstairs and try to get some more sleep. Tina left the house first, bopping down to the corner where she and Ellen would discuss whatever weirdo stuff 9-year-olds discussed while waiting for the school bus. Then Mom for her school in the focus. Last of all, Dad, who made his way down the walk on his crutches to the waiting van. Pete watched him go from his bedroom window, thinking that his father seemed smaller now. The hair sticking out around his groundhog's cap had started to turn gray. When the van was gone, Pete threw on some clothes, grabbed one of the reusable grocery shopping bags Mom kept in the pantry, and went out to the garage. From his father's toolbox, he selected a hammer and chisel, which he dumped into the bag. He grabbed the spade, started out, then came back and took the crowbar as well. He had never been a Boy Scout, but believed in being prepared. The morning was cold enough for him to see his breath, but by the time Pete dug enough of the trunk free to feel he had a chance of pulling it out, the air had warmed up to well above freezing and he was sweating under his coat. He draped it over a low branch and peered around to make sure he was still alone here by the stream. He had done this several times. Reassured, he got some dirt and rubbed his palms with it, like a batter getting ready to hit. He grasped the handle at the end of the trunk, reminding himself to be ready if it broke. The last thing he wanted to do was tumble down the embankment ass over teapot. If he fell into the stream, he really might get sick. Probably nothing in there but a bunch of moldy old clothes anyway. Except why would anyone bury a trunk filled with old clothes? Why not just burn them or take them to the Goodwill? Only one way to find out. Pete took a deep breath, locked it down in his chest, and pulled. The trunk stayed put, and the old handle creaked warningly, but Pete was encouraged. He found he could now shift the trunk from side to side a little. This made him think of Dad tying a thread around one of Tina's baby teeth and giving a brisk yank when it wouldn't come out on its own. He dropped to his knees, reminding himself he would do well to either wash these jeans later on or bury them deep in his closet, and peered into the hole. He saw a root had closed around the rear of the trunk like a grasping arm. He grabbed the spade, choked up on the handle, and chopped at it. The root was thick, and he had to rest several times, but finally he cut all the way through. He laid the spade aside and grabbed the handle again. The trunk was looser now, almost ready to come out. He glanced at his watch. 10:15. He thought of Mom calling home on her break to see how he was doing. Not a big problem. When he didn't answer, she'd just think he was sleeping, but he reminded himself to check the answering machine when he got back. He grabbed the spade and began to dig around the trunk, loosening the dirt and cutting a few smaller roots. Then he took hold of the handle again. "This time, you mother," he told it. "This time for sure." He pulled. The trunk slid forward so suddenly and easily that he would have fallen over if his feet hadn't been braced far apart. Now it was leaning out of the hole, its top covered with sprays and clods of dirt. He could see the latches on the front, old-fashioned ones, like the latches on a workman's lunchbox. Also a big lock. He grabbed the handle again, and this time it snapped. "Fuck a duck," Pete said, looking at his hands. They were red and throbbing. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound, another of his mom's favorite sayings. He gripped the sides of the trunk in a clumsy bear hug and rocked back on his heels. This time it came all the way out of its hidey hole and into the sunlight for the first time in what had to be years. A damp and dirty relic with rusty fittings. It looked to be 2.5 feet long and at least 1.5 feet deep, maybe more. Pete hefted the end and guessed it might weigh as much as 60 pounds, half his own weight, but it was impossible to tell how much of that was the contents and how much the trunk itself. In any case, it wasn't doubloons. If the trunk had been filled with gold, he wouldn't have been able to pull it out at all, let alone lift it. He snapped the latches up, creating little showers of dirt, and then bent close to the lock, prepared to bust it off with the hammer and chisel. Then, if it still wouldn't open, and it probably wouldn't, he'd use the crowbar. But first, you never knew until you tried. He grasped the lid, and it came up in a squall of dirty hinges. Later he would surmise that someone had bought this trunk second-hand, probably getting a good deal because the key was lost, but for now he only stared. He was unaware of the blister on one palm, or the ache in his back and thighs, or the sweat trickling down his dirt-streaked face. He wasn't thinking of his mother, his father, or his sister. He wasn't thinking of the Arky-Barkies either, at least not then. The trunk had been lined with clear plastic to protect against moisture. Beneath it, he could see piles of what looked like notebooks. He used the side of his palm as a windshield wiper and cleared a crescent of fine droplets from the plastic. They were notebooks, all right. Nice ones, with what almost had to be real leather covers. It looked like 100 at least. But that wasn't all. There were also envelopes, like the ones his mom brought home when she cashed a check. Pete pulled away the plastic and stared into the half-filled trunk. The envelopes had Granite State Bank and Your Hometown Friend printed on them. Later, He would notice certain differences between these envelopes and the ones his mom got at Corn Bank and Trust. No email address and nothing about using your ATM card for withdrawals, but for now, he only stared. His heart was beating so hard, he saw black dots pulsing in front of his eyes, and he wondered if he was going to faint. Bullshit, you are. Only girls do that. Maybe, but he felt decidedly woozy and realized part of the problem was that since opening the trunk he had forgotten to breathe. He inhaled deeply, whooshed it out, and inhaled again, all the way down to his toes, it felt like. His head cleared, but his heart was whamming harder than ever and his hands were shaking. Those bank envelopes will be empty. You know that, don't you? People find buried money in books and movies, but not in real life. Only they didn't look empty. They looked stuffed. Pete started to reach for one, then gasped when he heard rustling on the other side of the stream. He whirled around and saw 2 squirrels there, probably thinking the week-long thaw meant spring had arrived, making merry in the dead leaves. They raced up a tree, tails twitching. Pete turned back to the trunk and grabbed one of the bank envelopes. The flap wasn't sealed. He flipped it up with a finger that felt numb, even though the temperature now had to be riding right around 40. He squeezed the envelope open and looked inside. Money. 20s and 50s. Holy Jesus, God, Christ in heaven, Pete Salbers whispered. He pulled out the sheaf of bills and tried to count, but at first his hands were shaking too badly and he dropped some. They fluttered in the grass, and before he scrambled them up, his overheated brain assured him that Ulysses Grant had actually winked at him from one of the bills. He counted. $400. 400 in this one envelope, and there were dozens of them. He stuffed the bills back into the envelope. Not an easy job, because now his hands were shaking worse than Grandpa Fred's in the last year or 2 of his life. He flipped the envelope into the trunk and looked around, eyes wide and bulging. Traffic sounds that had always seemed faint and far and unimportant in this overgrown stretch of ground now sounded close and threatening. This was not Treasure Island. This was a city of over 1 million people, many now out of work, and they would love to have what was in this trunk. Think, Pete Salbers told himself. Think, for God's sake. This is the most important thing that's ever happened to you. Maybe the most important thing that ever will happen to you. So think hard and think right. What came to mind first was Tina, snuggled up next to the wall in his bed. What would you do if you found a treasure? He had asked. Give it to Daddy and Mommy, she had replied. But suppose Mom wanted to give it back? It was an important question. Dad never would, Pete knew that, but Mom was different. She had strong ideas about what was right and what wasn't. If he showed them this trunk and what was inside it, it might lead to the worst arky-barky about money ever. Besides, give it back to who? Pete whispered. The bank? That was ridiculous. Or was it? Suppose the money really was pirate treasure, only from bank robbers instead of buccaneers. But then why was it in envelopes like for withdrawals? And what about all those black notebooks? He could consider such things later, but not now. What he had to do now was act. He looked at his watch and saw it was already 11:15. He still had time, but he had to use it. Use it or lose it, he whispered, and began tossing the Granite State Bank cash envelopes into the cloth grocery bag that held the hammer and chisel. He placed the bag on top of the embankment and covered it with his jacket. He crammed the plastic wrap back into the trunk, closed the lid, and muscled the trunk back into the hole. He paused to wipe his forehead, which was greasy with dirt and sweat, then seized the spade and began to shovel like a maniac. He got the trunk covered, mostly, then seized the bag in his jacket and ran back along the path toward home. He would hide the bag in the back of his closet, that would do to start with, and see if there was a message from his mother on the answering machine. If everything was okay on the mom front, and if Dad hadn't come home early from therapy, that would be horrible, he could whip back to the stream and do a better job of concealing the trunk. Later, he might check out the notebooks, But as he made his way home on that sunny February morning, his only thought about them was that there might be more money envelopes mixed in with them, or lying beneath them. He thought, I'll have to take a shower and clean the dirt out of the bathtub after so she doesn't ask what I was doing outside when I was supposed to be sick. I have to be really careful, and I can't tell anyone. No one at all. In the shower, he had an idea. 1978. Home is the place that when you go there, they have to take you in. But when Morris arrived at the house on Sycamore Street, there were no lights to brighten the evening gloom and no one to welcome him at the door. Why would there be? His mother was in New Jersey, lecturing about how a bunch of 19th century businessmen had tried to steal America. Lecturing grad students who would probably go on to steal everything they could lay their hands on as they chased the golden buck. Some people would undoubtedly say that Morris had chased a few golden bucks of his own in New Hampshire, but that wasn't so. He hadn't gone there for money. He wanted the Biscayne in the garage and out of sight. Hell, he wanted the Biscayne gone, but that would have to wait. His first priority was Pauline Muller. Most of the people on Sycamore Street were so wedded to their televisions once prime time started that they wouldn't have noticed a UFO if one landed on their lawn. But that wasn't true of Mrs. Muller. The Bellamy's next-door neighbor had raised snooping to a fine art, so he went there first. "Why, look who it is!" she cried when she opened the door, just as if she hadn't been peering out her kitchen window when Morris pulled into the driveway. "Maury Bellamy, big as life and twice as handsome." Morris produced his best aw-shucks smile. "How you doing, Mrs. Muller?" She gave him a hug, which Morris could have done without, but dutifully returned. Then she turned her head, setting her wattles in motion, and yelled, Bertie, it's Maury Bellamy!" From the living room came a triple grunt that might have been, "How you doing?" "Come in, Maury, come in. I'll put on coffee. And guess what?" She gave her unnaturally black eyebrows a horrifyingly flirtatious wiggle. "There's Sara Lee pound cake." "Sounds delicious, but I just got back from Boston. Drove straight through. I'm pretty beat. Just didn't want you to see lights next door and call the police." She gave a monkey shriek of laughter. "You're so thoughtful." "But you always were. How's your mom, Maury?" "Fine." He had no idea. Since his stint in reform school at 17 and his failure to make a go of City College at 21, relations between Morris and Anita Bellamy amounted to the occasional telephone call. These were frosty but civil. After one final argument the night of his arrest for breaking and entering and assorted other goodies, they had basically given up on each other. "You've really put on some muscle," Mrs. Muller said. "The girls must love that. You used to be such a scrawny thing." "Been building houses." "Building houses? You! Holy gosh! Bertie, Morris has been building houses!" This produced a few more grunts from the living room. But then the work dried up, so I came back here. Mom said I was welcome to use the place unless she managed to rent it, but I probably won't stay long. How right that turned out to be. "Come in the living room, Maury, and say hello to Bert." I better take a rain check. To forestall further importuning, he called, "Yo, Bert!" Another grunt, unintelligible over the laugh track accompanying, "Welcome back, Cotter." "Tomorrow, then," Mrs. Muller said, her eyebrows once more waggling. She looked like she was doing a Groucho imitation. "I'll save the pound cake. I might even whip some cream." "Great," Morris said. It wasn't likely Mrs. Muller would die of a heart attack before tomorrow, but it was possible. As another great poet said, "Hope springs eternal in the human breast." The keys to house and garage were where they'd always been, hanging under the eave to the right of the stoop. Morris garaged the Biscayne and set the trunk from the antiques barn on the concrete. He itched to get at that fourth Jimmy Gold novel right away, but the notebooks were all jumbled up, and besides, his eyes would cross before he read a single page of Rothstein's tiny handwriting. He really was bushed. Tomorrow, he promised himself, after I talk to Andy, get some idea of how he wants to handle this, I'll put them in order and start reading. He pushed the trunk under his father's old work table and covered it with a swatch of plastic he found in the corner. Then he went inside and toured the old homestead. It looked pretty much the same, which was lousy. There was nothing in the fridge except a jar of pickles and a box of baking soda, but there were a few hungry man dinners in the freezer. He stuck one in the oven, turned the dial to 350, then climbed the stairs to his old bedroom. I did it, he thought. I made it. I'm sitting on 18 years' worth of unpublished John Rothstein manuscripts. He was too tired to feel exultation or even much pleasure. He almost fell asleep in the shower and again over some really crappy meatloaf and instant potatoes. He shoveled it in, though, then trudged back up the stairs. He was asleep 40 seconds after his head hit the pillow and didn't wake up until 9:20 the following morning. Well rested, and with a bar of sunlight pouring across his childhood bed, Morris did feel exultation, and he couldn't wait to share it, which meant Andy Halliday. He found khakis and a nice Madras shirt in his closet, slicked back his hair, and peeked briefly into the garage to make sure all was well there. He gave Mrs. Muller, once more looking out through the curtains, what he hoped was a jaunty wave as he headed down the street to the bus stop. He arrived downtown just before 10, walked a block, and peered down Ellis Avenue to the Happy Cup, where the outside tables sat under pink umbrellas. Sure enough, Andy was on his coffee break. Better yet, his back was turned, so Morris could approach undetected. "Booga booga!" he cried, grabbing the shoulder of Andy's old corduroy sport coat. His old friend, really his only friend in this benighted joke of a city, jumped and wheeled around. His coffee overturned and spilled. Morris stepped back. He had meant to startle Andy, but not that much. "Hey, sorry." "What did you do?" Andy asked in a low, grinding whisper. His eyes were blazing behind his glasses. Horn rims Morris had always thought of as sort of an affectation. "What the fuck did you do?" This was not the welcome Morris had anticipated. He sat down. "What we talked about." He studied Andy's face and saw none of the amused intellectual superiority his friend usually affected. Andy looked scared. Of Morris? Maybe. For himself? Almost certainly. "I shouldn't be seen with you." Morris was carrying a brown paper bag he'd grabbed from the kitchen. From it he took one of Rothstein's notebooks and put it on the table, being careful to avoid the puddle of spilled coffee. A sample. One of a great many. At least 150. I haven't had a chance to do a count yet, but it's the total jackpot. "Put that away!" Andy was still whispering like a character in a bad spy movie. His eyes shifted from side to side, always returning to the notebook. "Rothstein's murder is on the front page of the New York Times and all over the TV, you idiot!" This news came as a shock. It was supposed to be at least 3 days before anyone found the writer's body, maybe as long as 6. Andy's reaction was even more of a shock. He looked like a cornered rat. Morris flashed what he hoped was a fair approximation of Andy's "I'm so smart I bore myself" smile. "Calm down. In this part of town there are kids carrying notebooks everywhere." He pointed across the street toward Government Square. "There goes one now." "Not moleskins, though. Jesus! The housekeeper knew the kind Rothstein used to write in, and the paper says the safe in his bedroom was open and empty. Put it away!" Morey pushed it toward Andy instead, still being careful to avoid the coffee stain. He was growing increasingly irritated with Andy. PO'd, as Jimmy Gold would have said, but he also felt a perverse sort of pleasure at watching the man cringe in his seat, as if the notebook were a vial filled with plague germs. "Go on, have a look. This one's mostly poetry. I was paging through it on the bus." "On the bus? Are you insane?" "And it's not very good," Morris went on as if he hadn't heard.
But it's his, all right. A holograph manuscript, extremely valuable. We talked about that several times. We talked about how... Put it away! Morris didn't like to admit that Andy's paranoia was catching, but it sort of was. He returned the notebook to the bag and looked at his old friend, his one friend, sulkily. It's not like I was suggesting we have a sidewalk sale or anything. Where are the rest? And before Morris could answer, never mind, I don't want to know. Don't you understand how hot those things are? How hot you are? I'm not hot, Morris said, but he was, at least in the physical sense. All at once his cheeks and the nape of his neck were burning. Andy was acting as if he'd shit his pants instead of pulling off the crime of the century. No one can connect me to Rothstein, and I know it'll be a while before we can sell them to a private collector. I'm not stupid. Sell them to a Maury, do you hear yourself? Morris crossed his arms and stared at his friend, the man who used to be his friend at least. You act as if we never talked about this, as if we never planned it. We didn't plan anything. It was a story we were telling ourselves. I thought you understood that. What Morris understood was Andy Halliday would tell the police exactly that if he, Morris, were caught. And Andy expected him to be caught. For the first time, Morris realized consciously that Andy was no intellectual giant eager to join him in an existential act of outlawry, but just another nebbish. A bookstore clerk, only a few years older than Morris himself. Don't give me your dumbass literary criticism, Rothstein had said to Morris in the last 2 minutes of his life. You're a common thief, my friend. His temples began to throb. I should have known better. All your big talk about private collectors, movie stars, and Saudi princes, and I don't know who all. Just a lot of big talk. You're nothing but a blowhard. That was a hit, a palpable hit. Morris saw it and was glad, just as he had been when he had managed to stick it to his mother once or twice in their final argument. Andy leaned forward, cheeks flushed, but before he could speak, a waitress appeared with a wad of napkins. Let me get that spill, she said, and wiped it up. She was young, a natural ash blonde, pretty in a pale way, maybe even beautiful. She smiled at Andy. He returned a pained grimace, at the same time drawing away from her as he had from the moleskin notebook. He's a homo, Morris thought wonderingly. He's a goddamn homo. How come I didn't know that? How come I never saw? He might as well be wearing a sign. Well, there were a lot of things about Andy he'd never seen, weren't there? Morris thought of something one of the guys on the housing job liked to say. All pistol and no bullets. With the waitress gone, taking her toxic atmosphere of girl with her, Andy leaned forward again. Those collectors are out there, he said. They pile up paintings, sculpture, first editions. There's an oil man in Texas who's got a collection of early wax cylinder recordings worth $1 million, and another one who's got a complete run of every Western, science fiction, and Shudder pulp magazine published between 1910 and 1955. Do you think all of that stuff was legitimately bought and sold? The fuck it was. Collectors are insane. The worst of them don't care if the things they covet were stolen or not, and they most assuredly do not want to share with the rest of the world. Morris had heard this screed before, and his face must have shown it, because Andy leaned even farther forward. Now their noses were almost touching. Morris could smell English leather, and wondered if that was the preferred aftershave of homos, like a secret sign or something. But do you think any of those guys would listen to me? Morris Bellamy, who was now seeing Andy Halliday with new eyes, said he guessed not. Andy pooched out his lower lip. They will someday, though. Yeah, once I get my own shop and build up a clientele. But that'll take years. We talked about waiting 5. 5? Andy barked a laugh and drew back to his side of the table again.
I might be able to open my shop in 5 years. I've got my eye on a little place in Lacemaker Lane. There's a fabric store there now, but it doesn't do much business. But it takes longer than that to find big-money clients and establish trust. Lots of buts, Morris thought, but there were no buts before. How long? Why don't you try me on those notebooks around the turn of the 21st century if you still have them? Even if I did have a call list of private collectors right now, today, not even the nuttiest of them would touch anything so hot. Morris stared at him, at first unable to speak. At last he said, "You never said anything like that when we were planning." Andy clapped his hands to the sides of his head and clutched it. "We planned nothing! And don't you try to lay this off on me. Don't you ever! I know you, Maury. You didn't steal them to sell them, at least not until you've read them. Then I suppose you might be willing to give some of them to the world if the price was right. Basically, though, you're just batshit crazy on the subject of John Rothstein." "Don't call me that." His temples were throbbing worse than ever. "I will if it's the truth, and it is. You're batshit crazy on the subject of Jimmy Gold, too. He's why you went to jail." "I went to jail because of my mother. She might as well have locked me up herself." "Whatever. It's water under the bridge. This is now. Unless you're lucky, the police are going to be paying you a visit very soon, and they'll probably arrive with a search warrant. If you have those notebooks, when they knock on your door, your goose will be cooked." "Why would they come to me? Nobody saw us. And my partners." He winked. "Let's just say that dead men tell no tales." "You... what? Killed them? Killed them too?" Andy's face was a picture of dawning horror. Morris knew he shouldn't have said that, but funny how that "but" kept coming around. Andy was just being such an asshole. "What's the name of the town that Rothstein lived in?" Andy's eyes were shifting around again as if he expected the cops to be closing in even now, guns drawn. "Talbot Corners, right?" "Yes, but it's mostly farms. What they call the Corners is nothing but a diner, a grocery store, and a gas station where 2 state roads cross." "How many times were you there?" "Maybe 5. It had actually been closer to a dozen between 1976 and 1978. Alone at first, then with either Freddie or Curtis or both." "Ever ask questions about the town's most famous resident while you were there?" "Sure, once or twice. So what? Probably everybody who ever stops at that diner asks about—" "No, that's where you are wrong. Most out-of-towners don't give a shit about John Rothstein. If they've got questions, it's about when deer season starts, or what kind of fish they could catch in the local lake. You don't think the locals will remember you when the police ask if there have been any strangers curious about the guy who wrote The Runner? Curious strangers who made repeat visits? Plus you have a record, Maury." Juvenile had sealed. "Something as big as this the seal might not hold. And what about your partners? Did either of them have records?" Morris said nothing. "You don't know who saw you, and you don't know who your partners might have bragged to about the big robbery they were going to pull off. The police could nail you today, you idiot. If they do, and you bring my name up, I'll deny we ever talked about this, but I'll give you some advice. Get rid of that." He was pointing to the brown paper bag. "That and all the rest of the notebooks. Hide them somewhere. Bury them. If you do that, maybe you can talk your way out of it if push comes to shove. Always supposing you didn't leave fingerprints or something." "We didn't," Morris thought. "I wasn't stupid. And I'm not a cowardly, big-talking homo either." "Maybe we can revisit this," Andy said, "but it will be much later on, and only if they don't grab you." He got up. "In the meantime, stay clear of me, or I'll call the police myself." He walked away fast, with his head down, not looking back. Morris sat there. The pretty waitress returned to ask if she could get him anything. Morris shook his head. When she left, he picked up the bag with a notebook inside it and walked away himself, in the opposite direction. He knew what the pathetic fallacy was, of course, nature echoing the feelings of human beings, and understood it to be the cheap, mood-creating trick of second-rate writers, but that day it seemed to be true. The morning's bright sunlight had both mirrored and amplified his feeling of exultation, but by noon the sun was only a dim circle behind a blear of clouds, and by 3 o'clock that afternoon, as his worries multiplied, the day grew dark and it began to drizzle. He drove the Biscayne out to the mall near the airport, constantly watching for police cars. When one came roaring up behind him on Airline Boulevard with its blues flashing, his stomach froze and his heart seemed to climb all the way into his mouth. When it sped by without slowing, he felt no relief. He found a news broadcast on BAM 100. The lead story was about a peace conference between Sadat and Begin at Camp David. Yeah, like that'll ever happen, Morris thought distractedly. But the second one concerned the murder of noted American writer John Rothstein. People were saying it was the work of a gang of thieves and that a number of leads were being followed. That was probably just PR bullshit. Or maybe not. Morris didn't think he could be tracked down as a result of interviews with the half-dead old codgers who hung out at the Yummy Diner in Talbot Corners, no matter what Andy thought. But there was something else that troubled him far more. He, Freddie, and Curtis had all worked for Donahue Construction, which was building homes in both Danvers and North Beverly. There were 2 different work crews, and for most of Morris's 16 months, spent carrying boards and nailing studs, he had been in Danvers while Curtis and Freddie toiled at the other site, 5 miles away. Yet for a while, they had worked on the same crew, and even after they were split up, they usually managed to eat lunch together. Plenty of people knew this. He parked the Biscayne with about 1,000 others at the J.C. Penney end of the mall, wiped down every surface he had touched, and left the keys in the ignition. He walked away fast, turning up his collar and yanking down his Indian's cap. At the mall's main entrance, he waited on a bench until a Northfield bus came and dropped his 50 cents into the box. The rain grew heavier and the ride back was slow, but he didn't mind. It gave him time to think. Andy was cowardly and full of himself, but he had been right about one thing. Morris had to hide the notebooks, and he had to do so immediately, no matter how much he wanted to read them, starting with that undiscovered Jimmy Gold novel. If the cops did come and he didn't have the notebooks, they could do nothing. Right? All they'd have would be suspicion. Right? There was no one peeking through the curtains next door, which saved him another conversation with Mrs. Muller, and perhaps having to explain that he had sold his car. The rain had become a downpour, and that was good. There would be no one rambling around in the undeveloped land between Sycamore and Birch, especially after dark. He pulled everything out of the second-hand trunk, resisting an almost overpowering urge to look into the notebooks. He couldn't do that, no matter how much he wanted to, because once he started, he wouldn't be able to stop. Later, he thought. Must postpone your gratifications, Maury. Good advice, but spoken in his mother's voice, and that started his head throbbing again. At least he wouldn't have to postpone his gratifications for long. If 3 weeks went by with no visits from the police, a month at most, he would be able to relax and begin his researches. He lined the trunk with plastic to make sure the contents would stay dry, and put the notebooks, including the one he'd taken to show Andy, back inside. He dumped the money envelopes on top. He closed the trunk, considered, and opened it again. He pawed the plastic aside and took a couple of $100 from one of the bank envelopes. Surely no cop would think that an excessive amount, even if he were searched. He could tell them it was his severance pay or something. The sound of the rain on the garage roof was not soothing. To Morris, it sounded like skeletal tapping fingers and made his headache worse. He froze every time a car went by, waiting for headlights and pulsing blue strobes to splash up the driveway. Fuck Andy Halliday for putting all these pointless worries in my head, he thought. Fuck him and the homo horse he rode in on. Only the worries might not be pointless. As afternoon wound down toward twilight, the idea that the cops could put Curtis and Freddie together with Morris Bellamy seemed more and more likely. That fucking rest area! Why hadn't he dragged the bodies into the woods at least? Not that it would have slowed the cops down much once someone pulled in, saw all the blood, and called 911. The cops would have dogs. Besides, he told the trunk, I was in a hurry, wasn't I? His father's hand dolly was still standing in the corner along with a rusty pick and 2 rusty shovels. Morris tipped the trunk endwise onto the dolly, secured the straps, and peered out of the garage window. Still too much light. Now that he was so close to getting rid of the notebooks and the money, temporarily, he soothed himself, this is just a temporary measure, he became more and more sure that the cops would be here soon. Suppose Mrs. Muller had reported him as acting suspicious. It didn't seem likely. She was thicker than an oak plank, but who really knew? He forced himself to stuff down another frozen dinner, thinking it might soothe his head. It made the headache worse instead. He looked in his mother's medicine cabinet for aspirin or Advil and found nothing. Fuck you, Mom, he thought. Really, sincerely. Fuck you. He saw her smile, thin as a hook, that smile. It was still light at 7 o'clock. Goddamn daylight saving time, what genius thought that up? But the windows next door were still dark. That was good, but Morris knew the Mullers might be back at any time. Besides, he was too nervous to wait any longer. He rooted around in the front hall closet until he found a poncho. He used the garage's rear door and yanked the dolly across the back lawn. The grass was wet, the ground underneath spongy, and it was hard going. The path he had used so many times as a kid, usually going to the Birch Street wreck, was sheltered by overhanging trees, and he was able to make better progress. By the time he got to the little stream that flowed diagonally across this block-sized square of waste ground, full dark had arrived. He had brought a flashlight and used it in brief winks to pick out a likely location on the embankment of the stream, a safe distance from the path. The dirt was soft, and it was easy digging until he got to the tangle of roots from an overhanging tree. He thought about trying a different spot, but the hole was almost big enough for the trunk already, and he was damned if he was going to start all over again, especially when this was just a temporary precaution. He laid the flashlight in the hole, propping it on a rock so the beam shone on the roots, and chopped through them with the pick. He slid the trunk into the hole and shoveled the dirt back around it and over it quickly. He finished by tamping it down with the flat of the shovel. He thought it would be okay. The bank wasn't particularly grassy, so the bald spot wouldn't stand out. The important thing was that it was out of the house, right? Right? He felt no relief as he dragged the dolly back along the path. Nothing was working out the way it was supposed to. Nothing. It was as if malignant fate had come between him and the notebooks, just as fate had come between Romeo and Juliet. That comparison seemed both ludicrous and perfectly apt. He was a lover. Goddamn Rothstein had jilted him with The Runner Slows Down, but that didn't change the fact. His love was true. When he got back to the house, he went immediately to the shower, as a boy named Pete Saubers would do many years later in this very same bathroom, after visiting that very same embankment and overhanging tree. Morris stayed in until his fingers were pruny and the hot water was gone, then dried off and dressed in fresh clothes from his bedroom closet. They looked childish and out of fashion to him, but they still fit, more or less. He put his dirt-smeared jeans and sweatshirt in the washer, an act that would also be replicated by Pete Saubers years later. Morris turned on the TV, sat in his father's old easy chair. His mother said she kept it as a reminder, should she ever be tempted into stupidity again, and saw the usual helping of ad-driven inanity. He thought that any of those ads, jumping laxative bottles, primping moms, singing hamburgers, could have been written by Jimmy Gold, and that made his headache worse than ever. He decided to go down to Zoni's and get some Anison, maybe even a beer or two. Beer wouldn't hurt. It was the hard stuff that caused trouble, and he'd learned his lesson on that score. He did get the Anison, but the idea of drinking beer in a house full of books he didn't want to read and TV he didn't want to watch made him feel worse than ever, especially when the stuff he did want to read was so maddeningly close. Morris rarely drank in bars, but all at once he felt that if he didn't get out and find some company and hear some fast music, he would go completely insane. Somewhere out in this rainy night, he was sure there was a young lady who wanted to dance. He paid for his aspirin and asked the young guy at the register, almost idly, if there was a bar with live music that he could get to on the bus. The young guy said there was. 2010. When Linda Saubers got home that Friday afternoon at 3:30, Pete was sitting at the kitchen table drinking a cup of cocoa. His hair was still damp from the shower. She hung her coat on one of the hooks by the back door and placed the inside of her wrist against his forehead again. "Cool as a cucumber," she pronounced. "Do you feel better?" "Yeah," he said. "When Tina came home, I made her peanut butter crackers." "You're a good brother. Where is she now?" "Ellen's. Where else?" Linda rolled her eyes, and Pete laughed. "Mother of mercy, is that the dryer, I hear?" "Yeah, there were a bunch of clothes in the basket, so I washed them. Don't worry, I followed the directions on the door, and they came out okay." She bent down and kissed his temple. "Aren't you the little doobie?" "I try," Pete said. He closed his right hand to hide the blister on his palm. The first envelope came on a snow-showery Thursday not quite a week later. The address, Mr. Thomas Saubers, 23 Sycamore Street, was typed. Stuck on the upper right-hand corner was a 44-cent stamp featuring the year of the tiger. There was no return address on the upper left. Tom, the only member of Clan Saubers home at midday, tore it open in the hall, expecting either some sort of come-on or another past-due notice. God knew there had been plenty of those lately. But it wasn't a come-on, and it wasn't a past-due. It was money. The rest of the mail, catalogs for expensive stuff they couldn't afford and advertising circulars addressed to occupant, fell from his hand and fluttered around his feet unnoticed. In a low voice, almost a growl, Tom Saubers said, "What the fuck is this?" When Linda came home, the money was sitting in the middle of the kitchen table. Tom was seated before the neat little pile with his chin resting on his folded hands. He looked like a general considering a battle plan. "What's that?" Linda asked. $500. He continued to look at the bills, 850s and 520s. It came in the mail. "From who?" "I don't know." She dropped her briefcase, came to the table, and picked up the stack of currency. She counted it, then looked at him with wide eyes. "My God, Tommy, what did the letter say?" "There was no letter, just the money." "But who would—" "I don't know, Lynn, but I know one thing." "What?" "We can sure use it." "Holy shit," Pete said when they told him. He had stayed late at school for intramural volleyball and didn't come in until almost dinner time. "Don't be vulgar," Linda said, sounding distracted. The money was still on the kitchen table. "How much?" And when his father told him, "Who sent it?" "That's a good question," Tom said. "Now for double jeopardy, where the scores can really change." It was the first joke Pete had heard him make in a very long time. Tina came in. "Daddy's got a fairy godmother, that's what I think." "Hey, Dad, Mom, look at my fingernails. Ellen got sparkle polish, and she shared." "Excellent look for you, my little pumpkin," Tom said. First a joke, then a compliment. Those things were all it took to convince Pete that he had done the right thing. totally the right thing. They couldn't exactly send it back, could they? Not without a return address, they couldn't. And by the way, when was the last time Dad had called teens his little pumpkin? Linda gave her son a piercing look. You don't know anything about this, do you? But can I have some? Dream on, she said, and turned to her husband, hands on hips. Tom, someone's obviously made a mistake. Tom considered this, and when he spoke, there was no arcing and barking. His voice was calm. That doesn't seem likely. He pushed the envelope toward her, tapping his name and address. Yes, but me no buts, Lynn. We owe the oil company, and before we pay them, we have to pay down your MasterCard, or you're going to lose it. Yes, but lose the credit card, lose your credit rating. Still not arcing and barking, calm and reasonable, persuasive. To Pete, it was as if his father had been suffering from a high fever that had just broken. He even smiled and touched her hand. It so happens that for now your credit rating is the only one we've got, so we have to protect it. Besides, Tina could be right. Maybe I've got a fairy godmother. No, Pete thought. A fairy godson is what you've got. Tina said, Oh, wait, I know where it really came from. They turned to her. Pete felt suddenly warm all over. She couldn't know, could she? How could she? Only he'd said that stupid thing about buried treasure and... Where, hun? Linda asked. The emergency fund thingy. It must have got some more money and now they're spreading it out. Pete let out a soundless breath of air, only realizing as it passed his lips that he had been holding it. Tom ruffled her hair. They wouldn't send cash, Bunkin. They'd send a check. Also a bunch of forms to sign. Pete went to the stove. I'm making more cocoa. Does anyone want some? Turned out they all did. The envelopes kept coming. The price of postage went up, but the amount never changed. An extra $6,000 per annum, give or take. Not a huge sum, but tax-free and just enough to keep the Saubers family from drowning in debt. The children were forbidden to tell anyone. Tina will never be able to keep it to herself, Linda told Tom one night. You know that, don't you? She'll tell her idiot friend, and Ellen Briggs will broadcast it to everyone she knows. But Tina kept the secret, partly because her brother, whom she idolized, told her she would never be allowed in his room again if she spilled the beans, and mostly because she remembered the Arky-Barkies. Pete stowed the cash envelopes in the cobweb-festooned hollow behind a loose baseboard in his closet. Once every 4 weeks or so, he took out $500 and put it in his backpack along with an addressed envelope, one of several dozen he had prepared at school on a computer in the school's business headroom. He did the envelopes after intramurals one late afternoon when the room was empty. He used a variety of city mailboxes to send them on their way to Mr. Thomas Saubers of 23 Sycamore Street, going about this family-sustaining charity with the craft of a master criminal. He was always afraid that his mom would discover what he was up to, object, probably strenuously, and things would go back to the way they had been. Things weren't perfect now. There was still the occasional Arky-Barky, but he supposed things weren't perfect in any family outside those old TV sitcoms on Nick at Night. They could watch Nick at Night, and Cartoon Network, and MTV, and everything else, because, ladies and gentlemen, the cable was back. In May, another good thing happened. Dad got a part-time job with a new real estate company as something called a pre-sell investigator. Pete didn't know what that was and didn't give shit one. Dad could do it on his phone and the home computer. It brought in a little money, and those were the things that mattered. Two other things mattered in the months after the money started coming in. Dad's legs were getting better, that was one thing. In June of 2010, when the perpetrator of the so-called City Center massacre was finally caught, Tom began walking without his crutches some of the time, and he also began stepping down on the pink pills. The other thing was more difficult to explain, but Pete knew it was there. So did Tina. Dad and Mom felt, well, blessed. And now when they argued, they looked guilty as well as mad, as if they were shitting on the mysterious good fortune that had befallen them. Often they would stop and talk about other things before the shit got deep. Often it was the money they talked about and who could be sending it. These discussions came to nothing, and that was good. I will not be caught, Pete told himself. I must not, and I will not. One day in August of that year, Dad and Mom took Tina and Ellen to a petting zoo called Happydale Farm. This was the opportunity Pete had been patiently waiting for, and as soon as they were gone, he went back to the stream with 2 suitcases. After making sure the coast was clear, he dug the trunk out of the embankment again and loaded the notebooks into the suitcases. He reburied the trunk and then went back to the house with his booty. In the upstairs hall, he pulled down the ladder and carried the suitcases up to the attic. This was a small, low space, chilly in winter and stifling in summer. The family rarely used it. Their extra stuff was still stored in the garage. The few relics up here were probably left over from one of the previous families that had owned 23 Sycamore. There was a dirty baby carriage listing on one wheel, a standing lamp with tropical birds on the shade, old issues of Red Book and Good Housekeeping tied up with twine, a pile of moldy blankets that smelled like yuck. Pete piled the notebooks in the farthest corner and covered them with the blankets. But first he grabbed one at random, sat under one of the attic's 2 hanging light bulbs and opened it. The writing was cursive and quite small, but carefully made and easy to read. There were no crossouts, which Pete thought remarkable. Although he was looking at the first page of the notebook, the small circled number at the top was 482, making him think that this was continued not just from one of the other notebooks, but from half a dozen at least. Chapter 27. The back room of the drover was the same as it had been 5 years before. The same smell of ancient beer mingled with the stink of the stockyards and the tang of diesel from the trucking depots that fronted this half of Nebraska's great emptiness. Stu Logan looked the same, too. Here was the same white apron, the same suspiciously black hair, even the same parrots and macaws' neckties strangling his rosy neck. "Why, it's Jimmy Gold, as I live and breathe," he said and smiled in his old dislikable way that said, "We don't care for each other, but let's pretend. Have you come to pay me what you owe, then?" "I have," Jimmy said, and touched his back pocket where the pistol rested. It felt small and final, a thing capable, if used correctly and with courage, of paying all debts. "Then step in," Logan said. "Have a drink. You look dusty." "I am," Jimmy said, "and along with a drink I could use—" A horn honked on the street. Pete jumped and looked around guiltily as if he'd been whacking off instead of reading. What if they'd come home early because that doofus Ellen had gotten car sick or something? What if they found him up here with the notebooks? Everything could fall apart. He shoved the one he had been reading under the old blankets. Phew, they stank. And crawled back to the trap door, sparing a glance for the suitcases. No time for them. Going down the ladder, the change in temperature from boiling hot to August normal made him shiver. Pete folded the ladder and shoved it up, wincing at the squeak and bang the trapdoor made when it snapped shut on its rusty spring. He went into his bedroom and peered out at the driveway. Nobody there. False alarm. Thank God. He returned to the attic and retrieved the suitcases. He put them back in the downstairs closet, took a shower, once more remembering to clean up the tub afterwards, then dressed in clean clothes and lay down on his bed. He thought, it's a novel. With that many pages, it's pretty much gotta be. And there might be more than one because no single novel's long enough to fill all those books. Not even the Bible would fill all those books. Also, it was interesting. He wouldn't mind hunting through the notebooks and finding the one where it started, seeing if it really was good. Because you couldn't tell if a novel was good from just a single page, could you? Pete closed his eyes and began to drift napward. Ordinarily, he wasn't much of a day sleeper, but it had been a busy morning. The house was empty and quiet, and he decided to let himself go. Why not? Everything was right, at least right now, and that was his doing. He deserved a nap. That name, though. Jimmy Gold. Pete could swear he'd heard it before. In class, maybe? Mrs. Swidrowski giving them background on one of the authors they were reading? Maybe. She liked to do that. Maybe I'll Google it later on, Pete thought. I could do that. I could. He slept. 1978. Morris sat on a steel bunk with his throbbing head lowered and his hands dangling between his orange-clad thighs, breathing in a poison atmosphere of piss, puke, and disinfectant. His stomach was a lead ball that seemed to have expanded until it filled him from crotch to Adam's apple. His eyes pulsed in their sockets. His mouth tasted like a dumpster. His gut ached and his face hurt. His sinuses were stuffed. Somewhere a hoarse and despairing voice was chanting, "I need a lover that won't drive me crazy. I need a lover that won't drive me crazy. I need a lover that won't drive me crazy." "Shut up," someone shouted. "You're driving me crazy, asshole." A pause, then. "I need a lover that won't drive me crazy." The lead in Morris's belly liquefied and gurgled. He slid off the bunk, landed on his knees, provoking a fresh bolt of agony in his head, and hung his gaping mouth over the functional steel toilet. For a moment there was nothing. Then everything clenched, and he ejected what looked like 2 gallons of yellow toothpaste. For a moment the pain in his head was so huge that he thought it would simply explode, and in that moment Morris hoped it would. Anything to end the pain. Instead of dying, he threw up again. A pint instead of a gallon this time, but it burned. The next one was a dry heave. Wait, not completely dry. Thick strings of mucus hung from his lips like cobwebs swinging back and forth. He had to brush them away. "Somebody's feeling it," a voice shouted. Shouts and cackles of laughter greeted this sally. To Morris, it sounded as if he were locked up in a zoo, and he supposed he was, only this was the kind where the cages held humans. The orange jumpsuit he was wearing proved it. How had he gotten here? He couldn't remember, any more than he could remember how he'd gotten into the house he'd trashed in Sugar Heights. What he could remember was his own house on Sycamore Street, and the trunk, of course. Burying the trunk. There had been money in his pocket, $200 of John Rothstein's money, and he had gone down to Zoni's to get a couple of beers because his head ached and he was feeling lonely. He had talked to the clerk, he was pretty sure of that, but he couldn't remember what they had discussed. Baseball? Probably not. He had a groundhog's cap, but that was as far as his interests went. After that, almost nothing. All he could be sure of was that something had gone horribly wrong. When you woke up wearing an orange jumpsuit, that was an easy deduction to make. He crawled back to the bunk, pulled himself up, drew his knees to his chest, and clasped his hands around them. It was cold in the cell. He began to shiver. I might have asked that clerk what his favorite bar was, one I could get to on the bus, and I went there, didn't I? Went there and got drunk. In spite of all I know about what it does to me. Not just a little loaded either. Standing up, falling down, shit-faced drunk. Oh yes, undoubtedly, in spite of all he knew. Which was bad, but he couldn't remember the crazy things afterwards, and that was worse. After the 3rd drink, sometimes only 2nd, he fell down a dark hole and didn't climb back out until he woke up hungover but sober. Blackout drinking was what they called it, And in those blackouts, he almost always got up to, well, call it hijinks. Hijinks was how he'd ended up in Riverview Youth Detention, and doubtless how he'd ended up here, wherever here was. Hijinks. Fucking hijinks. Morris hoped it had been a good old-fashioned bar fight and not more breaking and entering, not a repeat of his Sugar Heights adventure, in other words, because he was well past his teenage years now, and it wouldn't be the reformatory this time, no sir. Still, he would do the time if he had done the crime. Just as long as the crime had nothing to do with the murder of a certain genius American writer, please God. If it did, he would not be breathing free air again for a long time. Maybe never. Because it wasn't just Rothstein, was it? And now a memory did arise. Curtis Rogers asking if New Hampshire had the death penalty. Morris lay on the bunk, shivering, thinking, that can't be why I'm here. It can't. Can it? He had to admit that it was possible, and not just because the police might have put him together with the dead men in the rest area. He could see himself in a bar or a strip joint somewhere. Morris Bellamy, the college dropout and self-proclaimed American lit scholar, tossing back bourbon and having an out-of-body experience. Someone starts talking about the murder of John Rothstein, the great writer, the reclusive American genius, and Morris Bellamy, drunk off his tits and full of that huge anger he usually kept locked in a cage, that black beast with the yellow eyes, turning to the speaker and saying, he didn't look much like a genius when I blew his head off. I would never, he whispered. His head was aching worse than ever, and there was something wrong on the left side of his face, too. It burned. I would never. Only how did he know that? When he drank, any day was anything can happen day. The black beast came out. As a teenager, the beast had rampaged through that house in Sugar Heights, tearing the motherfucker pretty much to shreds, and when the cops responded to the silence alarm, he had fought them until one belted him unconscious with his nightstick, and when they searched him, they found a shitload of jewelry in his pockets, much of it of the costume variety, but some, carelessly left out of Madam's safe, extraordinarily valuable, and howdy-do, off we go to Riverview, where we will get our tender young butsky reamed and make exciting new friends. He thought, the person who put on a shit show like that is perfectly capable of boasting while drunk about murdering Jimmy Gold's creator, and you know it. Although it could have been the cops, too. If they had ID'd him and put out an APB, that was just as likely. I need a lover who won't drive me crazy. Shut up! This time it was Morris himself, and he tried to yell it, but what came out was nothing but a puke-clotted croak. Oh, his head hurt. And his face, yow! He ran a hand up his left cheek and stared stupidly at the flakes of dried blood in his palm. He explored again and felt scratches there, at least 3 of them. Fingernail scratches, and deep. What does that tell us, class? Well, ordinarily, although there are exceptions to every rule, men punch and women scratch. The ladies do it with their nails because more often than not they have nice long ones to scratch with. Did I try to slap the make on some twist and she refused me with her nails? Morris tried to remember and couldn't. He remembered the rain, the poncho, and the flashlight shining on the roots. He remembered the pick. He sort of remembered wanting to hear fast, loud music and talking to the clerk at Zoni's Go-Mart. After that, just darkness. He thought, maybe it was the car, that damn Biscayne. Maybe somebody saw it coming out of the rest area on Route 92 with the front end all bloody on the right, and maybe I left something in the glove compartment, something with my name on it. But that didn't seem likely. Freddie had purchased the Chevy from a half-drunk bar bitch in a Lynn tap room paying with money the three of them had pooled. She had signed over the pink to Harold Feynman, which happened to be the name of Jimmy Gold's best friend in the runner. She had never seen Morris Bellamy, who knew enough to stay out of sight while that particular deal went down. Besides, Morris had done everything but soap "Please Steal Me" on the windshield when he left it at the mall. No, the Biscayne was now sitting in a vacant lot somewhere, either in Lowtown or down by the lake, stripped to the axles. So how did I wind up here? Back to that, like a rat running on a wheel. If some woman marked my face with her nails, did I haul off on her? Maybe break her jaw? That rang a faint bell behind the blackout curtains. If it were so, then he was probably going to be charged with assault, and he might go up to Waynesville for it. A ride in the big green bus with the wire mesh on the windows. Waynesville would be bad, but he could do a few years for assault if he had to. Assault was not murder. Please, don't let it be Rothstein, he thought. I've got a lot of reading to do. It's stashed away, all safe and waiting. The beauty part is, I've got money to support myself with while I do it. More than $20,000 in unmarked 20s and 50s. That will last quite a while, if I live small. So please don't let it be murder. I need a lover who won't drive me crazy.
One more time, motherfucker, someone shouted. One more time and I'll pull your asshole right out through your mouth. Morris closed his eyes. Although he was feeling better by noon, he refused the slop that passed for lunch. Noodles floating in what appeared to be blood sauce. Then around 2 o'clock, a quartet of guards came down the aisle between the cells. One had a clipboard and was shouting names. Bellamy, Holloway, MacGyver, Riley, Roosevelt, Titgarden, step forward. That's Teagarden, sir, said the large black man in the box next to Morris's. I don't give a shit if it's John Q. Motherfucker. If you want to talk to your court-appointed, step forward. If you don't, sit there and stack more time. The half-dozen named prisoners stepped forward. They were the last ones left, at least in this corridor. The others brought in the previous night, mercifully including the fellow who had been butchering John Mellencamp, had either been released or taken to court for the morning arraignment. They were the small fry. Afternoon arraignments, Morris knew, were for more serious shit. He had been arraigned in the afternoon after his little adventure in Sugar Heights. Judge Bukowski, that cunt. Morris prayed to a God he did not believe in as the door of his holding cell snapped back. Assault, God, okay? Simple, not ag, just not murder. God, let them know nothing about what went down in New Hampshire or at a certain rest area in upstate New York, okay? That okay with you? Step out, boys, the guard with the clipboard said. Step out and face right. Arms linked from the upstanding American in front of you. No wedgies and no reach-arounds. Don't fuck with us and we will return the favor. They went down in an elevator big enough to hold a small herd of cattle, then along another corridor, and then, God knew why, they were wearing sandals and the jumpsuits had no pockets, through a metal detector. Beyond that was a visitor's room with 8 walled booths like library carols. The guard with the clipboard directed Morris to number 3. Morris sat down and faced his court-appointed through plexiglass that had been smeared often and wiped seldom. The guy on the freedom side was a nerd with a bad haircut and a dandruff problem. He had a cold sore below one nostril and a scuffed briefcase sitting on his lap. He looked like he might be all of 19. This is what I get, Morris thought. Oh, Jesus, this is what I get. The lawyer pointed to the phone on the wall of Morris's booth and opened his briefcase. From it, he removed a single sheet of paper and the inevitable yellow legal pad. Once these were on the counter in front of him, he put his briefcase on the floor and picked up his own phone. He spoke not in the tentative tenor of your usual adolescent, but in a confident, husky baritone that seemed far too big for the chicken chest lurking behind the purple rag of his tie. "You're in deep shit, mister." He looked at the sheet lying on top of his legal pad. "Bellamy,
You must prepare for a very long stay in the state penitentiary, I think. Unless you have something to trade, that is.
Morris thought. He's talking about trading the notebooks. Coldness went marching up his arms like the feet of evil fairies. If they had him for Rothstein, they had him for Curtis and Freddie. That meant life with no possibility of parole. He would never be able to retrieve the trunk, never find out Jimmy Gold's ultimate fate.
Speak, the lawyer said, as if talking to a dog.
Then tell me who I'm speaking to.
Elmer Cafferty, temporarily at your service. You're going to be arraigned in...
He looked at his watch, a Timex even cheaper than his suit.
30 minutes. Judge Bukowski is very prompt.
A bolt of pain that had nothing to do with his hangover went through Morris's head. No, not her. It can't be. That bitch came over on the Ark.
Cafferty smiled. I deduce you've had doings with the great Bukowski before.
Check your file, Morris said dully, although it probably wasn't there. The Sugar Heights thing would be under seal, as he had told Andy. Fucking Andy Halliday. This is more his fault than mine. Homo.
Cafferty frowned. What did you say?
Nothing. Go on.
My file consists of last night's arrest report. The good news is that your fate will be in some other judge's hands when you come to trial. The better news, for me at least, is that by that point someone else will be representing you. My wife and I are moving to Denver, and you, Mr. Bellamy, will be just a memory.
Denver or hell, it made no difference to Morris.
Tell me what I'm charged with. You don't remember?
I was in a blackout.
Is that so?
It actually is, Morris said. Maybe he could trade the notebooks, although it hurt him to even consider it. But even if he made the offer, or if Cafferty made it, would a prosecutor grasp the importance of what was in them? It didn't seem likely. Lawyers weren't scholars.
A prosecutor's idea of great literature would probably be Earl Stanley Gardner.
Even if the notebooks, all those beautiful moleskins, did matter to the state's legal rep, what would he, Morris, gain by turning them over? 1 life sentence instead of 3? Whoopee-ding! I can't, no matter what. I won't. Andy Halliday might have been an English leather-wearing homo, but he had been right about Morris's motivation. Curtis and Freddie had been in it for cash. When Morris assured them the old guy might have squirreled away as much as $100,000, they had believed him. Rothstein's writings? To those two bumblefucks, the value of Rothstein's output since 1960 was just a misty maybe, like a lost gold mine. It was Morris who cared about the writing. If things had gone differently, he would have offered to trade Curtis and Freddie his share of the money for the written words, and he was sure they would have taken him up on it. If he gave that up now, especially when the notebooks contained the continuation of the Jimmy Gold saga, it would all have been for nothing. Cafferty rapped his phone on the plexi, then put it back to his ear.
Cafferty to Bellamy. Cafferty to Bellamy. Come in, Bellamy.
Sorry, I was thinking.
A little late for that, wouldn't you say? Try to stick with me, if you please. You'll be arraigned on 3 counts. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to plead not guilty to each in turn. Later, when you go to trial, you can change to guilty, should it prove to your advantage to do so. Don't even think about bail, because Bukowski doesn't laugh. She cackles like witch hazel.
Morris thought, this is a case of worst fears realized. Rothstein, Dow, and Rogers. 3 counts of murder 1.
Mr. Bellamy, our time is fleeting, and I'm losing patience.
The phone sagged away from his ear, and Morris brought it back with an effort. Nothing mattered now, and still the lawyer with the guileless Richie Cunningham face and the weird middle-aged baritone voice kept pouring words into his ear, and at some point they began to make sense.
They'll work up the ladder, Mr. Bellamy, from first to worst. Count 1, resisting arrest. For arraignment purposes, you plead not guilty. Count 2, aggravated assault. Not just the woman. You also got 1 good one in on the first responding cop before he cuffed you. You plead not guilty. Count 3, aggravated rape. They may add attempted murder later, but right now it's just rape. If rape can be called just anything, I suppose. You plead.
Wait a minute, Morris said. He touched the scratches on his cheek, and what he felt was hope. I raped somebody?
Indeed you did, Cafferty said, sounding pleased. Probably because his client finally seemed to be following him. After Miss Cora Ann Hooper, he took a sheet of paper from his briefcase and consulted it. This was shortly after she left the diner where she works as a waitress. She was heading for a bus stop on Lower Marlboro. Says you tackled her and pulled her into an alley next to Shooter's Tavern, where you had spent several hours imbibing Jack Daniels before kicking the jukebox and being asked to leave. Miss Hooper had a battery-powered police alert in her purse and managed to trigger it. She also scratched your face. You broke her nose, held her down, choked her, and proceeded to insert your Johns Hopkins into her Sarah Lawrence. When Officer Philip Ellington hauled you off, you were still matriculating.
Rape? Why would I?
Stupid question. Why had he spent 3 long hours tearing up that home in Sugar Heights just taking a short break to piss on the Aubuchon carpet? I have no idea, Cafferty said. Rape is foreign to my way of life.
And mine, Morris thought, ordinarily, but I was drinking Jack and got up to high jinks.
How long will they give me? The prosecution will ask for life. If you plead guilty at trial and throw yourself on the mercy of the court, you might only get 25 years.
Morris pleaded guilty at trial.
He said he regretted what he'd done.
He blamed the booze. He threw himself on the mercy of the court and got life. 2013 to 2014. By the time he was a high school sophomore, Pete Saubers had already figured out the next step, a good college in New England, where literature instead of cleanliness was next to godliness. He began investigating online and collecting brochures. Emerson or BC seemed the most likely candidates, but Brown might not be out of reach. His mother and father told him not to get his hopes up, but Pete didn't buy that. He felt that if you didn't have hopes and ambitions when you were a teenager, you'd be pretty much fucked later on. About majoring in English, there was no question. Some of this surety had to do with John Rothstein and the Jimmy Gould novels. So far as Pete knew, he was the only person in the world who had read the final 2, and they had changed his life. Howard Ricker, his sophomore English teacher, had also been life-changing, even though many kids made fun of him, calling him Ricky the Hippie because of the flower power shirts and bell-bottoms he favored. Pete's girlfriend, Gloria Moore, called him Pastor Ricky because he had a habit of waving his hands above his head when he got excited. Hardly anyone cut Mr. Ricker's classes, though. He was entertaining, he was enthusiastic, and unlike many of the teachers, he seemed to genuinely like the kids, whom he called my young ladies and gentlemen. They rolled their eyes at his retro clothes and his screechy laugh, but the clothes had a certain funky cachet, and the screechy laugh was so amiably weird it made you want to laugh along. On the first day of sophomore English, he blew in like a cool breeze, welcomed them, and then printed something on the board that Pete Saubers never forgot. This is stupid. What do you make of this, ladies and gentlemen? He asked. What on earth can it mean? The class was silent. I'll tell you then. It happens to be the most common criticism made by young ladies and gentlemen such as yourselves, doomed to a course where we begin with excerpts from Beowulf and end with Raymond Carver. Among teachers, such survey courses are sometimes called GTTG, Gallop Through the Glories. He screeched cheerfully, also waggling his hands at shoulder height in a yowza yowza gesture. Most of the kids laughed along, Pete among them. Class verdict on Jonathan Swift's A Modest Proposal: this is stupid. Young Goodman Brown by Nathaniel Hawthorne: this is stupid. Mending Wall by Robert Frost: this is moderately stupid. The required excerpt from Moby Dick:
This is extremely stupid." More laughter. None of them had read Moby Dick, but they all knew it was hard and boring. Stupid, in other words. "And sometimes," Mr. Ricker exclaimed, raising one finger and pointing dramatically at the words on the blackboard, "sometimes, my young ladies and gentlemen, the criticism is spot on. I stand here with my bare face hanging out and admit it. I am required to teach certain antiquities I would rather not teach. I see the loss of enthusiasm in your eyes, and my soul groans. Yes, groans, but I soldier on because I know that much of what I teach is not stupid. Even some of the antiquities to which you feel you cannot relate now or ever will have deep resonance that will eventually reveal itself. Shall I tell you how you judge the not stupid from the is stupid? Shall I impart this great secret, since we have 40 minutes left in this class and as yet no grist to grind in the mill of our combined intellects? I believe I will." He leaned forward and propped his hands on the desk, his tie swinging like a pendulum. Pete felt that Mr. Ricker was looking directly at him, as if he knew, or at least intuited, the tremendous secret Pete was keeping under a pile of blankets in the attic of his house, something far more important than money. "At some point in this course, perhaps even tonight, you will read something difficult, something you only partially understand, and your verdict will be, 'This is stupid.' Will I argue when you advance that opinion in class the next day? Why would I do such a useless thing? My time with you is short, only 34 weeks of classes, and I will not waste it arguing about the merits of this short story or that poem. Why would I, when all such opinions are subjective, and no final resolution can ever be reached?" Some of the kids, Gloria was one of them, now looked lost, but Pete understood exactly what Mr. Ricker, a.k.a. Ricky the Hippie, was talking about, because since starting the notebooks, he had read dozens of critical essays on John Rothstein. Many of them judged Rothstein to be one of the greatest American writers of the 20th century, right up there with Fitzgerald, Hemingway, Faulkner, and Roth. There were others, a minority but a vocal one, who asserted that his work was second-rate and hollow. Pete had read a piece in Salon where the writer had called Rothstein king of the wisecrack and the patron saint of fools. "Time is the answer," Mr. Ricker said on the first day of Pete's sophomore year. He strode back and forth, antique bell-bottoms swishing, occasionally waving his arms. "Yes! Time mercilessly culls away the is stupid from the not stupid. It is a natural Darwinian process. It is why the novels of Graham Greene are available in every good bookstore and the novels of Somerset Maugham are not. Those novels still exist, of course, but you must order them, and you would only do that if you knew about them. Most modern readers do not. Raise your hand if you have ever heard of Somerset Maugham, and I'll spell that for you." No hands went up. Mr. Ricker nodded. Rather grimly, it seemed to Pete. "Time has decreed that Mr. Greene is not stupid, while Mr. Maugham is, well, not exactly stupid, but forgettable. He wrote some very fine novels, in my opinion. The Moon and Sixpence is remarkable, my young ladies and gentlemen, remarkable. And he also wrote a great deal of excellent short fiction, but none is included in your textbook. Shall I weep over this? Shall I rage and shake my fists and proclaim injustice? No, I will not. Such culling is a natural process. It will occur for you, young ladies and gentlemen, although I will be in your rearview mirror by the time it happens. Shall I tell you how it happens? You will read something, perhaps Dulce et Decorum Est by Wilfred Owen. Shall we use that as an example? Why not? Then, in a deeper voice that sent chills up Pete's back and tightened his throat, Mr. Ricker cried, "Bent double,
like old beggars under sacks. Knock-kneed, coughing like hags, we cursed through sludge. And so on, etc., etc. Some of you will say, this is stupid. Will I break my promise not to argue the point, even though I consider Mr. Owen's poems the greatest to come out of World War I? No. It's just my opinion, you see, and opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one. They all roared at that, young ladies and gentlemen alike. Mr. Ricker drew himself up. I may give some of you detentions if you disrupt my class. I have no problem with imposing discipline, but never will I disrespect your opinion. And yet, up went the finger. Time will pass. Tempest will fugit. Owen's poem may fall away from your mind, in which case your verdict of is stupid will have turned out to be correct, for you, at least. But for some of you, it will recur, and recur, and recur. Each time it does, the steady march of your maturity will deepen its resonance. Each time that poem steals back into your mind, it will seem a little less stupid, and a little more vital, a little more important, until it shines, young ladies and gentlemen, until it shines. Thus endeth my opening day peroration, and I ask you to turn to page 16 in that most excellent tome, Language and Literature. One of the stories Mr. Ricker assigned that year was The Rocking Horse Winner by D.H. Lawrence, and sure enough, many of Mr. Ricker's young ladies and gentlemen, including Gloria Moore, of whom Pete was growing tired in spite of her really excellent breasts, considered it stupid. Pete did not, in large part because events in his life had already caused him to mature beyond his years. As 2013 gave way to 2014, the year of the famed polar vortex, when furnaces all over the upper Midwest went into maximum overdrive, burning money by the bale, that story recurred to him often, and its resonance continued to deepen and recur. The family in it seemed to have everything, but they didn't. There was never quite enough, and the hero of the story, a young boy named Paul, always heard the house whispering, "There must be more money. There must be more money." Pete Saubers guessed that there were kids who considered that stupid. They were the lucky ones who had never been forced to listen to nightly arky-barkies about which bills to pay or the price of cigarettes. The young protagonist in the Lawrence story discovered a supernatural way to make money. By riding his toy rocking horse to the make-believe land of luck, Paul could pick horse race winners in the real world. He made thousands of dollars, and still the house whispered, "There must be more money." After one final epic ride on the rocking horse and one final big money pick, Paul dropped dead of a brain hemorrhage or something. Pete didn't have so much as a headache after finding the buried trunk, but it was still his rocking horse, wasn't it? Yes, his very own rocking horse. But by 2013, the year he met Mr. Ricker, the rocking horse was slowing down. The trunk money had almost run out. It had gotten his parents through a rough and scary patch when their marriage might otherwise have crashed and burned. This Pete knew, and he never once regretted playing guardian angel. In the words of that old song, the trunk money had formed a bridge over troubled waters, and things were better, much, on the other side. The worst of the recession was over. Mom was teaching full-time again, her salary $3,000 a year better than before. Dad now ran his own small business. Not real estate exactly, but something called Real Estate Search. He had several agencies in the city as clients. Pete didn't completely understand how it worked, but he knew it was actually making some money, and might make more in the years ahead if the housing market continued to trend upward. He was agenting a few properties of his own, too. Best of all, he was drug-free and walking well. The crutches had been in the closet for over a year, and he only used his cane on rainy or snowy days when his bones and joints ached. All good. Great, in fact. And yet, as Mr. Ricker said at least once in every class, and yet... There was Tina to think about. That was one very large,
and yet. Many of her friends from the old neighborhood on the west side, including Barbara Robinson, whom Tina had idolized, were going to Chapel Ridge, a private school that had an excellent record when it came to sending kids on to good colleges. Mom had told Tina that she and Dad didn't see how they could afford to send her there directly from middle school. Maybe she could attend as a sophomore if their finances continued to improve.
"But I won't know anybody by then," Tina had said, starting to cry. "You'll know Barbara Robinson," Mom said, and Pete, listening from the next room, could tell from the sound of her voice that Mom was on the verge of tears herself. Hilda and Betsy, too. But teens had been a little younger than those girls, and Pete knew only Barb's had been a real friend to his sister back in the West Side days. Hilda Carver and Betsy DeWitt probably didn't even remember her. Neither would Barbara in another year or two. Their mother didn't seem to remember what a big deal high school was and how quickly you forgot your little kid friends once you got there. Tina's response summed up these thoughts with admirable succinctness. "Yeah, but they won't know me." "Tina, you have that money," Tina cried. "That mystery money that comes every month. Why can't I have some for Chapel Ridge?" "Because we're still catching up from the bad time, honey." To this, Tina could say nothing, because it was true. His own college plans were another and yet. Pete knew that to some of his friends, maybe most of them, college seemed as far away as the outer planets of the solar system. But if he wanted a good one, Brown, his mind whispered, English Lit at Brown. That meant making early applications when he was a first-semester senior. The applications themselves cost money, as did the summer class he needed to pick up if he wanted to score at least a 670 on the math part of the SATs. He had a part-time job at the Garner Street Library, but $35 a week didn't go far. Dad's business had grown enough to make a downtown office desirable. That was, and yet, number 3. Just a low-rent place on an upper floor and being close to the action would pay dividends, but it would mean laying out more money, and Pete knew, even though no one said it out loud, that Dad was counting on the mystery cash to carry him through the critical period. They had all come to depend on the mystery cash, and only Pete knew it would be gone before the end of 14. And yeah, okay, he had spent some on himself. Not a huge amount, that would have raised questions, but 100 here and 100 there, a blazer and a pair of loafers for the class trip to Washington, a few CDs, and books. He had become a fool for books since reading the notebooks and falling in love with John Rothstein. He began with Rothstein's Jewish contemporaries like Philip Roth, Saul Bellow, and Irwin Shaw. He thought The Young Lions was fucking awesome and couldn't understand why it wasn't a classic, and spread out from there. He always bought paperbacks, but even those were $12 or $15 a piece these days unless you could find them used. The Rocking Horse Winner had resonance, all right. Big-time resonance, because Pete could hear his own house whispering, "There must be more money." And all too soon, there would be less. But money wasn't all the trunk had contained, was it? That was another and yet. One Pete Saubers thought about more and more as time passed. For his end-of-year research paper in Mr. Ricker's Gallop Through the Glories, Pete did a 16-page analysis of the Jimmy Gold trilogy, quoting from various reviews and adding in stuff from the few interviews Rothstein had given before retreating to his farm in New Hampshire and going completely dark. He finished by talking about Rothstein's tour of the German death camps as a reporter for the New York Herald, this 4 years before publishing the first Jimmy Gold book. "I believe that was the most important event of Mr. Rothstein's life," Pete wrote, "surely the most important event of his life as a writer. Jimmy's search for meaning always goes back to what Mr. Rothstein saw in those camps, and it's why, when Jimmy tries to live the life of an ordinary American citizen, he always feels hollow. For me, this is best expressed when he throws an ashtray through the TV in The Runner Slows Down. He does it during a CBS News special about the Holocaust." When Mr. Ricker returned their papers, a big A+ was scrawled on Pete's cover,
which was a computer-scanned photo of Rothstein as a young man sitting in Sardi's with Ernest Hemingway. Below the A+, Mr. Ricker had written, "See me after class." When the other kids were gone, Mr. Ricker looked at Pete so fixedly that Pete was momentarily scared his favorite teacher was going to accuse him of plagiarism. Then Mr. Ricker smiled. "That is the best student paper I've read in my 28 years of teaching, because it was the most confident and the most deeply felt." Pete's face heated with pleasure. "Thanks. Really, thanks a lot." "I'd argue with your conclusion, though," Mr. Ricker said, leaning back in his chair and lacing his fingers together behind his neck. "The characterization of Jimmy as a noble American hero like Huck Finn is not supported by the concluding book of the trilogy. Yes, he throws an ashtray at the television screen, but it's not an act of heroism. The CBS logo is an eye, you know? And Jimmy's act is a ritual blinding of his inner eye, the one that sees the truth. That's not my insight. It's an almost direct quote from an essay called The Runner Turns Away by John Crow Ransom. Leslie Fiedler says much the same in Love and Death in the American Novel. But I'm not trying to debunk you, Pete. I'm just saying you need to follow the evidence of any book wherever it leads, and that means not omitting crucial developments that run counter to your thesis. What does Jimmy do after he throws the ashtray through the TV, and after his wife delivers her classic line, "You bastard, how will the kids watch Mickey Mouse now?" He goes out and buys another TV set, but not just any TV set, but the first color TV set on the block. And then he creates the big successful ad campaign for Does He Do Household Cleaner, but Mr. Ricker raised his eyebrows, waiting for the but. And how could Pete tell him that a year later Jimmy steals into the agency late one night with matches and a can of kerosene? That Rothstein foreshadows all the protests about Vietnam and civil rights by having Jimmy start a fire that pretty much destroys the building known as the Temple of Advertising? That he hitchhikes out of New York City without a look back, leaving his family behind and striking out for the territory just like Huck and Jim? He couldn't say any of that because it was the story told in The Runner Goes West, a novel that existed only in 17 closely written notebooks that had lain buried in an old trunk for over 30 years. "Go ahead and butt me your butts," Mr. Ricker said equably. "There's nothing I like better than a good book discussion with someone who can hold up his end of the argument. I imagine you've already missed your bus, but I'll be more than happy to give you a ride home." He tapped the cover sheet of Pete's paper. Johnny R. and Ernie H., those twin titans of American literature with oversized martini glasses raised in a toast. "Unsupported conclusion aside, which I put down to a touching desire to see light at the end of an extremely dark final novel, this is extraordinary work. Just extraordinary. So go for it. Butt me your butts." "But nothing, I guess," Pete said. "You could be right. Only Mr. Ricker wasn't. Any doubt about Jimmy Gould's capacity to sell out that remained at the end of The Runner Goes West was swept away in the last and longest novel of the series, The Runner Raises the Flag. It was the best book Pete had ever read, also the saddest." "In your paper, you didn't go into how Rothstein died?" "No. May I ask why not?" "Because it didn't fit the theme, I guess, and it would have made the paper too long. Also, well, it was such a bummer for him to die that way, getting killed in a stupid burglary." "He shouldn't have kept cash in the house," Mr. Ricker said mildly. "But he did, and a lot of people knew it. Don't judge him too harshly for that. Many writers have been stupid and improvident about money. Charles Dickens found himself supporting a family of slackers, including his own father. Samuel Clemens was all but bankrupted by bad real estate transactions. Arthur Conan Doyle lost thousands of dollars to fake mediums and spent thousands more on fake photos of fairies. At least Rothstein's major work was done. Unless you believe, as some people do." Pete looked at his watch. Mr. Ricker, I can still catch my bus if I hurry." Mr. Ricker did that funny yowza yowza thing with his hands. Go, by all means, go. I just wanted to thank you for such a wonderful piece of work, and to offer a friendly caution. When you approach this kind of thing next year and in college, don't let your good nature cloud your critical eye. The critical eye should always be cold and clear. I won't, Pete said, and hurried out. The last thing he wanted to discuss with Mr. Ricker was the possibility that the thieves who had taken John Rothstein's life had stolen a bunch of unpublished manuscripts as well as money and maybe destroyed them after deciding they had no value. Once or twice Pete had played with the idea of turning the notebooks over to the police, even though that would almost surely mean his parents would find out where the mystery money had been coming from. The notebooks were, after all, evidence of a crime as well as a literary treasure. But it was an old crime, ancient history. Better to leave well enough alone. Right? The bus had already gone, of course, and that meant a 2-mile walk home. Pete didn't mind. He was still glowing from Mr. Ricker's praise, and he had a lot to think about. Rothstein's unpublished works, mostly. The short stories were uneven, he thought, only a few of them really good, and the poems he'd tried to write were, in Pete's humble opinion, pretty lame. But those last 2 Jimmy Gold novels were, well, gold. Judging by the evidence scattered through them, Pete guessed the last one, where Jimmy raises a burning flag at a Washington peace rally, had been finished around 1973 because Nixon was still president when the story ended. That Rothstein had never published the final Gold books, plus yet another novel, this one about the Civil War, blew Pete's mind. They were so good. Pete took only one moleskin at a time down from the attic, reading them with his door closed and an ear cocked for unexpected company when there were other members of his family in the house. He always kept another book handy, and if he heard approaching footsteps, he would slide the notebook under his mattress and pick up the spare. The only time he'd been caught was by Tina, who had the unfortunate habit of walking around in her socked feet. "What's that?" she'd asked from the doorway. "None of your beeswax," he had replied, slipping the notebook under his pillow. "And if you say anything to Mom or Dad, you're in trouble with me." "Is it porno?" "No!" Although Mr. Rothstein could write some pretty racy scenes, especially for an old guy. For instance, the one where Jimmy and these 2 hippie chicks. "Then why don't you want me to see it?" "Because it's private." Her eyes lit up. "Is it yours? Are you writing a book?" "Maybe. So what if I am?" "I think that's cool. What's it about?" "Bugs having sex on the moon." She giggled. "I thought you said it wasn't porno. Can I read it when you're done?" "We'll see. Just keep your trap shut, okay?" She had agreed. And one thing you could say for teens, she rarely broke a promise. That had been 2 years ago, and Pete was sure she'd forgotten all about it. Billy Weber came rolling up on a gleaming 10-speed. "Hey, Sobbers!" Like almost everyone else, Mr. Ricker was an exception. Billy pronounced it Sobbers instead of Saubers. But what the hell? It was sort of a dipshit name, however you said it. "What you doing this summer?" "Working at the Garner Street Lib." "Still?" "I talked him into it 20 hours a week." "Fuck, man, you're too young to be a wage slave." "I don't mind," Pete said, which was the truth. The Lib meant free computer time among the other perks, with no one looking over your shoulder. "What about you?" "Going to our summer place up in Maine, China Lake. Many cute girls in bikinis, man, and the ones from Massachusetts know what to do." "Then maybe they can show you," Pete thought snidely, but when Billy held out his palm, Pete slapped him 5 and watched him go with mild envy. 10-speed bike under his ass, expensive Nike kicks on his feet, summer place in Maine. It seemed that some people had already caught up from the bad time, or maybe the bad time had missed them completely. Not so with the Saubers family. They were doing okay, but "There must be more money," the house had whispered in the Lawrence story. "There must be more money." And honey, that was resonance. Could the notebooks be turned into money? Was there a way? Pete didn't even like to think about giving them up, but at the same time, he recognized how wrong it was to keep them hidden away in the attic. Rothstein's work, especially the last two Jimmy Gold books, deserved to be shared with the world. They would remake Rothstein's reputation, Pete was sure of that. But his rep still wasn't that bad, and besides, it wasn't the important part. People would like them. That was the important part. Love them, if they were like Pete. Only handwritten manuscripts weren't like untraceable 20s and 50s. Pete would be caught, and he might go to jail. He wasn't sure exactly what crime he could be charged with, not receiving stolen property, surely, because he hadn't received it, only found it, but he was positive that trying to sell what wasn't yours had to be some kind of crime. Donating the notebooks to Rothstein's alma mater seemed like a possible answer, only he'd have to do it anonymously, or it would all come out and his parents would discover that their son had been supporting them with a murdered man's stolen money. Besides, for an anonymous donation, you got zilch. Although he hadn't written about Rothstein's murder in his term paper, Pete had read all about it, mostly in the computer room at the library. He knew that Rothstein had been shot execution style. He knew that the cops had found enough different tracks in the dooryard to believe 2, 3, or even 4 people had been involved, and that based on the size of those tracks, all were probably men. They also thought that 2 of the men had been killed at a New York rest area not long after. Margaret Brennan, the author's first wife, had been interviewed in Paris not long after the killing. "Everyone talked about him in that provincial little town where he lived," she said. "What else did they have to talk about? Cows? Some farmer's new manure spreader? To the provincials, John was a big deal. They had the erroneous idea that writers make as much as corporate bankers and believed he had hundreds of thousands of dollars stashed away on that rundown farm of his. Someone from out of town heard the loose talk, that's all. Close-mouthed Yankees, my Irish fanny. I blame the locals as much as the thugs who did it." When asked about the possibility that Rothstein had squirreled away manuscripts as well as cash, Peggy Brennan had given what the interview called a cigarette-raspy chuckle. "More rumors, darling. Johnny pulled back from the world for one reason and one reason only. He was burned out and too proud to admit it." Like you knew, Pete thought. He probably divorced you because he got tired of that cigarette-raspy chuckle. There was plenty of speculation in the newspaper and magazine articles Pete had read, but he himself liked what Mr. Rickard called the Occam's razor principle. According to that, the simplest and most obvious answer was usually the right one. 3 men had broken in, and one of them had killed his partners so he could keep all the swag for himself. Pete had no idea why the guy had come to the city afterwards, or why he'd buried the trunk, but one thing he was sure of: the surviving robber was never going to come back and get it. Pete's math skills weren't the strongest. It was why he needed that summer course to bone up, but you didn't have to be an Einstein to run simple numbers and assess certain possibilities. If the surviving robber had been 35 in 1978, which seemed like a fair estimate to Pete, he would have been 67 in 2010 when Pete found the trunk, and around 70 now. 70 was ancient. If he turned up looking for his loot, he'd probably do so on a walker. Pete smiled as he turned onto Sycamore Street. He thought there were 3 possibilities for why the surviving robber had never come back for his trunk, all equally likely. 1, he was in prison somewhere for some other crime. 2, he was dead. 3 was a combination of 1 and 2. He had died in prison. Whichever it was, Pete didn't think he had to worry about the guy. The notebooks, though, were a different story. About them he had plenty of worries. Sitting on them was like sitting on a bunch of beautiful stolen paintings you could never sell. Or a crate filled with dynamite. In September of 2013, almost exactly 35 years from the date of John Rothstein's murder, Pete tucked the last of the trunk money into an envelope addressed to his father. The final installment amounted to $340, and because he felt that hope which could never be realized was a cruel thing, he added a 1-line note. "This is the last of it. I am sorry there's not more. He took a city bus to Birch Hill Mall, where there was a mailbox between Discount Electronics and the yogurt place. He looked around, making sure he wasn't observed, and kissed the envelope. Then he slipped it through the slot and walked away. He did it Jimmy Gold style, without looking back. A week or two after New Year's, Pete was in the kitchen making himself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich when he overheard his parents talking to Tina in the living room. It was about Chapel Ridge. "I thought maybe we could afford it," his dad was saying. "If I gave you false hope, I'm just as sorry as can be, teens." "It's because the mystery money stopped coming," Tina said. "Right?" Mom said, "Partly, but not entirely. Dad tried for a bank loan, but they wouldn't give it to him. They went over his business records and did something." "A 2-year profit projection," Dad said. Some of the old post-accident bitterness crept into his voice. "Lots of compliments, because those are free. They said they might be able to make the loan in 2016 if the business grows by 5%. In the meantime, this goddamn polar vortex thing. We're way over your mom's budget on heating expenses. Everyone is, from Maine to Minnesota. I know that's no consolation, but there it is." "Honey, we're so sorry," Mom said. Pete expected Tina to explode into a full-fledged tantrum. There were lots more of those as she approached the Big 13, but it didn't happen. She said she understood, and that Chapel Ridge was probably a snooty school anyway. Then she came out to the kitchen and asked Pete if he would make her a sandwich because his looked good. He did, and they went into the living room, and all 4 of them watched TV together and had some laughs over the Big Bang Theory. Later that night, though, he heard Tina crying behind the closed door of her room. It made him feel awful. He went into his own room, pulled one of the moleskins out from under his mattress, and began rereading The Runner Goes West. He was taking Mrs. Davis's creative writing course that semester, and although he got A's on his stories, he knew by February that he was never going to be a fiction writer. Although he was good with words, the thing he didn't need Mrs. Davis to tell him, although she often did, he just didn't possess that kind of creative spark. His chief interest was in reading fiction, in trying to analyze what he had read, fitting it into a larger pattern. He had gotten a taste for this kind of detective work while writing his paper on Rothstein. At the Garner Street Library, he hunted out one of the books Mr. Ricker had mentioned, Fiedler's Love and Death in the American Novel, and liked it so much that he bought his own copy in order to highlight certain passages and write in the margins. He wanted to major in English more than ever, and teach like Mr. Ricker, except maybe at a university instead of in high school, and at some point write a book like Mr. Fiedler's, getting into the faces of more traditional critics and questioning the established way those traditional critics looked at things. And yet, there had to be more money. Mr. Feldman, the guidance counselor, told him that getting a full-boat scholarship to an Ivy League school was rather unlikely, and Pete knew even that was an exaggeration. He was just another white-bread high school kid from a so-so Midwestern school. A kid with a part-time library job and a few unglamorous extracurriculars like newspaper and yearbook. Even if he did manage to catch a boat, there was Tina to think about. She was basically trudging through her days, getting mostly B's and C's, and seemed more interested in makeup and shoes and pop music than school these days. She needed a change, a clean break. He was wise enough, even at not quite 17, to know that Chapel Ridge might not fix his little sister, but then again, it might. Especially since she wasn't broken. At least not yet. I need a plan, he thought, only that wasn't precisely what he needed. What he needed was a story, and although he was never going to be a great fiction writer like Mr. Rothstein or Mr. Lawrence, he was able to plot. That was what he had to do now. Only every plot stood on an idea, and on that score he kept coming up empty. He had begun to spend a lot of time at Water Street Books, where the coffee was cheap and even new paperbacks were 30% off. He went by one afternoon in March, on his way to his after-school job at the library, thinking he might pick up something by Joseph Conrad. In one of his few interviews, Rothstein had called Conrad the first great writer of the 20th century, even though his best work was written before 1900. Outside the bookstore, a long table had been set up beneath an awning. "Spring cleaning," the sign said. "Everything on this table 70% off." And below it, "Who knows what buried treasure you will find?" This line was flanked by big yellow smiley faces to show it was a joke, but Pete didn't think it was funny. He finally had an idea. A week later, he stayed after school to talk to Mr. Ricker. "Great to see you, Pete." Mr. Ricker was wearing a paisley shirt with billowy sleeves today, along with a psychedelic tie. Pete thought the combination said quite a lot about why the love and peace generation had collapsed. "Mrs. Davis says great things about you." "She's cool," Pete said. "I'm learning a lot." Actually, he wasn't, and he didn't think anyone else in her class was either. She was nice enough, and quite often had interesting things to say, but Pete was coming to the conclusion that creative writing couldn't really be taught, only learned. "What can I do for you?" "Remember when you were talking about how valuable a handwritten Shakespeare manuscript would be?" Mr. Ricker grinned. "I always talk about that during a midweek class when things get dozy. There's nothing like a little avarice to perk kids up." "Why? Have you found a folio, Malvolio?" Pete smiled politely. "No, but when we were visiting my Uncle Phil in Cleveland during February vacation, I went out to his garage and found a whole bunch of old books. Most of them were about Tom Swift. He was this kid inventor." "I remember Tom and his friend Ned Newton well," Mr. Ricker said. "Tom Swift and his motorcycle. Tom Swift and his wizard camera. When I was a kid myself, we used to joke about Tom Swift and his electric grandmother." Pete renewed his polite smile. "There were also a dozen or so about a girl detective named Trixie Belden and another one named Nancy Drew. I believe I see where you're going with this, and I hate to disappoint you, but I must. Tom Swift, Nancy Drew, the Hardy Boys, Trixie Belden, all interesting relics of a bygone age and a wonderful yardstick to judge how much what is called YA fiction has changed in the last 80 years or so. But those books have little or no monetary value, even when found in excellent condition." "I know," Pete said. "I checked it out later on Fine Books. That's a blog. But while I was looking those books over, Uncle Phil came out to the garage and said he had something else that might interest me even more, because I told him I was into John Rothstein. It was a signed hardback of The Runner. Not dedicated, just a flat signature. Uncle Phil said some guy named Al gave it to him because he owed my uncle $10 from a poker game. Uncle Phil said he'd had it for almost 50 years. I looked at the copyright page, and it's a first edition." Mr. Ricker had been rocked back in his chair, but now he sat down with a bang. "Whoa! You probably know that Rothstein didn't sign many autographs, right?" "Yeah," Pete said. "He called it defacing a perfectly good book." "Uh-huh. He was like Raymond Chandler that way. And you know signed volumes are worth more when it's just the signature? Sans dedication?" "Yes, it says so on Fine Books." "A signed first of Rothstein's most famous book probably would be worth money," Mr. Ricker considered. "On second thought, strike the probably. What kind of condition is it in?" "Good," Pete said promptly. "Some foxing on the inside cover and title page is all." "You have been reading up on this stuff?" "More since my uncle showed me the Rothstein." "I don't suppose you're in possession of this fabulous book, are you?" "I've got something a lot better," Pete thought, "if you only knew." Sometimes he felt the weight of that knowledge, and never more than today telling these lies. Necessary lies, he reminded himself. "I don't, but my uncle said he'd give it to me if I wanted it. I said I needed to think about it because he doesn't, you know." "He doesn't have any idea how much it might really be worth?" "Yeah, but then I started wondering, What? Pete dug into his back pocket, took out a folded sheet of paper, and handed it to Mr. Ricker.
I went looking on the internet for book dealers here in town that buy and sell first editions, and I found these 3. I know you're sort of a book collector yourself.
Not much. I can't afford serious collecting on my salary, but I've got a signed Theodore Retka that I intend to hand down to my children. The Waking. Very fine poems. Also a Vonnegut, but that's not worth so much. Unlike Rothstein, Father Kurt signed everything.
Anyway, I wondered if you knew any of these, and if you do, which one might be the best. If I decided to let him give me the book, and then, sell it.
Mr. Ricker unfolded the sheet, glanced at it, then looked at Pete again. That gaze, both keen and sympathetic, made Pete feel uneasy. This might have been a bad idea. He really wasn't much good at fiction, but he was in it now and would have to plow through somehow. As it happens, I know all of them. But geez, kiddo, I also know how much Rothstein means to you, and not just from your paper last year. Annie Davis says you bring him up often in creative writing, claims the Gold Trilogy is your Bible. Pete supposed this was true, but he hadn't realized how blabby he'd been until now. He resolved to stop talking about Rothstein so much. It might be dangerous. People might think back and remember if. It's good to have literary heroes, Pete, especially if you plan to major in English when you get to college. Rothstein is yours, at least for now, and that book could be the beginning of your own library. Are you sure you want to sell it? Pete could answer this question with fair honesty, even though it wasn't really a signed book he was talking about.
Pretty sure, yeah. Things have been a little tough at home.
I know what happened to your father at City Center, and I'm sorry as hell. At least they caught the psycho before he could do any more damage.
Dad's better now, and both he and my mom are working again. Only I'm probably going to need money for college, see?
I understand.
But that's not the biggest thing, at least not now. My sister wants to go to Chapel Ridge, and my parents told her she couldn't, at least not this coming year. They can't quite swing it. Close, but no cigar. And I think she needs a place like that. She's kind of, lagging.
Mr. Ricker, who had undoubtedly known lots of students who were lagging, nodded gravely.
But if Tina could get in with a bunch of strivers, especially this one girl, Barbara Robinson, she used to know from when we lived on the West Side, things might turn around.
It's good of you to think of her future, Pete. Noble, even.
Pete had never thought of himself as noble. The idea made him blink. Perhaps seeing his embarrassment, Mr. Ricker turned his attention to the list again.
Okay. Grissom books would have been your best bet when Teddy Grissom was still alive, but his son runs the shop now, and he's a bit of a tightwad. Honest, but close with a buck. He'd say it's the times, but it's also his nature.
Okay.
I assume you've checked on the net to find out how much a signed first edition runner in good condition is valued at?
Yeah, 2,000 or 3,000. Not enough for a year at Chapel Ridge, but a start. What my dad calls earnest money.
Mr. Ricker nodded. That sounds about right. Teddy Jr. would start you at 800. You might get him up to $1,000, but if you kept pushing, he'd get his back up and tell you to take a hike. This next one, Buy the Book, is Buddy Franklin's shop. He's also okay, by which I mean honest, but Buddy doesn't have much interest in 20th century fiction. His big deal is selling old maps and 17th century atlases to rich guys in Branson Park and Sugar Heights. But if you could talk Buddy into valuing the book, then go to Teddy Jr. at Grissom, you might get 1,200. I'm not saying you would. I'm just saying it's possible.
What about Andrew Halliday rare editions?
Mr. Ricker frowned. I'd steer clear of Halliday. He's got a little shop on Lacemaker Lane and that walking mall off Lower Main Street. Not much wider than an Amtrak car, but damn near a block long. Seems to do quite well, but there's an odor about him. I've heard it said he's not too picky about the provenance of certain items. Do you know what that is?
The line of ownership.
Right. Ending with a piece of paper that says you legally own what you're trying to sell. The only thing I know for sure is that about 15 years ago, Halliday sold a proof copy of James Agee's Let Us Now Praise Famous Men, and it turned out to have been stolen from the estate of Brooke Astor. She was a rich old biddy from New York with a larcenous business manager. Halliday showed a receipt, and his story of how he came by the book was credible, so the investigation was dropped. But receipts can be forged, you know. I'd steer clear of him. "Thanks, Mr. Ricker," Pete said, thinking that if he went ahead with this, Andrew Halliday Rare Editions would be his first stop. But he would have to be very, very careful. And if Mr. Halliday wouldn't do a cash deal, that would mean no deal. Plus, under no circumstances could he know Pete's name. A disguise might be in order, although it wouldn't do to go overboard on that. "You're welcome, Pete. But if I said I felt good about this, I'd be lying." Pete could relate. He didn't feel so good about it himself. He was still mulling his options a month later, and had almost come to the conclusion that trying to sell even one of the notebooks would be too much risk for too little reward. If it went to a private collector, like the ones he had sometimes read about, who bought valuable paintings to hang in secret rooms where only they could look at them, it would be okay, but he couldn't be sure that would happen. He was leaning more and more to the idea of donating them anonymously, maybe mailing them to the New York University Library. The curator of a place like that would understand the value of them, no doubt. But doing that would be a little more public than Pete liked to think about, not at all like dropping the letters with the money inside them into anonymous street corner mailboxes. What if someone remembered him at the post office? Then on a rainy night in late April of 2014, Tina came to his room again. Mrs. Beasley was long gone, and the footy pajamas had been replaced by an oversized Cleveland Browns football jersey, but to Pete she looked very much like the worried girl who had asked during the era of bad feelings if their mother and father were going to get divorced. Her hair was in pigtails, and with her face cleansed of the little makeup Mom let her wear, Pete had an idea she put on fresh layers when she got to school. She looked closer to 10 than going on 13. He thought, teens is almost a teen. It was hard to believe. "Can I come in for a minute?" "Sure." He was lying on his bed reading a novel by Philip Roth called When She Was Good. Tina sat on his desk chair, pulling her jersey nightshirt down over her shins and blowing a few errant hairs from her forehead where a faint scattering of acne had appeared. "Something on your mind?" Pete asked. Yeah." But she didn't go on. He wrinkled his nose at her. "Go on. Spill it. Some boy you've been crushing on told you to buzz off?" "You sent that money," she said. "Didn't you?" Pete stared at her, flabbergasted. He tried to speak and couldn't. He tried to persuade himself she hadn't said what she'd said, and couldn't do that either. She nodded as if he had admitted it. "Yeah, you did. It's all over your face." "It didn't come from me, teens. You just took me by surprise. Where would I get money like that?" "I don't know, but I remember the night you asked me what I'd do if I found a buried treasure." "I did?" Thinking, you were half asleep. You can't remember that. "Doubloons," you said. "Coins from olden days. I said I'd give it to Dad and Mom so they wouldn't fight anymore, and that's just what you did. Only it wasn't pirate treasure. It was regular money." Pete put his book aside. "Don't you go telling them that. They might actually believe you." She looked at him solemnly. "I never would, but I need to ask you. Is it really all gone?" "The note in the last envelope said it was," Pete replied cautiously. "And there hasn't been any more since, so I guess so." She sighed. "Yeah, what I figured, but I had to ask." She got up to go. "Tina?" "What?" "I'm really sorry about Chapel Ridge and all. I wish the money wasn't gone." She sat down again. "I'll keep your secret if you keep one Mom and I have, okay?" "Okay." "Last November she took me to Chap. That's what the girls call it for one of their tour days. She didn't want Dad to know because she thought he'd be mad, but back then she thought they maybe could afford it, especially if I got a need scholarship. Do you know what that is? Pete nodded. Only the money hadn't stopped coming then, and it was before all the snow and weird cold weather in December and January. We saw some of the classrooms and the science labs. There's like a jillion computers. We also saw the gym, which is humongous, and the showers. They have private changing booths, too, not just cattle stalls like at Northfield. At least they do for the girls. Guess who my tour group had for a guide? Barbara Robinson. She smiled. It was great to see her again. Then the smile faded. She said hello and gave me a hug and asked how everyone was, but I could tell she hardly remembered me. Why would she, right? Did you know her and Hilda and Betsy and a couple of other girls from back then were at the Round Here concert? The one the guy who ran over Dad tried to blow up? Yeah. Pete also knew that Barbara Robinson's big brother had played a part in saving Barbara and Barbara's friends and maybe thousands of others. He'd gotten a medal or a key to the city or something. That was real heroism, not sneaking around and mailing stolen money to your parents. Did you know I was invited to go with them that night? What? No. Tina nodded. I said I couldn't because I was sick, but I wasn't. It was because Mom said they couldn't afford to buy me a ticket. We moved a couple of months later. Jesus, how about that, huh? Yeah, I missed all the excitement. So, how was the school tour? Good, but not great or anything. I'll be fine at Northfield. Hey, once they find out I'm your sister, they'll probably give me a free ride, honor roll boy. Pete suddenly felt sad, almost like crying. It was the sweetness that had always been part of Tina's nature, combined with that ugly scatter of pimples on her forehead. He wondered if she got teased about those. If she didn't yet, she would. He held out his arms. Come here. She did, and he gave her a strong hug. Then he held her by the shoulders and looked at her sternly. But that money, it wasn't me. Uh-huh. Okay. So was that notebook you were reading stuck in with the money? I bet it was, she giggled. You looked so guilty that night when I walked in on you. He rolled his eyes. Go to bed, short stuff. Okay. At the door she turned back. I like those private changing booths, though. And something else. Want to know? You'll think it's weird. Go ahead, lay it on me. The kids wear uniforms. For the girls, it's gray skirts with white blouses and white knee socks. There are also sweaters if you want, some gray like the skirts and some this pretty dark red. Hunter red, they call it, Barbara said. Uniforms, Pete said, bemused. You like the idea of uniforms? Knew you'd think it was weird, because boys don't know how girls are. Girls can be mean if you're wearing the wrong clothes, or even if you wear the right ones too much. You can wear different blouses or your sneakers on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You can do different things with your hair, but pretty soon they, the mean girls, figure out you've only got 3 jumpers and 6 good school skirts. Then they say stuff. But when everyone wears the same thing every day, except maybe the sweater's a different color, she blew back those few errant strands again. Boys don't have the same problem. I actually do get it, Pete said. Anyway, Mom's going to teach me how to make my own clothes, then I'll have more. Simplicity. Butterick. Also, I've got friends, plenty of them. Ellen, for instance. Ellen's okay. And headed for a rewarding job as a waitress or a drive-through girl after high school, Pete thought, but did not say. If she doesn't get pregnant at 16, that is. I just wanted to tell you not to worry if you were. I wasn't, Pete said. I know you'll be fine. And it wasn't me who sent the money. Honest. She gave him a smile, both sad and complicit, that made her look like anything but a little girl. Okay, gotcha. She left, closing the door gently behind her. Pete lay awake for a long time that night. Not long after, he made the biggest mistake of his life. 1979 through 2014. Morris Randolph Bellamy was sentenced to life in prison on January 11th, 1979. And for a brief time, things went fast before they went slow. And slow. And slow. His intake at Waynesville State Prison was completed by 6 p.m. the day of his sentencing. His cellmate, a convicted murderer named Roy Allgood, raped him for the first time 45 minutes after lights out.
"Hold still and don't you shit on my cock, young man," he whispered in Morris's ear. "If you do that, I'll cut your nose. You'll look like a pig been bit by an alligator."
Morris, who had been raped before, held still, biting his forearm to keep from screaming. He thought of Jimmy Gold, as Jimmy had been before he started chasing the golden buck, when he had still been an authentic hero. He thought of Harold Feynman, Jimmy's high school friend. Morris had never had a high school friend himself, saying that all good things must end, which implied the converse was also true. Bad things must end, too. This particular bad thing went on for a long time, and while it did, Morris repeated Jimmy's mantra from The Runner over and over in his mind. Shit don't mean shit. Shit don't mean shit. Shit don't mean shit. It helped. A little. In the weeks that followed, he was ass-raped by Allgood on some nights and mouth-raped on others. On the whole, he preferred taking it up the ass where there were no taste buds. Either way, he thought that Cora Ann Hooper, the woman he had so foolishly attacked while in a blackout, was getting what she would probably have considered perfect justice. On the other hand, she'd only had to endure an unwanted invader once. There was a clothing factory attached to Waynesville. The factory made jeans and the kind of shirts workmen wore. On his 5th day in the dye house, one of Allgood's friends took him by the wrist, led Morris around the number 3 blue vat, and told him to unbuckle his pants.
"You just hold still and let me do the rest," he said. When he was finished, he said, "I ain't a fag or anything, but I gotta get along same as anyone. Tell anyone I'm a fag and I'll fucking kill you."
"I won't," Morris said. Shit don't mean shit, he told himself. Shit don't mean shit. One day in mid-March of 1979, a Hell's Angel type with tattooed slabs of muscle strolled up to Morris in the exercise yard.
"Can you write?"
this fella said with an unmistakable Deep South accent.
"I hear you can write."
"Yes, I can write," Morris said. He saw Allgood approach, notice who was walking beside Morris, and sheer off toward the basketball court at the far end of the yard.
"I'm Warren Duckworth. Most folks call me Duck."
"I'm Morris Bell."
"I know who you are. Write pretty well, do you?"
"Yes." Morris spoke with no hesitation or false modesty. The way Roy Allgood had suddenly found another place to be wasn't lost on him.
"Could you write a letter to my wife if I sort of tell you what to say? Only put it in, like, better words."
"I could do that, and I will, but I've got a little problem."
"I know what your problem is,"
his new acquaintance said.
"You write my wife a letter that'll make her happy, maybe stop her divorce talk. You ain't gonna have no more trouble with that skinny bitch boy in your house."
I'm the skinny bitch boy in my house, Morris thought, but he felt the tiniest glimmer of hope. "Sir, I'm going to write your wife the prettiest letter she ever got in her life." Looking at Duckworth's huge arms, he thought of something he'd seen on a nature program. There was a kind of bird that lived in the mouths of crocodiles, granted survival on a day-to-day basis by pecking bits of food out of reptiles' jaws. Morris thought that kind of bird probably had a pretty good deal. "I'd need some paper," thinking of the reformatory where 5 lousy sheets of Blue Horse was all you ever got, paper with big spots of pulp floating in it like precancerous moles.
"I'll get you paper, all you want. You just write that letter, and at the end say every word came from my mouth, and you just wrote it down."
"Okay, tell me what would make her most happy to hear." Duck considered, then brightened.
"That she throws a fine fuck?"
She'll know that already. It was Morris's turn to consider. What part of her does she say she'd change if she could? Duck's frown deepened. I don't know. She always says her ass is too big, but she can't say that. It'll make things worse instead of better. No, what I'll write is how much you love to put your hands on it and squeeze it. Duck was smiling now. Better watch out, or I'll be raping you myself. What's her favorite dress? Does she have one? Yeah, a green one. It's silk. Her ma gave it to her last year, just before I went up. She wears that one when we go out dancing. He looked down at the ground. She better not be dancing now, but she might be. I know that. Maybe I can't write much more than my own fucking name, but I ain't no stoop. I could write how much you like to squeeze her bottom when she's wearing that green dress. How's that? I could say thinking of that gets you hot. Duck looked at Morris with an expression that was utterly foreign to Morris's Waynesville experience. It was respect. Say, that's not bad. Morris was still working on it. Sex wasn't all women thought about when they thought about men. Sex wasn't romance. What color is her hair? Well, right now, I don't know. She's what you call a brown net when there ain't no dye in it. Brown didn't sing, at least not to Morris, but there were ways you could skate around stuff like that. It occurred to him that this was very much like selling a product in an ad agency and pushed the idea away. Survival was survival. He said, I'll write how much you like to see the sun shining in her hair, especially in the morning. Duck didn't reply. He was staring at Morris with his bushy eyebrows furrowed together. What, no good? Duck seized Morris's arm, and for one terrible moment, Morris was sure he was going to break it like a dead branch. Hate was tattooed on the fingers of the big man's knuckles. Duck breathed. It's like poetry. I'll get you the paper tomorrow. There's lots in the library. That night, when Morris returned to the cell block after a 3 to 9 shift spent blue dyeing, his house was empty. Rolf Venziano in the next cell told Morris that Roy Allgood had been taken to the infirmary. When Allgood returned the next day, both his eyes were black and his nose had been splinted. He looked at Morris from his bunk, then rolled over and faced the wall. Warren Duckworth was Morris's first client. Over the next 36 years, he had many. Sometimes when he couldn't sleep, lying on his back in his cell, by the early 90s he had a single complete with a shelf of well-thumbed books. Morris would soothe himself by remembering his discovery of Jimmy Gold. That had been a shaft of bright sunlight in the confused and angry darkness of his adolescence. By then his parents had been fighting all the time, and although he had grown to heartily dislike both of them, his mother had the better armor against the world, and so he adopted her sarcastic curl of a smile and the superior debunking attitude that went with it. Except for English, where he got A's when he wanted to, he was a straight C student. This drove Anita Bellamy into report card-waving frenzies. He had no friends, but plenty of enemies. 3 times he suffered beatings. 2 were administered by boys who just didn't like his general attitude, but one boy had a more specific issue. This was a hulking senior football player named Pete Womack, who didn't care for the way Morris was checking out his girlfriend one lunch period in the cafeteria. "What are you looking at, rat-face?" Womack inquired as the tables around Morris's solitary position grew silent. "Her," Morris said. He was frightened, and when clear-headed, fright usually imposed at least a modicum of restraint on his behavior, but he had never been able to resist an audience. "Well, you want to quit it," Womack said rather lamely, giving him a chance. Perhaps Pete Womack was aware that he was 6'2" and 220, while the skinny, red-lipped piece of freshman shit sitting by himself was 5'7" and maybe 140 soaking wet. He might also have been aware that those watching, including his clearly embarrassed girlfriend, would take note of this disparity. "If she doesn't want to be looked at," Morris said, "why does she dress like that?" Morris considered this a compliment, Of the left-handed variety, granted, but Womack felt differently. He ran around the table, fists raised. Morris got in a single punch, but it was a good one, blacking Womack's eye. Of course, after that he got his shit handed to him, and most righteously. But that one punch was a revelation. He would fight. It was good to know. Both boys were suspended, and that night Morris got a 20-minute lecture on passive resistance from his mother, along with the acid observation that fighting in cafeteria was generally not the sort of extracurricular activity the finer colleges looked for on the applications of prospective enrollees. Behind her, his father raised his martini glass and dropped him a wink. It suggested that even though George Bellamy mostly resided beneath his wife's thumb and thin smile, he would also fight under certain circumstances. But running was still dear old Dad's default position, and during the second semester of Morris's freshman year at Northfield, Georgie Porgy ran right out of the marriage, pausing only to clean out what was left in the Bellamy bank account, the investments of which he had boasted either didn't exist or had gone tits up. Anita Bellamy was left with a stack of bills and a rebellious 14-year-old son. Only 2 assets remained following her husband's departure to parts unknown. One was the framed Pulitzer nomination for that book of hers. The other was the house where Morris had grown up, situated in the nicer section of the North Side. It was mortgage-free because she had steadfastly refused to co-sign the bank papers her husband brought home, for once immune to his rhapsodizing about an investment opportunity that was absolutely not to be missed. She sold it after he was gone, and they moved to Sycamore Street. A come-down, she admitted to Morris during the summer between his freshman and sophomore years. But the financial reservoir will refill. At least the neighborhood is white. She paused, replaying that remark, and added, "Not that I'm prejudiced." "No, Ma," Morris said. "Who'd ever believe that?" Ordinarily, she hated being called Ma and said so, but on that day she kept still, which made it a good day. It was always a good day when he got in a poke at her. There were so few opportunities. During the early 70s, book reports were still a requirement in sophomore English at Northfield. The students were given a mimeographed list of approved books to choose from. Most looked like Dreck to Morris, and as usual he wasn't shy about saying so. "Look," he cried from his spot in the back row, 40 flavors of American oatmeal." Some of the kids laughed. He could make them laugh, and although he couldn't make them like him, that was absolutely okay. They were dead-enders headed for dead-end marriages and dead-end jobs. They would raise dead-end kids and dandle dead-end grandkids before coming to their own dead ends in dead-end hospitals and nursing homes, rocketing off into darkness, believing they had lived the American dream, and Jesus would meet them at the gates of heaven with the welcome wagon. Morris was meant for better things. He just didn't know what they were. Miss Todd, then about the age Morris would be when he and his cohorts broke into John Rothstein's house, asked him to stay after class. Morris lounged, splay-legged at his desk as the other kids went out, expecting Todd to write him a detention slip. It would not be his first for mouthing off in class, but it would be his first in an English class, and he was sort of sorry about that. A vague thought occurred to him in his father's voice. "You're burning too many bridges, Maury," and was gone like a wisp of steam. Instead of giving him a detention, Miss Todd, not exactly fair of face but with a holy shit body, reached into her bulging book bag and brought out a paperback with a red cover. Sketched on it in yellow was a boy lounging against a brick wall and smoking a cigarette. Above him was the title, The Runner. "You never miss a chance to be a smartass, do you?" Miss Todd asked. She sat on the desk next to him. Her skirt was short, her thighs long, her hose shimmery. Morris said nothing. "In this case, I saw it coming, which is why I brought this book today. It's a good news, bad news thing, my know-it-all friend. You don't get detention, but you don't get to choose either. You get to read this and only this. It's not on the school board's approved list, and I suppose I could get in trouble for giving it to you, but I'm counting on your better nature.
which I like to believe is in there somewhere, minuscule though it may be. Morris glanced at the book, then looked over it at Miss Todd's legs, making no attempt to disguise his interest. She saw the direction of his gaze and smiled. For a moment, Morris glimpsed a whole future for them, most of it spent in bed. He had heard of such things actually happening. Yummy teacher seeks teenage boy for extracurricular lessons in sex education.
This fantasy balloon lasted perhaps 2 seconds.
She popped it with her smile still in place. You and Jimmy Gold will get along. He's a sarcastic, self-hating little shit. A lot like you. She stood up. Her skirt fell back into place 2 inches above her knees. Good luck with your book report. And the next time you peek up a woman's skirt, you might remember something Mark Twain said. Any idler in need of a haircut can look. Morris slunk from the classroom with his face burning. For once not just put in his place, but rammed into it and hammered flat. He had an urge to chuck the paper back down a sewer drain as soon as he got off the bus on the corner of Sycamore and Elm, but held on to it. Not because he was afraid of detention or suspension, though. How could she do anything to him when the book wasn't on the approved list? He held on to it because of the boy on the cover. The boy looking through a drift of cigarette smoke with a kind of weary insolence. He's a sarcastic, self-hating little shit. A lot like you. His mother wasn't home and wouldn't be back until after 10. She was teaching adult education classes at City College to make extra money. Morris knew she loathed those classes, believing they were far beneath her skill set, and that was just fine with him. Sit on it, Ma, he thought. Sit on it and spin. The freezer was stocked with TV dinners. He picked one at random and shoved it in the oven, thinking he'd read until it was done. After supper, he might go upstairs, grab one of his father's Playboys from under the bed, my inheritance from the old man, he sometimes thought, and choke the chicken for a while. He neglected to set the stove timer, and it was the stench of burning beef stew that roused him from the book a full 90 minutes later. He had read the first 100 pages, no longer in this shitty little post-war tract home deep in the tree streets, but wandering the streets of New York City with Jimmy Gold. Like a boy in a dream, Morris went to the kitchen, donned oven gloves, removed the congealed mass from the oven, tossed it in the trash, and went back to the runner. I'll have to read it again, he thought. He felt as if he might be running a mild fever. And with a marker, there's so much to underline and remember. So much. For readers, one of life's most electrifying discoveries is that they are readers, not just capable of doing it, which Morris already knew, but in love with it. Hopelessly, head over heels. The first book that does that is never forgotten, and each page seems to bring a fresh revelation, one that burns and exalts. Yes, that's how it is. Yes, I saw that too. And of course, that's what I think. That's what I feel. Morris wrote a 10-page book report on the runner. It came back from Miss Todd with an A+ and a single comment. I knew you'd dig it. He wanted to tell her it wasn't digging, it was loving. True loving. And true love would never die. The runner sees action was every bit as good as the runner, only instead of being a stranger in New York City, Jimmy was now a stranger in Europe, fighting his way across Germany, watching his friends die, and finally staring with a blankness beyond horror through the barbed wire at one of the concentration camps. The wandering skeletal survivors confirmed what Jimmy had suspected for years, Rothstein wrote. It was all a mistake. Using a stencil kit, Morris copied this line in Roman Gothic print and thumbtacked it to the door of his room, the one that would later be occupied by a boy named Peter Salbers. His mother saw it hanging there, smiled her sarcastic curl of a smile, and said nothing, at least not then. Their argument over the Gold trilogy came 2 years later, after she had raced through the books herself. That argument resulted in Morris getting drunk
Getting drunk resulted in breaking and entering and common assault. These crimes resulted in 9 months at Riverview Youth Detention Center. But before all that came, The Runner Slows Down, which Morris read with increasing horror. Jimmy got married to a nice girl. Jimmy got a job in advertising. Jimmy began putting on weight. Jimmy's wife got pregnant with the first of 3 little Golds, and they moved to the suburbs. Jimmy made friends there. He and his wife threw backyard barbecue parties. Jimmy presided over the grill wearing an apron that said, "The chef is always right." Jimmy cheated on his wife, and his wife cheated right back. Jimmy took Alka-Seltzer for his acid indigestion and something called Milltown for his hangovers. Most of all, Jimmy pursued the golden buck. Morris read these terrible developments with ever-increasing dismay and growing rage. He supposed he felt the way his mother had when she discovered that her husband, whom she had believed comfortably under her thumb, had been cleaning out all the accounts even as he ran hither and yon, eagerly doing her bidding and never once raising a hand to slap that sarcastic curl of a smile off her overeducated face. Morris kept hoping that Jimmy would wake up, that he would remember who he was, who he had been at least, and trash the stupid and empty life he was leading. Instead of that, The Runner Slows Down ended with Jimmy celebrating his most successful ad campaign ever. Does he do, for God's sake? And crowing, "Just wait until next year." In the detention center, Morris had been required to see a shrink once a week. The shrink's name was Curtis Larson. The boys called him Curd the Turd. Curd the Turd always ended their sessions by asking Morris the same question. "Whose fault is it that you're in here, Morris?" Most boys, even the cataclysmically stupid ones, knew the right answer to that question. Morris did too, but refused to give it. "My mother's," he said each time the question was asked. At their final session, shortly before the end of Morris's term, Curd the Turd folded his hands on his desk and looked at Morris for a long space of silent seconds. Morris knew Curd the Turd was waiting for him to drop his eyes. He refused to do it. "In my game," Curd the Turd finally said, "there's a term for your response. It's called blame avoidance. Will you be back in here if you continue to practice blame avoidance? Almost certainly not. You'll be 18 in a few months, so the next time you hit the jackpot, and there will be a next time, you'll be tried as an adult. Unless, that is, you make a change. So for the last time, whose fault is it that you're in here?" "My mother's," Morris said with no hesitation, because it wasn't blame avoidance. It was the truth. The logic was inarguable. Between 15 and 17, Morris read the first 2 books of the Gold Trilogy obsessively, underlining and annotating. He reread The Runner Slows Down only once and had to force himself to finish. Every time he picked it up, a ball of lead formed in his gut because he knew what was going to happen. His resentment of Jimmy Gold's creator grew. For Rothstein to destroy Jimmy like that, to not even allow him to go out in a blaze of glory, but to live, to compromise and cut corners, and believe that sleeping with the Amway-selling slut down the street meant he was still a rebel. Morris thought of writing Rothstein a letter asking, no, demanding, that he explain himself. But he knew from the Time cover story that the son of a bitch didn't even read his fan mail, let alone answer it. As Ricky the hippie would suggest to Pete Saubers years later, most young men and women who fall in love with the works of a particular writer, the Vonnegut's, the Hesses, the Brodigans and Tolkien's, eventually find new idols. Disenchanted as he was with The Runner Slows Down, this might have happened to Morris. Before it could, there came the argument with the bitch who was determined to spoil his life since she could no longer get her hooks into the man who had spoiled hers. Anita Bellamy, with her framed near Miss Pulitzer and her sprayed dome of dyed blonde hair and her sarcastic curl of a smile. During her February vacation in 1973, she raced through all 3 Jimmy Gold novels in a single day, and they were his copies, his private copies, filched from his bedroom shelf. They littered the coffee table when he came in, the runner sees action soaking up a condensation ring from her wine glass. For one of the few times in his adolescent life, Morris was speechless. Anita wasn't. You've been talking about these for well over a year now, so I finally decided I had to see what all the excitement was about. She sipped her wine. And since I had the week off, I read them. I thought it would take longer than a day, but there's really not much content here, is there? You... He choked for a moment. Then, you went in my room. You've never raised an objection when I go in to change your sheets or when I return your clothes, all clean and folded. Perhaps you thought the laundry fairy did those little chores. Those books are mine. They were on my special shelf. You had no right to take them. I'll be happy to put them back. And don't worry, I didn't disturb the magazines under your bed. I know boys need amusement. He stepped forward on legs that felt like stilts and gathered up the paperbacks with hands that felt like hooks. The back cover of The Runner Sees Action was soaking from her goddamn glass, and he thought, if one volume of the trilogy had to get wet, why couldn't it have been The Runner Slows Down? I'll admit they're interesting artifacts, she had begun speaking in her judicious lecture hall voice. If nothing else, they show the growth of a marginally talented writer. The first 2 are painfully jejune, of course, the way Tom Sawyer is jejune when compared to Huckleberry Finn, but the last one, although no Huck Finn, does show growth. The last one sucks, Morris shouted. You needn't raise your voice, Morris. You needn't roar. You can defend your position without doing that. And here was that smile he hated, so thin and so sharp. We're having a discussion. I don't want to have a fucking discussion. But we should have one, Anita cried, smiling. Since I've spent my day, I won't say wasted my day, trying to understand my self-centered and rather pretentiously intellectual son, who is currently carrying a C average in his classes. She waited for him to respond. He didn't. There were traps everywhere. She could run rings around him when she wanted to, and right now she wanted to. I noticed that the first 2 volumes are tattered, almost falling out of their bindings, nearly read to death. There are copious underlinings and notes, some of which show the budding, I won't say flowering, it can't really be called that, can it? At least not yet, of an acute critical mind. But the 3rd one looks almost new, and there are no underlinings at all. You don't like what happened to him, do you? You don't care for your Jimmy once he, and by logical transference, the author, grew up. He sold out! Morris's fists were clenched. His face was hot and throbbing as it had been after Womack tuned up on him that day in the calf with everyone watching. But Morris had gotten in that one good punch, and he wanted to get one in now. He needed to. Rothstein let him sell out. If you can't see that, you're stupid. No, she said. The smile was gone now. She leaned forward, set her glass on the coffee table, looking at him steadily all the while. That's the core of your misunderstanding. A good novelist does not lead his characters. He follows them. A good novelist does not create events. He watches them happen and then writes down what he sees. A good novelist realizes he is a secretary, not God. That wasn't Jimmy's character. Fucking Rothstein changed him. He made Jimmy into a joke. He made him into everyone. Morris hated how weak that sounded, and he hated that his mother had baited him into defending a position that didn't need defending, that was self-evident to anyone with half a brain and any feelings at all. Morris, very softly, once I wanted to be the female version of Jimmy, just as you want to be Jimmy now.
Jimmy Gold, or someone like him, is the island of exile, where most teenagers go to wait until childhood becomes adulthood. What you need to see, what Rothstein finally saw, although it took him 3 books to do it, is that most of us become everyone. I certainly did. She looked around. Why else would we be living here on Sycamore Street?
Because you were stupid and let my father rob us blind.
She winced at that. A hit, a palpable hit, Morris exulted. But then the sarcastic curl resurfaced, like a piece of paper charring in an ashtray. I admit there's an element of truth in what you say, although you're unkind to task me with it. But have you asked yourself why he robbed us blind? Morris was silent. Because he refused to grow up. Your father is a pot-bellied Peter Pan who's found some girl half his age to play Tinkerbell in bed.
Put my books back or throw them in the trash, Morris said in a voice he barely recognized. To his horror, it sounded like his father's voice. I don't care which. I'm getting out of here, and I'm not coming back.
Oh, I think you will, she said, and she was right about that. But it was almost a year before he did, and by then she no longer knew him, if she ever had. And you should read this 3rd one a few more times, I think. She had to raise her voice to say the rest because he was plunging down the hall in the grip of emotion so strong he was almost blind. Find some pity. Mr. Rothstein did, and it's the last book's saving grace. The slam of the front door cut her off. Morris stalked to the sidewalk with his head down, and when he reached it, he began to run. There was a strip mall with a liquor store in it 3 blocks away. When he got there, he sat on the bike rack outside Hobby Terrific and waited. The first 2 guys he spoke to refused his request. The second, with a smile Morris longed to punch off his face. But the third was wearing thrift shop clothes and walking with a pronounced list to port. He agreed to buy Morris a pint for $2, or a quart for $5. Morris opted for the quart and began drinking it beside the stream running through the undeveloped land between Sycamore and Birch Streets. By then the sun was going down. He had no memory of making his way to Sugar Heights in the boosted car, but there was no doubt that once he was there, he'd gotten into what Curd the Turd liked to call a mega jackpot. Whose fault is it that you're in here? He supposed a little of the blame could go to the wino who'd bought an underage kid a quart of whiskey, but mostly it was his mother's fault. And one good thing had come of it. When he was sentenced, there had been no sign of that sarcastic curl of a smile. He had finally wiped it off her face. During prison lockdowns, there was at least one a month. Morris would lie on his bunk with his hands crossed behind his head and think about the 4th Jimmy Gold novel, wondering if it contained the redemption he had so longed for after closing The Runner Slows Down. Was it possible Jimmy had regained his old hopes and dreams? His old fire? If only he'd had 2 more days with it, even 1. Although he doubted if even John Rothstein could have made a thing like that believable. Based on Morris's own observations, his parents being his prime exemplars, when the fire went out, it usually went out for good. Yet some people did change. He remembered once bringing up that possibility to Andy Halliday while they were having one of their many lunch-hour discussions. This was at the Happy Cup, just down the street from Grissom Books, where Andy worked, and not long after Morris had left City College, deciding what passed for higher education there was fucking pointless. Nixon changed, Morris said. The old commie-hater opened trade relations with China, and Lyndon Johnson pushed the Civil Rights Bill through Congress. If an old racist hyena like him could change his spots, I suppose anything is possible. Politicians, Andy sniffed as at a bad smell. He was a skinny, crew-cut fellow, only a few years older than Morris. They change out of expediency, not idealism. Ordinary people don't even do that. They can't. If they refuse to behave, they're punished.
Then after punishment, they say, okay, yes, sir, and get with the program like the good little drones they are. Look at what happened to the Vietnam War protesters. Most of them are now living middle-class lives, fat, happy, and voting Republican. Those who refuse to knuckle under are in jail or on the run like Catherine Ann Power.
"How can you call Jimmy Gold ordinary?" Morris cried. Andy had given him a patronizing look.
Oh, please. His entire story is an epic journey out of exceptionalism. The purpose of American culture is to create a norm, Morris. That means that extraordinary people must be leveled, and it happens to Jimmy. He ends up working in advertising, for God's sake, and what greater agent of the norm is there in this fucked-up country? It's Rothstein's main point. He shook his head. If you're looking for optimism, buy a Harlequin romance.
Morris thought Andy was basically arguing for the sake of argument. A zealot's eyes burned behind his nerdy horn rims, but even then Morris was getting the man's measure. His zeal was for books as objects, not for the stories and ideas inside them. They had lunch together 2 or 3 times a week, usually at the Cup, sometimes across the street from Grissom's on the benches in Government Square. It was during one of these lunches that Andrew Halliday first mentioned the persistent rumor that John Rothstein had continued to write, but that his will specified all the work be burned upon his death. "No," Morris had cried, genuinely wounded. "That could never happen. Could it?"
Andy shrugged. If it's in the will, anything he's written since he dropped out of sight is as good as ashes.
"You're just making it up."
The stuff about the will might just be a rumor, I grant you that, but it's well accepted in bookstore circles that Rothstein never stopped writing.
"Bookstore circles," Morris had said doubtfully.
We have our own grapevine, Morris. Rothstein's housekeeper does his shopping, okay? Not just groceries, either. Once every month or 6 weeks, she goes into White River Books in Berlin, which is the closest town of any size, to pick up books he's ordered by phone. She's told the people who work there that he writes every day from 6 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. The owner told some other dealers at the Boston Book Fair, and the word got around.
"Holy shit," Morris had breathed. This conversation had taken place in June of 1976. Rothstein's last published story, The Perfect Banana Pie, had been published in 1960. If what Andy was saying was true, it meant that John Rothstein had been piling up fresh fiction for 16 years. At even 800 words a day, that added up to... Morris couldn't begin to do the math in his head, but it was a lot.
"Holy shit is right," Andy said.
"If he really wants all that burned when he dies, he's crazy."
Most writers are. Andy had leaned forward, smiling as if what he said next were a joke. Maybe it was, to him at least. Here's what I think. Someone should mount a rescue mission. Maybe you, Morris. After all, you're his #1 fan.
"Not me," Morris said. "Not after what he did to Jimmy Gold."
Cool it, guy. You can't blame a man for following his muse.
"Sure I can."
"Then steal him," Andy said, still smiling. "Call it theft as a protest on behalf of English literature. Bring him to me. I'll sit on 'em a while and sell 'em. If they're not senile gibberish, they might fetch as much as $1 million. I'll split with you, 50-50, even Steven."
"They'd catch us."
"Don't think so," Andy Halliday had replied. "There are ways."
"How long would you have to wait before you could sell them?"
"A few years," Andy had replied, waving his hand as if he were talking about a couple of hours. 5, maybe.
A month later, heartily sick of living on Sycamore Street and haunted by the idea of all those manuscripts, Morris packed his beat-up Volvo and drove to Boston, where he got hired by a contractor building a couple of housing developments out in the burbs. The work had nearly killed him at first, but he had muscled up a little, not that he was ever going to look like Duck Duckworth, and after that he'd done okay. He even made a couple of friends, Freddie Dow and Curtis Rogers. Once he called Andy. "Could you really sell unpublished Rothstein manuscripts?"
No doubt, Andy Halliday said. Not right away, as I believe I said, but so what? We're young. He's not. Time would be on our side.
Yes, and that would include time to read everything Rothstein had written since The Perfect Banana Pie. Profit, even $500,000, was incidental. I am not a mercenary, Morris told himself. I am not interested in the golden buck. That shit don't mean shit. Give me enough to live on, sort of like a grant, and I'll be happy. I am a scholar. On the weekends, he began driving up to Talbot Corners, New Hampshire. In 1977, he began taking Curtis and Freddie with him. Gradually, a plan began to take shape. A simple one, the best kind. Your basic smash and grab. Philosophers have debated the meaning of life for centuries, rarely coming to the same conclusion. Morris studied the subject himself over the years of his incarceration, but his inquiries were practical rather than cosmic. He wanted to know the meaning of life in a legal sense. What he found was pretty schizo. In some states, life meant exactly that. You were supposedly in until you died with no possibility of parole. In some states, parole was considered after as little as 2 years. In others, it was 5, 7, 10, or 15. In Nevada, parole was granted or not based on a complicated point system. By the year 2001, the average life sentence of a man in the American prison system was 30 years and 4 months. In the state where Morris was stacking time, lawmakers had created their own arcane definition of life, one based on demographics. In 1979, when Morris was convicted, the average American male lived to the age of 70. Morris was 23 at the time, therefore he could consider his debt to society paid in 47 years. Unless, that is, he were granted parole. He became eligible the first time in 1990. Cora Ann Hooper appeared at the hearing. She was wearing a neat blue suit. Her graying hair was pulled back in a bun so tight it screeched. She held a large black purse in her lap. She recounted how Morris Bellamy had grabbed her as she passed the alley beside Shooter's Tavern and told her of his intention to rip off a piece. She told the 5-member parole board how he had punched her and broken her nose when she managed to trigger the police alert device she kept in her purse. She told the board about the reek of alcohol on his breath and how he had gouged her stomach with his nails when he ripped off her underwear. She told them how Morris was still choking me and hurting me with his organ when Officer Ellington arrived and pulled him off. She told the board that she had attempted suicide in 1980 and was still under the care of a psychiatrist. She told the board that she was better since accepting Jesus Christ as her personal savior, but she still had nightmares. No, she told the board, she had never married. The thought of sex gave her panic attacks. Parole was not granted. Several reasons were given on the green sheet passed to him through the bars that evening, but the one at the top was clearly the PB's major consideration. Victim states she is still suffering. Bitch. Hooper appeared again in 1995 and again in 2000. In 95, she wore the same blue suit. In the millennium year, by then she had gained at least 40 pounds, she wore a brown one. In 2005, the suit was gray, and a large white cross hung on the growing shelf of her bosom. She held what appeared to be the same large black purse in her lap at each appearance. Presumably her police alert was inside, maybe a can of mace as well. She was not summoned to these hearings. She volunteered and told her story. Parole was not granted. Major reason given on the green sheet. Victim states she is still suffering. Shit don't mean shit, Morris told himself. Shit don't mean shit. Maybe not, but God, he wished he'd killed her. By the time of his third turndown, Morris's work as a writer was much in demand. He was, in the small world of Waynesville, a best-selling author.
He wrote love letters to wives and girlfriends. He wrote letters to the children of inmates, a few of which confirmed the reality of Santa Claus in touching prose. He wrote job applications for prisoners whose release dates were coming up. He wrote themes for prisoners taking online college courses or working to get their GEDs. He was no jailhouse lawyer, but he did write letters to real lawyers on behalf of inmates from time to time, cogently explaining each case at hand and laying out the basis for appeal. In some cases, lawyers were impressed by these letters and, mindful of the money to be made from wrongful imprisonment suits that were successful, came on board. As DNA became of overriding importance in the appeals process, he wrote often to Barry Scheck and Peter Neufeld, the founders of the Innocence Project. One of those letters ultimately led to the release of an auto mechanic and part-time thief named Charles Roberson, who had been in Waynesville for 27 years. Roberson got his freedom. Morris got Roberson's eternal gratitude and nothing else, unless you counted his own growing reputation, and that was far from nothing. It had been a long time since he had been raped. In 2004, Morris wrote his best letter ever, laboring over 4 drafts to get it exactly right. This letter was to Cora Ann Hooper. In it, he told her that he lived with terrible remorse for what he had done, and promised that if he were granted parole, he would spend the rest of his life atoning for his one violent act, committed during an alcohol-induced blackout. "I attend AA meetings 4 times a week here," he wrote, "and now sponsor 6 recovering alcoholics and drug addicts. I would continue this work on the outside at the St. Patrick's Halfway House on the north side. I had a spiritual awakening, Miss Hooper, and have allowed Jesus into my life. You will understand how important this is, because I know you have also accepted Christ as your Savior. Forgive us our trespasses," he said, "as we forgive those who trespass against us. Won't you please forgive my trespass against you? I am no longer the man who hurt you so badly that night. I have had a soul conversion. I pray that you respond to my letter." 10 days later, his prayer for a response was answered. There was no return address on the envelope, but C.A. Hooper had been printed neatly on the back flap. Morris didn't need to tear it open. Some screw in the front office assigned the duty of checking inmate mail had already taken care of that. Inside was a single sheet of decal-edged stationery. In the upper right corner and the lower left, fluffy kittens played with gray balls of twine. There was no salutation. A single line had been printed halfway down the page. "I hope you rot in there." The bitch appeared at his hearing the following year, legs now clad in support hose, ankles slopping over her sensible shoes. She was like some overweight, vengeful swallow returning to the prison version of Capistrano. She once more told her story, and parole was once more not granted. Morris had been a model prisoner, and now there was just a single reason given on the inmate green sheet. Victim states she is still suffering. Morris assured himself that shit did not mean shit and went back to his cell. Not exactly a penthouse apartment, just 6 by 8, but at least there were books. Books were escape. Books were freedom. He lay on his cot imagining how pleasant it would be to have 15 minutes alone with Cora Ann Hooper and a power nailer. Morris was by then working in the library, which was a wonderful change for the better. The guards didn't much care how he spent his paltry budget, so it was no problem to subscribe to the American Bibliographer's newsletter. He also got a number of catalogs from rare book dealers around the country, which were free. Books by John Rothstein came up for sale frequently, offered at ever steeper prices. Morris found himself rooting for this the way some prisoners rooted for sports teams. The value of most writers went down after they died, but a fortunate few trended upward. Rothstein had become one of those. Once in a while, a signed Rothstein showed up in one of the catalogs. In the 2007 edition of Bauman's Christmas catalog, a copy of The Runner signed to Harper Lee, a so-called association copy, went for $17,000. Morris also kept an eye on the city newspaper during his years of incarceration, and then, as the 21st century wrought its technological changes, various city websites. The land between Sycamore Street and Birch Street was still mired in that unending legal suit, which was just the way Morris liked it. He would get out eventually, and his trunk would be there, with the roots of that overhanging tree wrapped firmly around it. That the worth of those notebooks must by now be astronomical mattered less and less to him. Once he had been young, and he supposed he would have enjoyed all the things young men chased after when their legs were strong and their balls were tight. Travel and women, cars and women, big homes like the ones in Sugar Heights and women. Now he rarely even dreamed of such things, and the last woman with whom he'd had sex remained largely instrumental in keeping him locked up. The irony wasn't lost on him, but that was okay. The things of the world fell by the wayside. You lost your speed and your eyesight and your fucking electric boogaloo, but literature was eternal, and that was what was waiting for him. A lost geography as yet seen by no eye but its creators. If he didn't get to see that geography himself until he was 70, so be it. There was the money, too. All those cash envelopes. Not a fortune by any means, but a nice little nest egg. I have something to live for, he told himself. How many men in here can say that, especially once their thighs go flabby and their cocks only stand up when they need to pee? Morris wrote several times to Andy Halliday, who now did have his own shop. Morris knew that from American Bibliographer's newsletter. He also knew that his old pal had gotten into trouble at least once for trying to sell a stolen copy of James Agee's most famous book, but had skated. Too bad. Morris would have dearly loved to welcome that cologne-wearing homo to Waynesville. There were plenty of bad boys here who would have been all too willing to put a hurt on him for Maury Bellamy. Just a daydream, though. Even if Andy had been convicted, it probably would have been just a fine. At worst, he would have gotten sent to the country club at the west end of the state where the white-collar thieves went. None of Morris's letters to Andy were answered. In 2010, his personal swallow once more returned to Capistrano wearing a black suit again as if dressed for her own funeral, which will be soon if she doesn't lose some weight, Morris thought nastily. Cora Ann Hooper's jowls now hung down at the sides of her neck in fleshy flapjacks. Her eyes were all but buried in pouches of fat. Her skin was sallow. She had replaced the black purse with a blue one, but everything else was the same. Bad dreams, endless therapy, life ruined thanks to the horrible beast who sprang out of the alley that night, so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. Aren't you over that lousy rape yet? Morris thought. Aren't you ever going to move on? Morris went back to his cell thinking, shit don't mean shit. It don't mean fucking shit. That was the year he turned 55. One day, in March of 2014, a turnkey came to get Morris from the library where he was sitting behind the main desk reading American Pastoral for the third time. It was by far Philip Roth's best book in Morris's opinion. The turnkey told him he was wanting an admin. What for? Morris asked, getting up. Trips to admin were not ordinarily good news. Usually it was cops wanting you to roll on somebody and threatening you with all kinds of dark shit if you refused to cooperate. PB hearing. No, Morris said. It's a mistake. The board doesn't hear me again until next year. I only do what they tell me, the turnkey said. If you don't want me to give you a mark, find somebody to take the desk and get the lead out of your ass. The parole board, now 3 men and 3 women, was convened in the conference room. Philip Downs, the board's legal counsel, made lucky 7. He read a letter from Cora Ann Hooper. It was an amazing letter. The bitch had cancer. That was good news. But what followed was even better. She was dropping all objections to Morris Bellamy's parole. She said she was sorry she had waited so long. Downs then read a letter from the Midwest Culture and Arts Center, locally known as the MAC. They had hired many Waynesville parolees over the years and were willing to take Morris Bellamy on as a part-time file clerk and computer operator starting in May, should parole be granted. In light of your clean record over the past 35 years and in light of Ms. Hooper's letter, Downs said, I felt that putting the subject of your parole before the board a year early was the right thing to do. Ms. Hooper informs us that she doesn't have much time, and I'm sure she'd like to get closure on this matter. He turned to them. How say you, ladies and gentlemen? Morris already knew how the ladies and gentlemen would say. Otherwise he never would have been brought here. The vote was 6-0 in favor of granting him parole. How do you feel about that, Morris? Downs asked. Morris, ordinarily good with words, was too stunned to say anything, but he didn't have to. He burst into tears. 2 months later, after the obligatory pre-release counseling and shortly before his job at the MAC was scheduled to begin, he walked through Gate A and back into the free world. In his pocket were his earnings from 35 years in the dye house, the furniture workshop, and the library. It amounted to $2,700 and change. The Rothstein notebooks were finally within reach. Part 2. Old Pals. 1. Kermit William Hodges, plain old Bill to his friends, drives along Airport Road with the windows rolled down and the radio turned up, singing along with Dylan's It Takes a Lot to Laugh, It Takes a Train to Cry. He's 66, no spring chicken, but he looks pretty good for a heart attack survivor. He's lost 40 pounds since the vapor lock and has quit eating the junk food that was killing him a little with each mouthful. Do you want to live to see 75? The cardiologist asked him. This was at his first full checkup a couple of weeks after the pacemaker went in. If you do, give up the pork rinds and donuts. Make friends with salads. As advice goes, it's not up there with love thy neighbor as thyself, but Hodges has taken it to heart. There's a salad in a white paper bag on the seat beside him. He'll have plenty of time to eat it with Dasani to wash it down if Oliver Madden's plane is on time. And if Madden comes at all. Holly Gibney has assured him that Madden is already on the way. She got his flight plan from a computer site called Air Tracker, but it's always possible that Madden will smell something downwind and head in another direction. He has been out there doing dirt for quite some time now, and guys like that have very educated sniffers. Hodges passes the feeder road to the main terminals and short-term parking and continues on, following the signs that read Air Freight and Signature Air and Thomas Zane Aviation. He turns in at this last. It's an independent fixed-based operator, huddled, almost literally, in the shadow of the much bigger Signature Air FBO next door. There are weeds sprouting from the cracked asphalt of the little parking lot, which is empty except for the front row. That has been reserved for a dozen or so rental cars. In the middle of the economies and mid-sizes and hulking above them is a black Lincoln Navigator with smoked glass windows. Hodges takes this as a good sign. His man does like to go in style, a common trait among dirtbags. And although his man may wear $1,000 suits, he is still very much a dirtbag. Hodges bypasses the parking lot and pulls into the turnaround out front, stopping in front of a sign reading Loading and Unloading Only. Hodges hopes to be loading. He checks his watch. 11:15. He thinks of his mother saying, "You must always arrive early on important occasions, Billy," and the memory makes him smile. He takes his iPhone off his belt and calls the office. It rings just once. "Finders keepers," Holly says. She always says the name of the company, no matter who's calling. It's one of her little tics. She has many little tics.
Are you there, Bill? Are you at the airport? Are you?
Little tics aside, this Holly Gibney is very different from the one he first met 4 years ago when she came to town for her aunt's funeral, and the changes are all for the better. Although she's sneaking the occasional cigarette again, he has smelled them on her breath. "I'm here," he says. "Tell me I'm going to get lucky."
Luck has nothing to do with it, she says. Air Tracker is a very good website. You might like to know that there are currently 6,412 flights in U.S. airspace. Isn't that interesting?
Totally fascinating. Is Madden's ETA still 11:30?
11:37, to be exact. You left your skim milk on your desk. I put it back in the fridge. Skim milk goes over very rapidly on hot days, you know. Even in an air-conditioned environment, which this is. Now.
She nagged Hodges into the air conditioning. Holly is a very good nagger when she puts her mind to it. "Chug-a-lug, Holly," he says. "I have a Dasani."
No, thank you. I'm drinking my Diet Coke. Barbara Robinson called. She wanted to talk to you. She was all serious. I told her she could call you later this afternoon, or you'd call her. Uncertainty creeps into her voice. Was that all right? I thought you'd want your phone available for the time being.
"That's fine, Holly. Did she say what she was all serious about?"
No.
"Call her back and tell her I'll be in touch as soon as this is wrapped up."
You'll be careful, won't you?
"I always am." Although Holly knows that's not exactly true. He damn near got himself, Barbara's brother, Jerome, and Holly herself blown to Kingdom Come 4 years ago. And Holly's cousin was blown up, although that came earlier. Hodges, who had been more than halfway to in love with Janie Patterson, still mourns her, and still blames himself. These days he takes care of himself, for himself, but he also does it because he believes it's what Janie would have wanted. He tells Holly to hold the fort and returns his iPhone to the place on his belt where he used to carry his Glock before he became a det ret. In retirement, he always used to forget his cell, but those days are gone. What he's doing these days isn't quite the same as carrying a badge, but it's not bad. In fact, it's pretty good. Most of the fish finders keepers' nets are minnows, but today's is a bluefin tuna, and Hodges is stoked. He's looking at a big payday, but that's not the main thing. He's engaged. That's the main thing. Nailing bad boys like Oliver Madden is what he was made to do, and he intends to keep on doing it until he no longer can. With luck, that might be 8 or 9 years, and he intends to treasure every day. He believes Janie would have wanted that for him, too. "Yeah," he can hear her say, wrinkling her nose at him in that funny way she had. Barbara Robinson was also nearly killed 4 years ago. She was at the fateful concert with her mother and a bunch of friends. Barb's was a cheerful, happy kid then, and is a cheerful, happy teenager now. He sees her when he takes the occasional meal at the Robinson home, but he does that less often now that Jerome is away at school. Or maybe Jerome's back for the summer. He'll ask Barbara when he talks to her. Hodges hopes she's not in some kind of jam. It seems unlikely. She's your basic good kid, the kind who helps old ladies across the street. Hodges unwraps his salad, douses it with low-cal French, and begins to snark it up. He's hungry. It's good to be hungry. Hunger is a sign of health.
2. Morris Bellamy isn't hungry at all. A bagel with cream cheese is the most he can manage for lunch, and not much of that. He ate like a pig when he first got out. Big Macs, funnel cakes, pizza by the slice, all the stuff he had longed for while in prison. But that was before a night of puking after an ill-advised visit to Senor Taco in Lowtown. He never had a problem with Mexican when he was young, and youth seems like just hours ago. But a night spent on his knees praying to the porcelain altar was all it took to drive home the truth. Morris Bellamy is 59, on the doorstep of old age. The best years of his life were spent dyeing blue jeans, varnishing tables and chairs to be sold in the Waynesville outlet shop, and writing letters for an unending stream of dead-end Charlies in prison overalls.
Now he's in a world he hardly recognizes, one where movies show on bloated screens called IMAX, and everyone on the street is either wearing phones in their ears or staring at tiny screens. There are television cameras watching inside every shop, it seems, and the prices of the most ordinary items, bread, for instance, 50 cents a loaf when he went up, are so high they seem surreal. Everything has changed. He feels glare blind. He is way behind the curve, and he knows his prison-oriented brain will never catch up. Nor his body. It's stiff when he gets out of bed in the morning, achy when he goes to bed at night, a touch of arthritis, he supposes, after that night of vomiting, and when he wasn't doing that, he was shitting brown water. His appetite just died. For food, at least. He has thought of women. How could he not, when they're everywhere, the young ones barely dressed in the early summer heat? But at his age, he'd have to buy one younger than 30, and if he went to one of the places where such transactions are made, he would be violating his parole. If he were caught, he'd find himself back in Waynesville with the Rothstein notebooks still buried in that patch of waste ground, unread by anyone except the author himself. He knows they're still there, and that makes it worse. The urge to dig them up and have them at last has been a maddening constant, like a snatch of music. I need a lover that won't drive me crazy, that gets into your head and simply won't leave. But so far he has done almost everything by the book, waiting for his P.O. to relax and let up a little. This was the gospel according to Warren Duckworth, handed down when Morris first became eligible for parole. "You gotta be super careful to start with," Duck had said. This was before Morris's first board hearing and the first vengeful appearance of Cora Ann Hooper. "Like you're walking on eggs. 'Cause see, the bastard will show up when you least expect it. You can take that to the bank. If you get the idea to do something that might get you marked up on doubtful behavior, that's a category they have. Wait until after your P.O. makes a surprise visit. Then you'll probably be all right. Get me?" Morris did. And Duck had been right. 3. After not even 100 hours as a free man, well, semi-free, Morris came back to the old apartment building where he now lived to find his P.O. sitting on the stoop and smoking a cigarette. The graffiti-decorated cement and breeze-block pile called Bug Shit Manor by the people who lived there was a state-subsidized fish tank stocked with recovering druggies, alcoholics, and parolees like himself. Morris had seen his P.O. just that noon and been sent on his way after a few routine questions and a "see you next week." This was not next week, this was not even the next day, but here he was. Ellis McFarland was a large black gentleman with a vast, sloping gut and a shining, bald head. Tonight he was dressed in an acre of blue jeans and a Harley-Davidson T-shirt size XXL. Beside him was a battered old knapsack. "Yo, Maury," he said, and patted the cement next to one humongous haunch. "Take a pew." "Hello, Mr. McFarland." Morris sat, heart beating so hard it was painful. Please, just a doubtful behavior, he thought, even though he couldn't think what he'd done that was doubtful. Please don't send me back, not when I'm so close. "Where you been, homie? You finished work at 4. It's now after 6. I stopped and had a sandwich. I got it at the Happy Cup. I couldn't believe the cup was still there, but it is." Babbling, not able to stop himself, even though he knew babbling was what people did when they were high on something. "Took you 2 hours to eat a sandwich. Fucker must have been 3 feet long." "No, it was just regular ham and cheese. I ate it on one of the benches in Government Square and fed some of the crust to the pigeons. I used to do that with a friend of mine back in the day, and I just, lost track of the time." Oh, perfectly true, but how lame it sounded. "Enjoying the air," McFarland suggested. "Digging the freedom. That about the size of it?" "Yes." "Well, you know what? I think we ought to go upstairs, and then I think you ought to drop a urine. Make sure you haven't been digging the wrong kind of freedom." He patted the knapsack. "Got my little kit right here. If the pee don't turn blue, I'll get out of your hair and let you get on with your evening. You don't have any objection to that plan, do you?"
"No."
Morris was almost giddy with relief. "And I'll watch while you make wee-wee in the little plastic cup. Any objection to that?"
"No."
Morris had spent over 35 years pissing in front of other people. He was used to it.
"No, that's fine, Mr. McFarlane."
McFarlane flipped his cigarette into the gutter, grabbed his knapsack, and stood up. "In that case, I believe we'll forego the test."
Maury gaped.
McFarlane smiled. "You're okay, Maury. For now, at least. So what do you say?"
For a moment, Morris couldn't think what he should say. Then it came to him. "Thank you, Mr. McFarlane."
McFarlane ruffled the hair of his charge, a man 20 years older than himself, and said, "Good boy. See you next week."
Later in his room, Morris replayed that indulgent, patronizing "good boy" over and over, looking at the few cheap furnishings and the few books he was allowed to bring with him out of purgatory, listening to the Animal House yells and gulps and thumps of his fellow housemates. He wondered if McFarlane had any idea how much Morris hated him, and supposed McFarlane did. Good boy. I'll be 60 soon, but I'm Ellis McFarlane's good boy. He lay on his bed for a while, then got up and paced, thinking of the rest of the advice Duck had given him. If you get the idea to do something that might get you marked up on doubtful behavior, wait until after your P.O. makes a surprise visit. Then you probably be all right. Morris came to a decision and yanked his jeans jacket on. He rode down to the lobby in the piss-smelling elevator, walked 2 blocks to the nearest bus stop, and waited for one with Northfield in the destination window. His heart was beating double time again, and he couldn't help imagining Mr. McFarlane somewhere near. McFarlane thinking, now that I've lulled him, I'll double back, see what that bad boy is really up to. Unlikely, of course. McFarlane was probably home by now, eating dinner with his wife and 3 kids, as humongous as he was. Still, Morris couldn't help imagining it. And if he should double back and ask where I went, I'd tell him I wanted to look at my old house, that's all. No taverns or titty bars in that neighborhood, just a couple of convenience stores, a few hundred houses built after the Korean War, and a bunch of streets named after trees. Nothing but over-the-hill suburbia in that part of Northfield, plus 1 block-sized patch of overgrown land caught in an endless Dickensian lawsuit. He got off the bus on Garner Street near the library where he had spent so many hours as a kid. The Lib had been his safe haven, because big kids who might want to beat you up avoided it like Superman avoids kryptonite. He walked 9 blocks to Sycamore, then actually did idle past his old house. It looked pretty run down. All the houses in this part of town did, but the lawn had been mowed, and the paint looked fairly new. He looked at the garage where he had stowed the Biscayne 36 years ago away from Mrs. Muller's prying eyes. He remembered lining the second-hand trunk with plastic so the notebooks wouldn't get damp. A very good idea, considering how long they'd had to stay in there. Lights were on inside number 23. The people who lived here, their name was Saubers, according to computer research he'd done in the prison library, were home. He looked at the upstairs window on the right, the one overlooking the driveway, and wondered who was in his old room. A kid, most likely. And in degenerate times like these, one probably a lot more interested in playing games on his phone than reading books. Morris moved on, turning the corner onto Elm Street, then walking up to Birch. When he got to Birch Street Rec, closed for 2 years now due to budget cuts, a thing he also knew from his computer research, he glanced around, saw the sidewalks were deserted on both sides, and hurried up the Rec's brick flank. Once behind it, he broke into a shambling jog, crossing the outside basketball courts, run down but still used by the look, and the weedy, overgrown baseball field. The moon was out,
almost full and bright enough to cast his shadow beside him. Ahead of him now was an untidy tangle of bushes and runty trees, their branches entwined and fighting for space. Where was the path? He thought he was in the right location, but he wasn't seeing it. He began to course back and forth where the baseball field's right field had been, like a dog trying to catch an elusive scent. His heart was up to full speed again, his mouth dry and coppery. Revisiting the old neighborhood was one thing, but being here behind the abandoned wreck was another. This was doubtful behavior for sure. He was about to give up when he saw a potato chip bag fluttering from a bush. He swept the bush aside, and bingo, there was the path, although it was just a ghost of its former self. Morris supposed that made sense. Some kids probably still used it, but the number would have dropped after the wreck closed. That was a good thing. Although he reminded himself, for most of the years he'd been in Waynesville, the wreck would have been open. Plenty of foot traffic passing near his buried trunk. He made his way up the path, moving slowly, stopping completely each time the moon dove behind a cloud, and moving on again when it came back out. After 5 minutes, he heard the soft chuckle of the stream, so that was still there too. Morris stepped out on the bank. The stream was open to the sky, and with the moon now directly overhead, the water shone like black silk. He had no problem picking out the tree on the other bank, the one he had buried the trunk under. The tree had both grown and tilted toward the stream. He could see a couple of gnarled roots poking out below it, and then diving back into the earth, but otherwise it all looked the same. Morris crossed the stream in the old way, going from stone to stone and hardly getting his shoes wet. He looked around once. He knew he was alone. If there had been anyone else in the area, he would have heard them, but the old prison peak was second nature, and then knelt beneath the tree. He could hear his breath rasping harshly in his throat as he tore at weeds with one hand and held on to a root for balance with the other. He cleared a small circular patch and then began digging, tossing aside pebbles and small stones. He was in almost halfway to the elbow when his fingertips touched something hard and smooth. He rested his burning forehead against a gnarled elbow of protruding root and closed his eyes. Still here. His trunk was still here. Thank you, God. It was enough, at least for the time being. The best he could manage, and God, such a relief. He scooped the dirt back into the hole and scattered it with last fall's dead leaves from the bank of the stream. Soon the weeds would be back. Weeds grew fast, especially in warm weather, and that would complete the job. Once, upon a freer time, he would have continued up the path to Sycamore Street because the bus stop was closer when you went that way, but not now, because the backyard where the path came out belonged to the Saubers family. If any of them saw him there and called 911, he'd likely be back in Waynesville tomorrow, probably with another 5 years tacked onto his original sentence, just for good luck. He doubled back to Birch Street instead, confirmed the sidewalks were still empty, and walked to the bus stop on Garner Street. His legs were tired, and the hand he'd been digging with was scraped and sore, but he felt 100 pounds lighter. Still there. He had been sure it would be, but confirmation was so sweet. Back at Bugshit Manor, he washed the dirt from his hands, undressed, and lay down. The place was noisier than ever, but not as noisy as D-Wing at Waynesville, especially on nights like tonight with the moon big in the sky. Morris drifted toward sleep almost at once. Now that the trunk was confirmed, he had to be careful. That was his final thought. More careful than ever. 4. For almost a month, he has been careful. Has turned up for his day job on the dot every morning and gotten in early at Bugshit Manor every night. The only person from Waynesville he's seen is Charlie Roberson, who got out on DNA with Morris's help, and Charlie doesn't rate as a known associate, because he was innocent all along, at least of the crime he was sent up for. Morris's boss at the Mac is a fat, self-important asshole, barely computer literate but probably making $60,000 a year. 60 at least. And Morris? $11 an hour. He's on food stamps and living in a ninth-floor room not much bigger than the cell where he spent the so-called best years of his life. Morris isn't positive his office Carol is bugged, but he wouldn't be surprised. It seems to him that everything in America is bugged these days. It's a crappy life, and whose fault is that? He told the parole board time after time and with no hesitation that it was his. He had learned how to play the blame game from his sessions with Curd the Turd. Copping to bad choices was a necessity.
If you didn't give them the old mea culpa, you'd never get out, no matter what some cancer-ridden bitch hoping to curry favor with Jesus might put in a letter.
Morris didn't need Duck to tell him that. He might have been born at night, as the saying went, but it wasn't last night. But had it really been his fault? Or the fault of that asshole right over yonder? Across the street and about 4 doors down from the bench where Morris is sitting with the remains of his unwanted bagel, an obese baldy comes sailing out of Andrew Halliday Rare Editions, where he has just flipped the sign on the door from open to closed. It's the 3rd time Morris has observed this lunchtime ritual, because Tuesdays are his afternoon days at the Mac. He'll go in at 1 and busy himself until 4, working to bring the ancient filing system up to date. Morris is sure the people who run the place know a lot about art and music and drama, but they know fuck all about Mac office manager. At 4, he'll take the crosstown bus back to his crappy 9th-floor room. In the meantime, he's here, watching his old pal. Assuming this is like the other 2 midday Tuesdays, Morris has no reason to think it won't be. His old pal always was a creature of habit. Andy Halliday will waddle down Lacemaker Lane to a cafe called Jamais Toujours. Stupid fucking name. Means absolutely nothing, but sounds pretentious. Oh, but that was Andy all over, wasn't it? Morris's old pal, the one with whom he had discussed Camus and Ginsberg and John Rothstein during many coffee breaks and pickup lunches, has put on at least 100 pounds. The horn rims have been replaced by pricey designer spectacles. His shoes look like they cost more than all the money Morris made in his 35 years of prison toil, but Morris feels quite sure his old pal hasn't changed inside. As the twig is bent, the bough is shaped. That was another old saying. And once a pretentious asshole, always a pretentious asshole. The owner of Andrew Halliday Rare Editions is walking away from Morris rather than toward him, but Morris wouldn't have been concerned if Andy had crossed the street and approached. After all, what would he see? An elderly gent with narrow shoulders and bags under his eyes and thinning gray hair, wearing an El Cheapo sport jacket and even cheaper gray pants, both purchased at Chapter 11. His old pal would accompany his growing stomach past him without a first look, let alone a second. I told the parole board what they wanted to hear, Morris thinks. I had to do that, but the loss of all those years is really your fault, you conceited homo cocksucker. If it had been Rothstein and my partners I'd been arrested for, that would be different, but it wasn't. I was never even questioned about Messieurs Rothstein, Dow, and Rogers. I lost those years because of a forced and unpleasant act of sexual congress I can't even remember. And why did that happen? Well, it's sort of like the house that Jack built. I was in the alley instead of the tavern when the Hooper bitch came by. I got booted out of the tavern because I kicked the jukebox. I kicked the jukebox for the same reason I was in the tavern in the first place, because I was pissed at you. Why don't you try me on those notebooks around the turn of the 21st century if you still have them? Morris watches Andy waddle away from him and clenches his fists and thinks, you were like a girl that day, The hot little version you get in the back seat of your car, and she's all, "Yes, honey, oh yes, I love you so much." Until you get her skirt up to her waist, that is. Then she clamps her knees together almost hard enough to break your wrist, and it's all, "No, oh no, unhand me. What kind of girl do you think I am?" You could have been a little more diplomatic, at least, Morris thinks. A little diplomacy could have saved all those wasted years. But you couldn't spare me any, could you? Not so much as an attaboy. That must have taken guts. All I got was, "Don't try to lay this off on me." His old pal walks his expensive shoes into Jamais Toujours, where he will no doubt have his expanding ass kissed by the maitre d'.
Morris looks at his bagel and thinks he should finish it, or at least use his teeth to scrape the cream cheese into his mouth, but his stomach is too knotted up to accept it. He will go to the Mac instead and spend the afternoon trying to impose some order on their tits-up bass-ackwards digital filing system. He knows he shouldn't come back here to Lacemaker Lane. No longer even a street, but a kind of pricey open-air mall from which vehicles are banned, and knows he'll probably be on the same bench next Tuesday, and the Tuesday after that, unless he's got the notebooks. That would break the spell. No need to bother with his old pal, then. He gets up and tosses the bagel into a nearby trash barrel. He looks down toward Jamais Toujours and whispers, "You suck, old pal. You really suck, and for 2 cents. But no. No. Only the notebooks matter, and if Charlie Roberson will help him out, he's going after them tomorrow night. And Charlie will help him. He owes Morris a large favor, and Morris means to call it in. He knows he should wait longer until Ellis McFarland is absolutely sure Morris is one of the good ones and turns his attention elsewhere, but the pull of the trunk and what's inside it is just too strong. He'd love to get some payback from the fat son of a bitch now feeding his face with fancy food, but revenge isn't as important as that 4th Jimmy Gold novel. There might even be a 5th. Morris knows that isn't likely, but it's possible. There was a lot of writing in those books, a mighty lot. He walks toward the bus stop, sparing one baleful glance back at Jamais Toujours, and thinking, you'll never know how lucky you were. Old pal. 5. Around the time Morris Bellamy is chucking his bagel and heading for the bus stop, Hodges is finishing his salad and thinking he could eat 2 more just like it. He puts the styrofoam box and plastic spork back in the carry-out bag and tosses it in the passenger footwell, reminding himself to dispose of his litter later. He likes his new car, a Prius that has yet to turn 10,000 miles, and does his best to keep it clean and neat. The car was Holly's pick. "You'll burn less gas and be kind to the environment," she told him. The woman who once hardly dared to step out of her house now runs many aspects of his life. She might let up on him a little if she had a boyfriend, but Hodges knows that's not likely. He's as close to a boyfriend as she's apt to get. "It's a good thing I love you, Holly," he thinks, "or I'd have to kill you." He hears the buzz of an approaching plane, checks his watch, and sees it's 11:34. It appears that Oliver Madden is going to be Johnny on the spot, and that's lovely. Hodges is an on-time man himself. He grabs his sport coat from the back seat and gets out. It doesn't hang just right because there's heavy stuff in the front pockets. A triangular overhang juts out above the entrance doors, and it's at least 10 degrees cooler in its shade. Hodges takes his new glasses from the jacket's inner pocket and scans the sky to the west. The plane, now on its final approach, swells from a speck to a blotch to an identifiable shape that matches the pictures Holly has printed out. A 2008 Beechcraft King Air 350, red with black piping. Only 1,200 hours on the clock and exactly 805 landings. The one he's about to observe will be number 806. Rated selling price, $4 million and change. A man in a coverall comes out through the main door. He looks at Hodges' car, then at Hodges. "You can't park there," he says. "You don't look all that busy today.
Hodges says mildly. Rules are rules, mister. I'll be gone very shortly. Shortly is not the same as now. The front is for pickups and deliveries. You need to use the parking lot. The King Air floats over the end of the runway, now only feet from Mother Earth. Hodges jerks a thumb at it. Do you see that plane, sir? The man flying it is an extremely dirty dog. A number of people have been looking for him for a number of years, and now here he is. The guy in the coverall considers this as the extremely dirty dog lands the plane with nothing more than a small blue-gray puff of rubber. They watch as it disappears behind the Zane Aviation building. Then the man, probably a mechanic, turns back to Hodges. Are you a cop? No, Hodges says, but I'm in that neighborhood. Also, I know presidents. He holds out his loosely curled hand, palm down. A $50 bill peeps from between the knuckles. The mechanic reaches for it, then reconsiders. Is there going to be trouble? No, Hodges says. The man in the coverall takes the 50. I'm supposed to bring the navigator around for him right where you're parked. That's the only reason I gave you grief about it. Now that Hodges thinks of it, that's not a bad idea. Why don't you go on and do that? Pull it up behind my car, nice and tight. Then you might have business somewhere else for 15 minutes or so. Always stuff to do in Hangar A, the man in the coverall agrees. Hey, you're not carrying a gun, are you? No. What about the guy in the King Air? He won't have one either. This is almost certainly true, but in the unlikely event Madden does have one, it will probably be in his carry-all. Even if it's on his person, he won't have a chance to pull it, let alone use it. Hodges hopes he never gets too old for excitement, but he has absolutely no interest in OK Corral shit. Now he can hear the steady swelling beat of the King Air's props as it taxis toward the building. Better bring that navigator around, then. Hangar A, right, good luck. Hodges nods his thanks. You have a good day, sir. 6. Hodges stands to the left of the doors, right hand in his sport coat pocket, enjoying both the shade and the balmy summer air. His heart is beating a little faster than normal, but that's okay. That's just as it should be. Oliver Madden is the kind of thief who robs with a computer rather than a gun. Holly has discovered the socially engaged motherfucker has 8 different Facebook pages, each under a different name, but it doesn't do to take things for granted. That's a good way to get hurt. He listens as Madden shuts the King Air down and imagines him walking into the terminal of this small, almost off-the-radar FBO. No, not just walking, striding, with a bounce in his step, going to the desk where he will arrange for his expensive turboprop to be hangared. And fueled? Probably not today. He's got plans in the city. This week he's buying casino licenses, or so he thinks. The navigator pulls up, chrome twinkling in the sun, smoked gangsta glass reflecting the front of the building, and Hodges himself. Whoops, he sidles farther to the left. The man in the coverall gets out, tips Hodges a wave, and heads for Hangar A. Hodges waits, wondering what Barbara might want. What a pretty girl with lots of friends might consider important enough to make her reach out to a man old enough to be her grandpa. Whatever she needs, he'll do his best to supply it. Why wouldn't he? He loves her almost as much as he loves Jerome and Holly. The 4 of them were in the wars together. That's for later, he tells himself. Right now, Madden's the priority. Keep your eyes on the prize. The doors open, and Oliver Madden walks out. He's whistling, and yes, he's got that Mr. Successful bounce in his step. He's at least 4 inches taller than Hodges' not inconsiderable 6'2". Broad shoulders in a summer-weight suit, the shirt open at the collar, the tie hanging loose, handsome chiseled features that fall somewhere between George Clooney and Michael Douglas. He's got a briefcase in his right hand and an overnight bag slung over his left shoulder. His haircut's the kind you get in one of those places where you have to book a week ahead. Hodges steps forward. He can't decide between morning and afternoon, so just wishes Madden a good day. Madden turns smiling. The same back to you, sir. Do I know you? Not at all, Mr. Madden, Hodges says, returning the smile. I'm here for the plane. The smile withers a bit at the corners. A frown line appears between Madden's manicured brows. I beg your pardon? The plane, Hodges says. 350 Beach King Air, seating for 10, tail number November 114 Delta Kilo, actually belongs to Dwight Cram of El Paso, Texas. The smile stays on, but boy, it's struggling. You've mistaken me, friend. My name's Mallon, not Madden. James Mallon. As for the plane, mine's a King, all right, but the tail is N426LL, and it belongs to no one but little old me. You probably want signature air next door. Hodges nods as if Madden might be right. Then he takes out his phone, reaching cross-draw so he can keep his right hand in his pocket. Why don't I just put through a call to Mr. Cram? Clear this up. I believe you were at his ranch just last week? Gave him a bank check for $200,000? Drawn on 1st of Reno? I don't know what you're talking about. Smile all gone. Well, you know what? He knows you. As James Mallon rather than Oliver Madden, but when I faxed him a photo six-pack, he had no trouble circling you. Madden's face is entirely expressionless now, and Hodges sees he's not handsome at all. Or ugly, for that matter. He's nobody. Extra tall or not, and that's how he's gotten by as long as he has, pulling one scam after another, taking in even a wily old coyote like Dwight Cram. He's nobody. And that makes Hodges think of Brady Hartsfield, who almost blew up an auditorium filled with kids not so long ago. A chill goes up his back. Are you police? Madden asks. He looks Hodges up and down. I don't think so. You're too old. But if you are, let me see your ID. Hodges repeats what he told the guy in the coverall. Not exactly police, but in the neighborhood. Then good luck to you, Mr. In the Neighborhood. I've got appointments and I'm running a bit late. He starts toward the navigator, not running, but moving fast. You were actually right on time, Hodges says amiably, falling in step. Keeping up with him would have been hard after his retirement from the police. Back then he was living on Slim Jims and taco chips and would have been wheezing after the first dozen steps. Now he does 3 miles a day, either walking or on the treadmill. Leave me alone, Madden says, or I'll call the real police. Just a few words, Hodges says, thinking, damn, I sound like a Jehovah's Witness. Madden is rounding the navigator's rear end. His overnight bag swings back and forth like a pendulum. No words, Madden says. You're a nut. You know what they say, Hodges replies as Madden reaches for the driver's side door. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Madden opens the door. This is really working out well, Hodges thinks as he pulls his happy slapper from his coat pocket. The slapper is a knotted sock. Below the knot, the sock's foot is loaded with ball bearings. Hodges swings it, connecting with Oliver Madden's left temple. It's a Goldilocks blow, not too hard, not too soft, just right. Madden staggers and drops his briefcase. His knees bend but don't quite buckle. Hodges seizes him above the elbow in the strong come-along grip he perfected as a member of this city's MPD and helps Madden into the driver's seat of the navigator. The man's eyes have the floaty look of a fighter who's been tagged hard and can only hope for the round to end before his opponent follows up and puts him down for good. Ups-a-daisy, Hodges says, and when Madden's ass is on the leather upholstery of the bucket seat, he bends and lifts in the trailing left leg. He takes his handcuffs from the left pocket of his sport coat and has Madden tethered to the steering wheel in a trice. The navigator's keys, on a big yellow Hertz fob, are in one of the cup holders. Hodges takes them, slams the driver's door, grabs the fallen briefcase, and walks briskly around to the passenger side. Before getting in, he tosses the keys onto the grass verge near the sign reading loading and unloading only. A good idea, because Madden has recovered enough to be punching the SUV's start button over and over again. Each time he does it, the dashboard flashes, key not detected. Hodges slams the passenger door and regards Madden cheerfully. Here we are, Oliver. Snug as 2 bugs in a rug. You can't do this, Madden says. He sounds pretty good for a man who should still have cartoon birdies flying in circles around his head. You assaulted me. I can press charges. Where's my briefcase? Hodges holds it up. Safe and sound. I picked it up for you. Madden reaches with his uncuffed hand. Give it to me. Hodges puts it in the footwell and steps on it. For the time being, it's in protective custody. What do you want, asshole? The growl is in stark contrast to the expensive suit and haircut. Come on, Oliver, I didn't hit you that hard. The plane, Cram's plane.
He sold it to me. I have a bill of sale.
Asked James Mallon.
That's my name. I had it changed legally 4 years ago.
Oliver, you and legal aren't even kissing cousins, but that's beside the point. Your check bounced higher than Iowa corn in August.
That's impossible. He yanks his cuffed wrist. Get this off me.
We can discuss the cuff after we discuss the check. Man, that was slick. First of Reno is a real bank, and when Cram called to verify your check, the caller ID said First of Reno was what he was calling. He got the usual automated answering service, welcome to First of Reno, where the customer is king, blah-de-blah, and when he pushed the right number, he got somebody claiming to be an accounts manager. I'm thinking that was your brother-in-law, Peter Jameson, who was arrested early this morning in Fields, Virginia. Madden blinks and recoils, as if Hodges has suddenly thrust a hand at his face. Jameson really is Madden's brother-in-law, but he hasn't been arrested, at least not to Hodges' knowledge. Calling himself Fred Dowlings, Jameson assured Mr. Cram that you had over $12 million in First of Reno in several different accounts. I'm sure he was convincing, but the caller ID thing was the clincher. It's a fiddle accomplished with a highly illegal computer program. My assistant is good with computers, and she figured that part out. The use of that alone could get you 16 to 20 months in a club fed, but there's so much more. 5 years ago, you and Jameson hacked your way into the General Accounting Office and managed to steal almost $4 million.
You're insane.
For most people, $4 million split 2 ways would be enough, but you're not one to rest on your laurels. You're just a big old thrill-seeker, aren't you, Oliver?
I'm not talking to you. You assaulted me, and you're going to jail for it.
Give me your wallet. Madden stares at him, wide-eyed, genuinely shocked, as if he himself hasn't lifted the wallets and bank accounts of God knows how many people. Don't like it when the shoe's on the other foot, do you, Hodges thinks. Isn't that just tough titty? He holds out his hand. Give it.
Fuck you.
Hodges shows Madden his happy slapper. The loaded toe hangs down, a sinister teardrop. Give it, asshole, or I'll darken your world and take it. The choice is yours. Madden looks into Hodges' eyes to see if he means it. Then he reaches into his suit coat's inner pocket, slowly, reluctantly, and brings out a bulging wallet. Wow, Hodges says. Is that ostrich?
As a matter of fact, it is.
Hodges understands that Madden wants him to reach for it. He thinks of telling Madden to lay it on the console between the seats, then doesn't. Madden, it seems, is a slow learner, in need of a refresher course on who's in charge here. So he reaches for the wallet, and Madden grabs his hand in a powerful knuckle-grinding grip, and Hodges whacks the back of Madden's hand with the slapper. The knuckle-grinding stops at once.
Ow! Ow! Shit!
Madden's got his hand to his mouth. Above it, his incredulous eyes are welling tears of pain. One must not grasp what one cannot hold, Hodges says. He picks up the wallet, wondering briefly if the ostrich is an endangered species. Not that this moke would give a shit, one way or the other. He turns to the moke in question. That was your second courtesy tap, and 2 is all I ever give. This is not a police and suspect situation. You make another move on me, and I'll beat you like a rented mule chained to the wheel or not, do you understand?
Yes.
The word comes through lips still tightened with pain. You're wanted by the FBI for the GAO thing, do you know that? A long pause while Madden eyes the slapper, then he says yes again. You're wanted in California for stealing a Rolls-Royce Silver Wraith, and in Arizona for stealing $500,000 worth of construction equipment which you then resold in Mexico. Do you also know those things?
Are you wearing a wire?
No. Madden decides to take Hodges' word for it.
Okay. Yes. Although I got pennies on the dollar for those front-end loaders and bulldozers, it was a damn swindle.
If anyone would know a swindle when it walks up and says howdy, it would be you. Hodges opens the wallet. There's hardly any cash inside, maybe $80 total, but Madden doesn't need cash. He's got at least 24 credit cards and at least 6 different names. Hodges looks at Madden with honest curiosity. How do you keep them all straight? Madden doesn't reply. With that same curiosity, Hodges says, Are you never ashamed? Still looking straight ahead, Madden says, "That old bastard in El Paso is worth $150 million. He made most of it selling worthless oil leases. All right, I flew off with his plane. Left him nothing but his Cessna 172 and his Lear 35, poor baby." Hodges thinks if this guy had a moral compass, it would always point due south. Talking is no use, but when was it ever? He hunts through the wallet and finds a bill of particulars in the matter of the King Air. 200,000 down, the rest held in escrow at First of Reno to be paid after a satisfactory test flight. The paper is worthless in a practical sense. The plane was bought under a false name with non-existent money. But Hodges isn't always practical, and he's not too old to count coup and take scalps. "Did you lock it up or leave the key at the desk so they could do it after they put it in the hangar?"
"At the desk."
"Okay, good." Hodges regards Madden earnestly. "Here comes the important part of our little talk, Oliver, so listen closely. I was hired to find the plane and take possession of it. That's all. End of story. I'm not FBI, MPD, or even a private dick. My sources are good, though, and I know you're on the verge of making a deal to buy a controlling interest in a couple of casinos out on the lake, one on Grand Belcour Island and one on Petit Grand Cour." He taps the briefcase with his foot. "I'm sure the paperwork is in here, as I'm sure that if you want to remain a free man, it's never going to be signed."
"Oh, now, wait a minute."
"Shut your hole. There's a ticket in the James Mallon name at the Delta Terminal. It's a one-way to Los Angeles. Leaves in," he looked at his watch, "in about 90 minutes, which gives you just time enough to go through all the security shit. Be on that plane, or you'll be in jail tonight. Do you understand?"
"I can't."
"Do you understand?" Madden, who is also Mallon, Morton, Mason, Dillon, Callan, and God knows how many others, thinks over his options, decides he has none, and gives a sullen nod. "Great. I'll unlock you now, take my cuffs, and exit your vehicle. If you try making a move on me while I do either, I'll knock you into next week. Are you clear on that?"
"Yes."
"Your car key's on the grass. Big yellow Hertz fob. Can't miss it. For now, both hands on the wheel. 10 and 2, just like Dad taught you." Madden puts both hands on the wheel. Hodges unlocks the cuffs, slips them back in his left pocket, and exits the navigator. Madden doesn't move. "You have a good day now," Hodges says, and shuts the door. 7. He gets into his Prius, drives to the end of the Zane Aviation turnaround, parks and watches Madden grub the navigator's key out of the grass. He waves as Madden drives past him. Madden doesn't wave back, which doesn't even come close to breaking Hodges' heart. He follows the navigator along the airport feeder road, not quite tailgating, but close. When Madden turns off toward the main terminals, Hodges flashes a so long with his lights. Half a mile farther up, he pulls into the lot of Midwest Air Motive and calls Pete Huntley, his old partner. He gets a civil enough, "Hey, Billy, how you doing?" but nothing you'd call effusive. Since Hodges went his own way in the matter of the so-called Mercedes killer and barely escaped serious legal trouble as a result, his relationship with Pete has frosted over. Maybe this will thaw it out a bit. Certainly he feels no remorse about lying to the moke now heading for the Delta terminal. If ever there was a guy who deserved a heaping spoonful of his own medicine, it's Oliver Madden. "How would you like to bag an extremely tasty turkey, Pete?" "How tasty?" "Still cool, but on the interested side of cool now." "FBI 10 most wanted, that tasty enough?" "He's currently checking in at Delta, scheduled to leave for L.A. on Flight 119 at 1:45 p.m. Going under James Mallon, but his real name is Oliver Madden. He stole a bunch of money from the feds 5 years ago as Oliver Mason, and you know how Uncle Sam feels about getting his pocket picked." He adds a few of the more colorful details on Madden's resume. "You know he's at Delta how?" "Because I bought the ticket. I'm leaving the airport now. I just repoed his plane, which was not his plane because he made the down payment with a rubber check. Holly will call Zane Aviation and give them all the details. She loves that part of the job." A long moment of silence. Then, "Aren't you ever going to retire, Billy?" "That sort of hurts." "You could say thanks, it wouldn't kill you." Pete sighs. "I'll call airport security and get on out there myself." A pause. Then, "Thank you, Kermit." Hodges grins. It's not much, but it might be a start in repairing what has been, if not broken, then badly sprained. Thank Holly. She's the one who tracked him down. She's still jumpy with people she doesn't know, but when she's on the computer, she kills. I'll be sure to do that. And say hi to Izzy. Isabel Janes has been Pete's partner since Hodges pulled the pin. She's one dynamite redhead and plenty smart. It occurs to Hodges, almost as a shock, that soon enough she'll be working with a new partner. Pete himself will be retiring ere long. I'll pass that on, too. Want to give me this guy's description for the airport security guys? He's hard to miss. 6.5 feet tall, light brown suit, probably looking a little woozy just about now. You clocked him? I soothed him. Pete laughs. It's good to hear him do that. Hodges ends the call and heads back to the city, well on the way to being $20,000 richer courtesy of a crusty old Texan named Dwight Cram. He'll call and give Cram the good news after he finds out what the Barbster wants. 8. Drew Halliday, Drew is what he prefers to be called now among his small circle of friends, eats eggs Benedict at his usual corner table in Jamais, toujours. He ingests slowly, pacing himself, although he could gobble everything in 4 large gulps, then pick up the plate and lick the tasty yellow sauce like a dog licking its bowl. He has no close relatives. His love life has been in the rearview mirror for over 15 years now, and, face it, his small circle of friends are really no more than acquaintances. The only things he cares about these days are books and food. Well, no. These days, there's a third thing. John Rothstein's notebooks have made a reappearance in his life. The waiter, a young fellow in a white shirt and tight black pants, glides over. Longish dark blonde hair, clean and tied back at the nape so his elegant cheekbones show. Drew has been in a little theater group for 30 years now. Funny how time glides away. Only not really. And he thinks William would make a perfectly adequate Romeo, always assuming he could act. And good waiters always can, a little. Will there be anything else, Mr. Halliday? Yes, he thinks. 2 more of these, followed by 2 creme brulees and a strawberry shortcake. Another cup of coffee, I think. William smiles, exposing teeth that have received nothing but the best of dental care. I'll be back with it in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Drew pushes his plate away regretfully, leaving the last smear of yolk and hollandaise behind. He takes out his appointment book. It's a moleskin, of course, the pocket-sized one. He pages past 4 months' worth of jottings, addresses, reminders to self, prices of books he's ordered or will order for various clients. Near the end, on a blank page all its own, are 2 names. The first is James Hawkins. He wonders if it's a coincidence or if the boy picked it deliberately. Do boys still read Robert Louis Stevenson these days? Drew tends to think this one did. After all, he claims to be a lit major, and Jim Hawkins is the hero narrator of Treasure Island. The name written below James Hawkins is Peter Saubers. 9. Saubers, a.k.a. Hawkins, came into the shop for the first time 2 weeks ago, hiding behind a ridiculous adolescent mustache that hadn't had a chance to grow out much. He was wearing black horn rims like the ones Drew, then Andy, affected back in the days when Jimmy Carter was president. Teenagers did not as a rule come into the shop, and that was fine with Drew. He might still be attracted to the occasional young male, William the waiter being a case in point, but teens tended to be careless with valuable books, handling them roughly, reshelving them upside down, even dropping them. Also, they had a regrettable tendency to shoplift. This one looked as if he would turn and sprint for the door if Drew so much as said boo. He was wearing a City College jacket, although the day was too warm for it. Drew, who'd read his share of Sherlock Holmes, put it together with the mustache and studious horn rims, and deduced that here was a lad attempting to look older, as if he were trying to get into one of the dance clubs downtown instead of a bookshop specializing in rare volumes. You want me to take you for at least 21, Drew thought, but if you're a day past 17, I'll eat my hat. You're not here to browse either, are you? I believe you are a young man on a mission. Under his arm, the boy carried a large book in a manila envelope. Drew's first thought was that the kid wanted an appraisal on some moldy old thing he'd found in the attic, but as Mr. Mustache drew hesitantly closer, Drew saw a purple sticker he recognized at once on the spine of the book. Drew's first impulse was to say, "Hello, son," but he quashed it. Let the kid have his college boy disguise. What harm? "Good afternoon, sir. May I help you?" For a moment, young Mr. Mustache said nothing. The dark brown of his new facial hair was in stark contrast to the pallor of his cheeks. Drew realized he was deciding whether to stay or mutter, "Guess not," and get the hell out. One word would probably be enough to turn him around, but Drew suffered the not unusual antiquarian disease of curiosity. So he favored the boy with his most pleasant wouldn't-hurt-a-fly smile, folded his hands, and kept silent. "Well," the boy said at length, "maybe." Drew raised his eyebrows. "You buy rarities as well as sell them, right? That's what your website says?" "I do, if I feel I can sell them at a profit, that is. It's the nature of the business." The boy gathered his courage. Drew could almost see him doing it, and stepped all the way up to the desk, where the circular glow of an old-fashioned angle-poised lamp spotlighted a semi-organized clutter of paperwork. Drew held out his hand. "Andrew Halliday." The boy shook it briefly and then withdrew as if fearful of being grabbed. "I'm James Hawkins." "Pleased to meet you." "Uh-huh. I think I have something you might be interested in, something a collector might pay a lot for, if it was the right collector." "Not the book you're carrying, is it?" Drew could see the title now, Dispatches from Olympus. The subtitle wasn't on the spine, but Drew had owned a copy for many years and knew it well. Letters from 20 great American writers in their own hand. "Gosh, no, not this one." James Hawkins gave a small, nervous laugh. "This is just for comparison." "Very well. Say on." For a moment, James Hawkins seemed unsure how to do that. Then he tucked his manila envelope more firmly under his arm and began to hurry through the glossy pages of Dispatches from Olympus, passing a note from Faulkner scolding an Oxford, Mississippi feed company about a misplaced order, a gushy letter from Eudora Welty to Ernest Hemingway, a scrawl about who knew what from Sherwood Anderson, and a grocery list Robert Pin Warren had decorated with a doodle of 2 dancing penguins, one of them smoking a cigarette. At last he found what he wanted, set the book on the desk, and turned it to face Drew. "Here," he said, "look at this." Drew's heart jumped as he read the heading, "John Rothstein to Flannery O'Connor." The carefully photographed note had been written on lined paper tatted down the left-hand side where it had been torn from a dime store notebook. Rothstein's small, neat handwriting, very unlike the scrawl of so many writers, was unmistakable. February 19, 1953. My dear Flannery O'Connor, I am in receipt of your wonderful novel, Wise Blood, which you have so kindly inscribed to me. I can say wonderful, because I purchased a copy as soon as it came out and read it immediately. I am delighted to have a signed copy, as I am sure you are delighted to have the royalty accruing from one more sold volume. I enjoyed the entire motley cast of characters, especially Hazel Motes and Enoch Emery, a zookeeper I'm sure my own Jimmy Gold would have enjoyed and befriended. You have been called a connoisseur of grotesqueries, Miss O'Connor, yet what the critics miss, probably because they have none themselves, is your lunatic sense of humor, which takes no prisoners. I know you are physically unwell, but I hope you will persevere in your work in spite of that. It is important work. Thanking you again, John Rothstein. P.S. I still laugh about the famous chicken.
Drew scanned the letter longer than necessary to calm himself, then looked up at the boy calling himself James Hawkins.
Do you understand the reference to the famous chicken? I'll explain if you like. It's a good example of what Rothstein called her lunatic sense of humor.
I looked it up. When Miss O'Connor was 6 or 7, she had, or claimed she had, a chicken that walked backwards.
Some newsreel people came and filmed it, and the chicken was in the movies. She said it was the high point of her life, and everything afterwards was an anticlimax.
Exactly right. Now that we've covered the famous chicken, what can I do for you? The boy took a deep breath and opened the clasp on his manila envelope. From inside, he took a photocopy and laid it beside Rothstein's letter and dispatches from Olympus. Drew Halliday's face remained placidly interested as he looked from one to the other, but beneath the desk his fingers interlaced so tightly that his closely clipped nails dug into the backs of his hands. He knew what he was looking at immediately. The squiggles on the tails of the Ys, the B's that always stood by themselves, the H's that stood high and the G's that dipped low. The question now was how much James Hawkins knew. Maybe not a lot, but almost certainly more than a little. Otherwise he would not be hiding behind a new mustache and specs looking suspiciously like the clear glass kind that could be purchased in a drugstore or a costume shop. At the top of the page circled was the number 44. Below it was a fragment of poetry. Suicide is circular, or so I think. You may have your own opinion. In the meantime, meditate on this. A plaza just after sunrise. You could say in Mexico, or Guatemala if you like. Any place where the rooms still come with wooden ceiling fans. In any case, it's blanco up to the blue sky except for the ragged mops of palms and rosa where the boy outside the cafe is washing cobbles half asleep. On the corner, waiting for the first. It ended there. Drew looked up at the boy.
It goes on about the first bus of the day, James Hawkins said, the kind that runs on wires. A trolleybus, he calls it. It's Spanish for trolley. The wife of the man narrating the poem, or maybe it's his girlfriend, is sitting dead in the corner of the room. She shot herself. He's just found her.
It doesn't strike me as deathless poesy, Drew said. In his current gobsmacked state, it was all he could think of to say. Regardless of its quality, the poem was the first new work by John Rothstein to appear in over half a century. No one had seen it but the author, this boy, and Drew himself, unless Morris Bellamy had happened to glimpse it, which seemed unlikely given the great number of notebooks he claimed to have stolen. The great number. My God, the great number of notebooks.
No, it's sure not Wilfred Owen or T.S. Eliot, but I don't think that's the point, do you?
Drew was suddenly aware that James Hawkins was watching him closely. And seeing what? Probably too much.
Drew was used to playing them close to the vest. You had to in a business where lowballing the seller was as important as highballing potential buyers.
But this was like the Titanic, suddenly floating to the surface of the Atlantic Ocean, dinged up and rusty, but there. Okay, then. Admit it.
No, probably not.
The photocopy and the letter to O'Connor were still side by side, and Drew couldn't help moving his pudgy finger back and forth between points of comparison. If it's a forgery, it's a damned good one. It's not. No lack of confidence there. Where did you get it?
The boy then launched into a bullshit story Drew barely listened to, something about how his Uncle Phil in Cleveland had died and willed his book collection to young James, and there had been 6 moleskin notebooks packed in with the paperbacks and Book of the Month Club volumes, And it turned out, Heidi-ho, that these 6 notebooks, filled with all sorts of interesting stuff, mostly poetry along with some essays and a few fragmentary short stories, were the work of John Rothstein. How did you know it was Rothstein? I recognized his style even in the poems, Hawkins said. It was a question he had prepared for, obviously. I'm majoring in American Lit at CC, and I've read most of his stuff. But there's more. For instance, this one is about Mexico, and Rothstein spent 6 months wandering around there after he got out of the service, along with a dozen other American writers of note, including Ernest Hemingway and the mysterious B. Travin. Yeah, but look at this. The boy drew a second photocopy from his envelope. Drew told himself not to reach for it greedily, and reached for it greedily. He was behaving as though he'd been in this business for 3 years instead of over 30, but who could blame him? This was big. This was huge. The difficulty was that James Hawkins seemed to know it was. But he doesn't know what I know, which includes where they came from. Unless Maury is using him as a cat's paw. And how likely is that with Maury rotting in Waynesville State Prison? The writing on the second photocopy was clearly from the same hand, but not as neat. There had been no scratch-outs and marginal notes on the fragment of poetry, but there were plenty here. I think he might have written it while he was drunk, the boy said. He drank a lot, then quit. Cold turkey. Read it, you'll see what it's about. The circled number at the top of this page was 77. The writing below it started in mid-sentence. Never anticipated. While good reviews are always sweet desserts in the short term, one finds they lead to indigestion, insomnia, nightmares, even problems taking that ever more important afternoon shit in the long term. And the stupidity is even more remarkable in the good notices than in the bad ones. To see Jimmy Gold as some sort of benchmark, a hero even, is like calling someone like Billy the Kid or Charles Starkweather, his closest 20th century avatar, an American icon. Jimmy is as Jimmy is, even as I am or you are. He is modeled not on Huck Finn, but Etienne Lantier, the greatest character in 19th century fiction. If I have withdrawn from the public eye, it is because that eye is infected and there is no reason to put more material before it. As Jimmy himself would say, shit don't. It ended there. But Drew knew what came next, and he was sure Hawkins did too. It was Jimmy's famous motto, still sometimes seen on T-shirts all these years later. He misspelled stupidity. It was all Drew could think of to say. And material. Real mistakes, not cleaned up by some copy editor. The boy's eyes glowed. It was a glow Drew had seen often, but never in one so young. It's alive. That's what I think. Alive and breathing. You see what he says about Etienne Lantier? That's the main character of Germinal by Émile Zola, and it's new. Do you get it? It's a new insight into a character everybody knows and from the author himself. I bet some collectors would pay big bucks for the original of this and all the rest of the stuff I have. You say there are 6 notebooks in your possession? 6, not 100 or more. If 6 was all the kid had, then he certainly wasn't acting on Bellamy's behalf unless Morris had for some reason split his haul up. Drew couldn't see his old pal doing that. They're the medium-sized ones, 80 pages in each. That's 480 pages. A lot of white space, with poems there always is, but they're not all poems. There are those short stories, too. One is about Jimmy Gold as a kid. But here was a question. Did he, Drew, really believe there were only 6? Was it possible the boy was holding back the good stuff? And if so, was he holding back because he wanted to sell the rest later, or because he didn't want to sell it at all? To Drew, the glow in his eyes suggested the latter, although the boy might not yet know it consciously. Sir? Mr. Halliday? Sorry, just getting used to the idea that this really might be new Rothstein material. It is, the boy said. There was no doubt in his voice. So how much? How much would I pay? Drew thought Son would be okay now because they were about to get down to the dickering. Son, I'm not exactly made of money, nor am I completely convinced these aren't forgeries. A hoax. I'd have to see the real items. Drew could see Hawkins biting his lip behind the nascent mustache. I wasn't talking about how much you'd pay. I was talking about private collectors. You must know some who are willing to spend big money for special items. I know a couple, yes. He knew a dozen. But I wouldn't even write to them on the basis of 2 photocopied pages. As for getting authentication from a handwriting expert, that might be dicey. Rothstein was murdered, you know, which makes these stolen property. Not if he gave them to someone before he was killed, the boy countered swiftly, and Drew had to remind himself again that the kid had prepared for this encounter. But I have experience on my side, he thought. Experience and craft. Son, there's no way to prove that's what happened. There's no way to prove it wasn't either. So, impasse. Suddenly, the boy grabbed the 2 photocopies and jammed them back into the manila envelope. Wait a minute, Drew said, alarmed. Whoa, hold on. No, I think it was a mistake coming here. There's a place in Kansas City, Jarrett's Fine Firsts and Rare Editions. They're one of the biggest in the country. I'll try there. If you can hold off a week, I'll make some calls, Drew said. But you have to leave the photocopies. The boy hovered, unsure. At last he said, How much could you get, do you think? For almost 500 pages of unpublished, unseen Rothstein material? The buyer would probably want at least a computer handwriting analysis. There are a couple of good programs that do that, but assuming that proved out, perhaps... He calculated the lowest possible figure he could throw out without sounding absurd. Perhaps $50,000. James Hawkins either accepted this or seemed to. And what would your commission be? Drew laughed politely. Son, James, no dealer would take a commission on a deal like this one. Not when the creator, known as the proprietor in legalese, was murdered and the material might have been stolen. We'd split right down the middle. No, the boy said it at once. He might not yet be able to grow the biker mustache he saw in his dreams, but he had balls as well as smarts. 70-30, my favor. Drew could give in on this, get maybe $250,000 for the 6 notebooks and give the boy 70% of $50,000, but wouldn't James Hawkins expect him to dicker, at least a little? Wouldn't he be suspicious if he didn't? 60-40, my last offer, and of course contingent on finding a buyer. That would be $30,000 for something you found crammed into a cardboard box along with old copies of Jaws in the bridges of Madison County. Not a bad return, I'd say. The boy shifted from foot to foot, saying nothing but clearly conflicted. Drew reverted to the wouldn't-hurt-a-fly smile. Leave the photocopies with me. Come back in a week and I'll tell you how we stand. Here's some advice. Stay away from Jarrett's place. The man will pick your pockets. I'd want cash. Drew thought, don't we all? You're getting way ahead of yourself, son. The boy came to a decision and put the manila envelope down on the cluttered desk. Okay, I'll come back. Drew thought, I'm sure you will, and I believe my bargaining position will be much stronger when you do. He held out his hand. The boy shook it again, as briefly as he could while still being polite, as if he were afraid of leaving fingerprints, which in a way he had already done. Drew sat where he was until Hawkins went out, then dropped into his office chair. It gave a resigned groan and woke up his sleeping Macintosh. There were 2 security cameras mounted above the front door, one pointing each way along Lacemaker Lane. He watched the kid turn the corner onto Crossway Avenue and disappear from sight. The purple sticker on the spine of Dispatches from Olympus, that was the key. It marked the volume as a library book, and Drew knew every branch in the city. Purple meant a reference volume from the Garner Street Library, and reference volumes weren't supposed to circulate. If the kid had tried to smuggle it out under his City College jacket, the security gate would have buzzed when he went through because that purple sticker was also an anti-theft device. Which led to another Holmesian deduction once you added in the kid's obvious book smarts. Drew went to the Garner Street Library's website, where all sorts of choices were displayed. Summer hours, kids and teens, upcoming events, classic film series, and last, but far from least, meet our staff. Drew Halliday clicked on this and needed to click no farther, at least to begin with. Above the thumbnail bios was a photo of the staff, roughly 24 in all, gathered on the library lawn. The statue of Horace Garner, open book in hand, loomed behind them. They were all smiles, including his boy, sans mustache and bogus spectacles. Second row, third from the left. According to the bio, young Mr. Peter Salbers was a student at Northfield High, currently working part-time. He hoped to major in English, with a minor in library science. Drew continued his researches, aided by the fairly unusual surname. He was sweating lightly, and why not? 6 notebooks already seemed like a pittance, a tease. All of them. Some containing a 4th Jimmy Gold novel, if his psycho friend had been right all those years ago, might be worth as much as $50 million, if they were broken up and sold to different collectors. The 4th Jimmy Gold alone might fetch 20. And with Maury Bellamy safely tucked away in prison, all that stood in his way was one teenage boy who couldn't even grow a proper mustache. 10. William, the waiter, returns with Drew's check, and Drew tucks his American Express card into the leather folder. It will not be refused, he's confident of that. He's less sure about the other 2 cards, but he keeps the Amex relatively clean because it's the one he uses in business transactions. Business hasn't been so good over the last few years, although God knew it should have been. It should have been terrific, especially between 2008 and 2012, when the American economy fell into a sinkhole and couldn't seem to climb back out. In such times, the value of precious commodities, real things, as opposed to computer boops and bytes on the New York Stock Exchange, always went up. Gold and diamonds, yes, but also art, antiques, and rare books. Fucking Michael Jarrett in KC is now driving a Porsche. Drew has seen it on his Facebook page. His thoughts turn to his second meeting with Peter Salbers. He wishes the kid hadn't found out about the 3rd mortgage. That had been a turning point, maybe the turning point. Drew's financial woes go back to that damn James Agee book, Let Us Now Praise Famous Men. Gorgeous copy, mint condition, signed by Agee and Walker Evans, the man who'd taken the photographs. How was Drew supposed to know it had been stolen? All right, he probably did know. Certainly all the red flags were there and flying briskly, and he should have steered clear, but the seller had no idea of the volume's actual worth, and Drew had let down his guard a little. Not enough to get fined or thrown in jail, and thank Christ for that, but the results have been long-term. Ever since 1999, he's carried a certain aroma with him to every convention, symposium, and book auction. Reputable dealers and buyers tend to give him a miss unless, here is the irony, they've got something just a teensy bit sketchy they'd like to turn over for a quick profit. Sometimes when he can't sleep, Drew thinks, they are pushing me to the dark side. It's not my fault. Really, I'm the victim here. All of which makes Peter Salbers even more important. William comes back with the leather folder, face solemn. Drew doesn't like that. Maybe the card has been refused after all. Then his favorite waiter smiles, and Drew releases the breath he's been holding in a soft sigh. "Thanks, Mr. Halliday. Always great to see you." "Likewise, William. Likewise, I'm sure." He signs with a flourish and slides his Amex, a bit bowed but not broken, back into his wallet. On the street, walking toward his shop, the thought that he might be waddling never crosses his mind. His thoughts turn to the boy's second visit, which went fairly well, but not nearly as well as Drew had hoped and expected. At their first meeting, the boy had been so uneasy that Drew worried he might be tempted to destroy the priceless trove of manuscript he'd stumbled across. But the glow in his eyes had argued against that, especially when he talked about that second photocopy. with its drunken ramblings about the critics. "It's alive," Saubers had said. "That's what I think." And can the boy kill it? Drew asks himself as he enters his shop and turns the sign from closed to open. I don't think so, any more than he could let the authorities take all that treasure away despite his threats. Tomorrow is Friday. The boy has promised to come in immediately after school so they can conclude their business. The boy thinks it will be a negotiating session. He thinks he's still holding some cards. Perhaps he is, but Drew's are higher. The light on his answering machine is blinking. It's probably someone wanting to sell him insurance or an extended warranty on his little car. The idea of Jarrett driving a Porsche around Kansas City pinches momentarily at his ego, but you can never tell until you check. Millions are within his reach, but until they are actually in his grasp, it's business as usual. Drew goes to see who called while he was having his lunch and recognizes Sauber's voice from the first word. His fists clench as he listens. 11. When the artist, formerly known as Hawkins, came in on the Friday following his first visit, the mustache was a trifle fuller, but his step was just as tentative, a shy animal approaching a bit of tasty bait. By then Drew had learned a great deal about him and his family, and about the notebook pages, those too. 3 different computer apps had confirmed that the letter to Flannery O'Connor and the writing on the photocopies were the work of the same man. 2 of these apps compared handwriting. The third, not entirely reliable given the small size of the scanned-in samples, pointed out certain stylistic similarities, most of which the boy had already seen. These results were tools laid by for the time when Drew would approach prospective buyers. He himself had no doubts, having seen one of the notebooks with his own eyes 36 years ago on a table outside the Happy Cup. "Hello," Drew said. This time he didn't offer to shake hands. "Hi. You didn't bring the notebooks." "I need a number from you first. You said you'd make some calls." Drew had made none. It was still far too early for that. "If you recall, I gave you a number. I said your end would come to $30,000. The boy shook his head. "That's not enough, and 60-40 isn't enough either. It would have to be 70-30. I'm not stupid. I know what I have." "I know things, too. Your real name is Peter Saubers. You don't go to City College. You go to Northfield High and work part-time at the Garner Street Library." The boy's eyes widened. His mouth fell open. He actually swayed on his feet, and for a moment Drew thought he might faint. "How—" "The book you brought. Dispatches from Olympus. I recognized the reference room security sticker. After that it was easy. I even know where you live, on Sycamore Street." Which made perfect, even divine sense. Morris Bellamy had lived on Sycamore Street in the same house. Drew had never been there, because Morris didn't want him to meet his vampire of a mother, Drew suspected, but city records proved it. Had the notebooks been hidden behind a wall in the basement, or buried beneath the floor of the garage? Drew was betting it was one or the other. He leaned forward, as far forward as his paunch would allow, and engaged the boy's dismayed eyes. "Here's some more. Your father was seriously injured in the city center massacre back in 2009. He was there because he became unemployed after the downturn in 2008. There was a feature story in the Sunday paper a couple of years ago about how some of the people who survived were doing. I looked it up, and it made for interesting reading. Your family moved to the north side after your father got hurt, which must have been a considerable come-down, but you Sauberses landed on your feet. A nip here and a tuck there with just your mom working, but plenty of people did worse. American success story. Get knocked down, arise, brush yourself off, and get back in the race. Except the story never really said how your family managed that, did it?" The boy wet his lips, tried to speak, couldn't, cleared his throat, tried again. "I'm leaving. Coming here was a big mistake." He turned away from the desk. "Peter, if you walk out that door, I can just about guarantee you'll be in jail by tonight." What a shame that would be, with your whole life ahead of you. Saubers turned back, eyes wide, mouth open and trembling. I researched the Rothstein killing, too. The police believe that the thieves who murdered him only took the notebooks because they were in his safe along with his money. According to the theory, they broke in for what thieves usually break in for, which is cash. Plenty of people in the town where he lived knew the old guy kept cash in the house, maybe a lot of it. Those stories circulated in Talbot Corners for years. Finally, the wrong someones decided to find out if the stories were true. And they were, weren't they? Saubers returned to the desk, slowly, step by step. You found his stolen notebooks, but you also found some stolen money. That's what I think. Enough to keep your family solvent until your dad could get back on his feet again. Literally on his feet, because the story said he was busted up quite badly. Do your folks know, Peter? Are they in on it? Did Mom and Dad send you here to sell the notebooks now that the money's gone? Most of this was guesswork. If Morris had said anything about money that day outside the Happy Cup, Drew couldn't remember it, but he observed each of his guesses hit home like hard punches to the face and midsection. Drew felt any detective's delight in seeing he had followed a true trail. I don't know what you're talking about. The boy sounded more like a phone answering machine than a human being. And as for there only being 6 notebooks, that really doesn't compute. Rothstein went dark in 1960 after publishing his last short story in the New Yorker. He was murdered in 1978. Hard to believe he only filled 6 80-page notebooks in 18 years. I bet there were more. A lot more. You can't prove anything. Still in that same robotic monotone. Saubers was teetering. 2 or 3 more punches and he'd fall. It was rather thrilling. What would the police find if they came to your house with a search warrant, my young friend? Instead of falling, Saubers pulled himself together. If it hadn't been so annoying, it would have been admirable. What about you, Mr. Halliday? You've already been in trouble once about selling what wasn't yours to sell. Okay, that was a hit, but only a glancing blow. Drew nodded cheerfully. It's why you came to me, isn't it? You found out about the AG business and thought I might help you do something illegal. Only my hands were clean then and they're clean now. He spread them to demonstrate. I'd say I took some time to make sure that what you were trying to sell was the real deal, and once I was, I did my civic duty and called the police. But that's not true. It's not, and you know it. Welcome to the real world, Peter, Drew thought. He said nothing, just let the kid explore the box he was in. I could burn them. Saubers seemed to be speaking to himself rather than Drew, trying the idea on for size. I could go to where they are and just burn them. How many are there? 80? 120? 140? They'd find residue, son. The ashes. Even if they didn't, I have the photocopied pages. They'd start asking questions about just how your family did manage to get through the big recession as well as it did, especially with your father's injuries and all the medical bills. I think a competent accountant might find that your family's outlay extended its income by quite a bit. Drew had no idea if this was true, but the kid didn't either. He was close to panic now, and that was good. Panicked people never thought clearly. There's no proof. Saubers could hardly talk above a whisper. The money is gone. I'm sure it is, or you wouldn't be here. But the financial trail remains. And who will follow it besides the police? The IRS. Who knows, Peter? Maybe your mother and dad can also go to jail for tax evasion. That would leave your sister, Tina, I believe, all alone. But perhaps she has a kind old auntie she can live with until your folks get out. What do you want? Don't be dense. I want the notebooks. All of them. If I give them to you, what do I get? The knowledge that you're free and clear, which given your situation is priceless. Are you serious? Son, don't call me that! The boy clenched his fists. Peter, think it through. If you refuse to turn the notebooks over to me, I'm going to turn you over to the police. But once you hand them over, my hold on you vanishes because I have received stolen property. You'll be safe. While he spoke, Drew's right index finger hovered near the silent alarm button beneath his desk. Pushing it was the last thing in the world he wanted to do, but he didn't like those clenched fists. In his panic, it might occur to Saubers that there was one other way to shut Drew Halliday's mouth. They were currently being recorded on security video, but the boy might not have realized that. "And you walk away with hundreds and thousands of dollars," Saubers said bitterly. "Maybe even millions." "You've got your family through a tough time," Drew said. He thought of adding, "Why be greedy?" But under the circumstances that might sound a little off. "I think you should be content with that." The boy's face offered a wordless reply. "Easy for you to say." "I need time to think." Drew nodded, but not in agreement. "I understand how you feel, but no. If you walk out of here now, I can promise a police car waiting for you when you get home." "And you lose your big payday." Drew shrugged. It wouldn't be the first, although never one of this size, that was true. "My dad's in real estate, did you know that?" The sudden change in direction put Drew off his stride a bit. "Yes, I saw that when I was doing my research. Has his own little business now, and good for him. Although I have an idea that John Rothstein's money might have paid for some of the startup costs." "I asked him to research all the bookstores in town," Sauber said. "I told him I was doing a paper on how e-books are impacting traditional bookstores. This was before I even came to see you, while I was still making up my mind if I should take the chance. He found out you took a third mortgage on this place last year and said you only got it because of the location. Lacemaker Lane being pretty upscale and all." "I don't think that has anything to do with the subject under discussion." "You're right. We went through a really bad time, and you know something? That gives a person a nose for people who are in trouble. Even if you're a kid, maybe especially if you're a kid. I think you're pretty strapped yourself." Drew raised the finger that had been poised near the silent alarm button and pointed it at Saubers. "Don't fuck with me, kid." Saubers' color had come back in big, hectic patches, and Drew saw something he didn't like and certainly hadn't intended. He had made the boy angry. "I know you're trying to rush me into this, and it's not going to work. Yes, okay, I've got his notebooks. There's 165. Not all of them are full, but most of them are. And guess what? It was never the Gold Trilogy. It was the Gold Cycle. There are 2 more novels, both in the notebooks. First drafts, yeah, but pretty clean." The boy was talking faster and faster, figuring out everything Drew had hoped he would be too frightened to see even as he was speaking. "They're hidden away, but I guess you're right. If you call the police, they'll find them. Only my parents never knew, and I think the police will believe that. As for me, I'm still a minor." He even smiled a little, as if just realizing this. "They won't do much to me, since I never stole the notebooks or the money in the first place. I wasn't even born. You'll come out clean, but you also won't have anything to show for it. When the bank takes this place, my dad says they will sooner or later, and there's an au bon pain here instead, I'll come in and eat a croissant in your honor." "That's quite a speech," Drew said. "Well, it's over. I'm leaving." "I warn you, you're being very foolish. I told you I need time to think." "How long?" "A week. You need to think too, Mr. Halliday. Maybe we can still work something out." "I hope so, son." Drew used the word deliberately. "Because if we can't, I'll make that call. I am not bluffing." The boy's bravado collapsed. His eyes filled with tears. Before they could fall, he turned and walked down. 12. Now comes this voicemail, which Drew listens to with fury, but also with fear, because the boy sounds so cold and composed on top and so desperate underneath. "I can't come tomorrow like I said I would.
I completely forgot the junior-senior retreat for class officers, and I got elected vice president of the senior class next year. I know that sounds like an excuse, but it's not. I guess it entirely slipped my mind, what with you threatening to send me to jail and all.
Erase this right away, Drew thinks, his fingernails biting into his palms.
It's at Riverbend Resort up in Victor County. We leave on a bus at 8 tomorrow morning. It's a teacher-in-service day, so there's no school, and come back Sunday night. 20 of us. I thought about begging off, but my parents are already worried about me. My sister, too. If I skip the retreat, they'll know something's wrong. I think my mom thinks I might have gotten some girl pregnant.
The boy voices a brief, semi-hysterical laugh. Drew thinks there's nothing more terrifying than boys of 17. You have absolutely no idea what they'll do.
I'll come on Monday afternoon instead, Saubers resumes. If you wait that long, maybe we can work something out. A compromise. I've got an idea. And if you think I'm just shining you on about the retreat, call the resort and check the reservation. Northfield High School Student Government. Maybe I'll see you on Monday. If not, good but...
That's where the message time, extra long for clients who call after hours, usually from the West Coast, finally runs out. Beep. Drew sits down in his chair, ignoring its despairing squeal, as always, and stares at the answering machine for nearly a full minute. He feels no need to call the Riverbend Resort, which is amusingly enough only 6 or 7 miles upriver from the penitentiary where the original notebook thief is now serving a life sentence. Drew is sure Saubers was telling the truth about the retreat because it's so easy to check. About his reasons for not ditching it, he's far less sure. Maybe Saubers has decided to call Drew's bluff about bringing the police into it. Except it's not a bluff. He has no intention of letting Saubers have what Drew can't have himself. One way or another, the little bastard is going to give those notebooks up. I'll wait until Monday afternoon, Drew thinks. I can afford to wait that long, but then this situation is going to be resolved one way or the other. I've already given him too much rope. He reflects that the Saubers boy and his old friend Morris Bellamy, although at opposite ends of the age spectrum, are very much alike when it comes to the Rothstein notebooks. They lust for what's inside them. It's why the boy only wanted to sell him 6, and probably the 6 he judged least interesting. Drew, on the other hand, cares little about John Rothstein. He read The Runner, but only because Maury was bonkers on the subject. He never bothered with the other 2 or the book of short stories. That's your Achilles' heel, son, Drew thinks. That collector's lust. While I, on the other hand, only care about money, and money simplifies everything. So go ahead, enjoy your weekend of pretend politics. When you come back, we'll play some hardball. Drew leans over his paunch and erases the message. 13. Hodges gets a good whiff of himself on his way back into the city and decides to divert to his house long enough for a veggie burger and a quick shower. Also a change of clothes. Harper Road isn't much out of his way, and he'll be more comfortable in a pair of jeans. Jeans are one of the major perks of self-employment as far as he's concerned. Pete Huntley calls as he's heading out the door to inform his old partner that Oliver Madden is in custody. Hodges congratulates Pete on the collar and has just settled behind the wheel of his Prius when his phone rings again. This time it's Holly.
"Where are you, Bill?"
Hodges looks at his watch and sees it's somehow gotten all the way to 3:15. How the time flies when you're having fun, he thinks. My house, just leaving for the office.
"What are you doing there?"
Stopped for a shower, didn't want to offend your delicate olfactories. And I didn't forget about Barbara. I'll call as soon as I...
"You won't have to. She's here, with a little chum named Tina. They came in a taxi."
A taxi? Ordinarily, kids don't even think of taxis. Maybe whatever Barbara wants to discuss is a little more serious than he believed.
"Yes, I put them in your office."
Holly lowers her voice.
"Barbara's just worried, but the other one acts scared to death. I think she's in some kind of jam. You should get here as soon as you can, Bill."
Roger that.
"Please hurry. You know I'm not good with strong emotions. I'm working on that with my therapist, but right now I'm just not."
On my way. There in 20.
Should I go across the street and get them Cokes?
I don't know. The light at the bottom of the hill turns yellow. Hodges puts on speed and scoots through it. Use your judgment.
But I have so little.
Holly mourns, and before he can reply, she tells him again to hurry and hangs up. 14. While Bill Hodges was explaining the facts of life to the dazed Oliver Madden and Drew Halliday was settling into his Eggs Benedict, Pete Saubers was in the nurse's office at Northfield High, pleading a migraine headache and asking to be dismissed from afternoon classes. The nurse wrote the slip with no hesitation because Pete is one of the good ones. Honor roll, lots of school activities, although no sports, near perfect attendance. Also, he looked like someone suffering a migraine. His face was far too pale, and there were dark circles under his eyes. She asked if he needed a ride home. No, Pete said. I'll take the bus. She offered him Advil. It's all she's allowed to dispense for headaches, but he shook his head, telling her he had special pills for migraines. He forgot to bring one that day, but said he'd take one as soon as he got home. He felt okay about this story because he really did have a headache, just not the physical kind. His headache was Andrew Halliday, and one of his mother's Zomig tablets, she's the migraine sufferer in the family, wouldn't cure it. Pete knew he had to take care of that himself. 15. He has no intention of taking the bus. The next one won't be along for half an hour, and he can be on Sycamore Street in 15 minutes if he runs, and he will, because this Thursday afternoon is all he has. His mother and father are at work and won't be home until at least 4. Tina won't be home at all. She says she has been invited to spend a couple of nights with her old friend Barbara Robinson on Teaberry Lane, but Pete thinks she might actually have invited herself. If so, it probably means his sister hasn't given up her hopes of attending Chapel Ridge. Pete thinks he might still be able to help her with that, but only if this afternoon goes perfectly. That's a very big if, but he has to do something. If he doesn't, he'll go crazy. He's lost weight since foolishly making the acquaintance of Andrew Halliday. The acne of his early teens is enjoying a return engagement, and of course there are those dark circles under his eyes. He's been sleeping badly, and what sleep he's managed has been haunted by bad dreams. After awakening from these, often curled in a fetal position, pajamas damp with sweat, Pete has lain awake trying to think his way out of the trap he's in. He genuinely forgot the class officers' retreat, and when Mrs. Gibson, the chaperone, reminded him of it yesterday, it shocked his brain into a higher gear. That was after Period 5 French, and before he got to his calculus class, only 2 doors down, he has the rough outline of a plan in his head. It partly depends on an old red wagon, and even more on a certain set of keys. Once out of sight of the school, Pete calls Andrew Halliday Rare Editions, a number he wishes he did not have on speed dial. He gets the answering machine, which at least saves him another arky-barky. The message he leaves is a long one, and the machine cuts him off as he's finishing, but that's okay. If he can get those notebooks out of the house, the police will find nothing, search warrant or no search warrant. He's confident his parents will keep quiet about the mystery money, as they have all along. As Pete slips his cell back into the pocket of his chinos, a phrase from freshman Latin pops into his head. It's a scary one in any language, but it fits this situation perfectly. Alia jacta est. The die is cast. 16. Before going into his house, Pete ducks into the garage to make sure Tina's old Kettler wagon is still there. A lot of their stuff went in the yard sale they had before moving from their old house, but teens had made such a fuss about the Kettler with its old-fashioned wooden sides that their mother relented. At first, Pete doesn't see it and gets worried. Then he spots it in the corner and lets out a sigh of relief. He remembers teens trundling back and forth across the lawn with all their stuffed toys packed into it, Mrs. Beasley holding pride of place, of course, telling them that they were going on a picnic in the woods with devil ham sandwiches and ginger snap tooties for children who could behave. Those had been good days, before the lunatic driving the stolen Mercedes had changed everything. No more knickknacks after that. Pete lets himself into the house and goes directly to his father's tiny home office. His heart is pounding furiously, because this is the crux of the matter. Things might go wrong even if he finds the keys he needs, but if he doesn't, this will be over before it gets started. He has no plan B. Although Tom Sauber's business mostly centers on real estate search, finding likely properties that are for sale or might come up for sale and passing these prospects on to small companies and independent operators, he has begun creeping back into primary sales again, albeit in a small way, and only here on the north side. That didn't amount to much in 2012, but over the last couple of years, he's bagged several decent commissions and has an exclusive on a dozen properties in the Tree Streets neighborhood. One of these, the irony wasn't lost on any of them, is 49 Elm Street, the house that had belonged to Deborah Hartsfield and her son Brady, the so-called Mercedes killer. "I may be a while selling that one," Dad said one night at dinner, then actually laughed. A corkboard is mounted on the wall to the left of his father's computer. The keys to the various properties he's currently agenting are thumbtacked to it, each on its own ring. Pete scans the board anxiously, sees what he wants, what he needs, and punches the air with a fist. The label on this keyring reads, Birch Street Wreck. "Unlikely I can move a brick elephant like that," Tom Sauber said at another family dinner. "But if I do, we can kiss this place goodbye and move back to the land of the hot tub and BMW, which is what he always calls the West Side." Pete shoves the keys to the wreck into his pocket along with his cell phone, then pelts upstairs and gets the suitcases he used when he brought the notebooks to the house. This time, he wants them for short-term transport only. He climbs the pull-down ladder to the attic and loads in the notebooks, treating them with care even in his haste. He lugs the suitcases down to the second floor one by one, unloads the notebooks onto his bed, returns the suitcases to his parents' closet, and then races downstairs all the way to the cellar. He's sweating freely from his exertions and probably smells like the monkey house at the zoo, but there will be no time to shower until later. He ought to change his shirt, though. He has a Key Club polo that will be perfect for what comes next. Key Club is always doing community service shit. His mother keeps a good supply of empty cartons in the cellar. Pete grabs 2 of the bigger ones and goes back upstairs, first detouring into his father's office again to grab a Sharpie. "Remember to put that back when you return the keys," he cautions himself. "Remember to put everything back." He packs the notebooks into the cartons, all but the 6 he still hopes to sell to Andrew Halliday, and folds down the lids. He uses the Sharpie to print kitchen supplies on each in big capital letters. He looks at his watch. Doing okay for time, as long as Halliday doesn't listen to his message and blow the whistle on him, that is. Pete doesn't believe that's likely, but it isn't out of the question either. This is unknown territory. Before leaving his bedroom, he hides the 6 remaining notebooks behind the loose baseboard in his closet. There's just enough room, and if all goes well, they won't be there long. He carries the cartons out to the garage and puts them in Tina's old wagon. He starts down the driveway, remembers he forgot to change into the Key Club polo shirt, and pelts back up the stairs again. As he's pulling it over his head, a cold realization hits him. He left the notebooks sitting in the driveway. They are worth a huge amount of money, and there they are, out in broad daylight where anyone could come along and take them. "Idiot!" he scolds himself. "Idiot, idiot, fucking idiot!" Pete sprints back downstairs, the new shirt already sweat-stuck to his back. The wagon is there. Of course it is. Who would bother stealing boxes marked kitchen supplies? Duh. But it was still a stupid thing to do. Some people will steal anything that's not nailed down, and it raises a valid question. How many other stupid things is he doing? He thinks, I never should have gotten into this. I should have called the police and turned in the money and the notebooks as soon as I found them. But because he has the uncomfortable habit of being honest with himself, most of the time at least, He knows that if he had it all to do over again, he would probably do most of it the same way, because his parents had been on the verge of breaking up, and he loved them too much not to at least try to prevent that. And it worked, he thinks. The bonehead move was not quitting while I was ahead. But too late now. 17. His first idea had been to put the notebooks back in the buried trunk, but Pete rejected that almost immediately. If the police came with the search warrant Halliday had threatened, where might they try next when they didn't find the notebooks in the house? All they'd have to do was go into the kitchen and see that undeveloped land beyond the backyard, the perfect spot. If they followed the path and saw a patch of freshly turned ground by the stream, it would be ball game over. No, this way is better. Scarier, though. He pulls Tina's old wagon down the sidewalk and turns left onto Elm. John Teague, who lives on the corner of Sycamore and Elm, is out mowing his lawn. His son Bill is tossing a frisbee to the family dog. It sails over the dog's head and lands in the wagon, coming to rest between the two boxes. "Hum it!" Billy Teague shouts, cutting across the lawn as brown hair bounces. "Hum it hard!" Pete does so, but waves Billy off when he goes to throw him another. Someone honks at him when he turns onto Birch, and Pete almost jumps out of his skin, but it's only Andrea Kellogg, the woman who does Linda Sauber's hair once a month. Pete gives her a thumbs up and what he hopes is a sunny grin. At least she doesn't want to play frisbee, he thinks. And here is the wreck. A 3-story brick box with a sign out front reading "For Sale" and "Call Thomas Sauber's Real Estate," followed by his dad's cell number. The first-floor windows have been blocked with plywood to keep kids from breaking them, but otherwise it still looks pretty good. A couple of tags on the brick, sure, but the wreck was prime tagger territory even when it was open. The lawn in front is mowed. That's Dad's doing, Pete thinks with some pride. He probably hired some kid to do it. I would have done it for free if he'd asked. He parks the wagon at the foot of the steps, lugs the cartons up one at a time, and is pulling the keys out of his pocket when a beat-up Datsun pulls over. It's Mr. Evans, who used to coach Little League when there was still a league on this side of town. Pete played for him when Mr. Evans coached the Zonies Go-Mart Zebras. "Hey, Centerfield!" He's leaned over to roll down the passenger window. Shit, Pete thinks. Shit. "Hi, Coach Evans." "What are you doing? They opening the wreck up again?" "I don't think so." Pete has prepared a story for this eventuality, but hoped he wouldn't have to use it. "It's some kind of political thing next week. League of Women Voters? Maybe a debate? I don't know for sure." It's at least plausible, because this is an election year with primaries just a couple of weeks away and municipal issues up the wazoo. "Plenty to argue about, that's for sure." Mr. Evans, overweight, friendly, not much of a strategist, but big on team spirit and always happy to pass out sodas after games and practices, is wearing his old Zony Zebras cap, now faded and lapped with sweat stains. "Need a little help?" "Oh, please, no. Please." "No, I got it." "Hey, I'm happy to lend a hand." Pete's old coach turns off the Datsun's engine and begins horsing his bulk across the seat, ready to jump out. "Really, Coach, I'm okay. If you help me, I'll be done too soon and have to go back to class." Mr. Evans laughs and slides back under the wheel. "I get that." He keys the engine and the Datsun farts blue smoke. "But you be sure and lock up tight once you're done, year?" "Right," Pete says. The keys to the wreck slip through his sweaty fingers and he bends to pick them up. When he straightens, Mr. Evans is pulling away. "Thank you, God. And please don't let him call up my dad to congratulate him on his civic-minded son." The first key Pete tries won't fit the lock. The second one does, but won't turn. He wiggles it back and forth as sweat streams down his face and trickles stinging into his left eye. No joy. He's thinking he may have to unbury the trunk after all, which will mean going back to the garage for tools, when the balky old lock finally decides to cooperate. He pushes open the door, carries the cartons inside, then goes back for the wagon. He doesn't want anyone wondering what it's doing sitting there at the foot of the steps. The wreck's big rooms have been almost completely cleaned out, which makes them seem even bigger. It's hot inside with no air conditioning, and the air tastes stale and dusty. With the windows blocked up, it's also gloomy. Pete's footfalls echo as he carries the cartons through the big main room where kids used to play board games and watch TV, then into the kitchen. The door leading down to the basement is also locked, but the key he tried first out front opens it, and at least the power is still on. A good thing, because he never thought to bring a flashlight. He carries the first carton downstairs and sees something delightful. The basement is loaded with crap. Dozens of card tables are stacked against one wall. At least 100 folding chairs are leaning in rows against another. There are old stereo components and outdated video game consoles, and best of all, dozens of cartons pretty much like his. He looks in a few and sees old sports trophies, framed photos of intramural teams from the 80s and 90s, a set of beat-to-shit catcher's gear, a jumble of Legos. Good God, there are even a few marked kitchen. Pete puts his cartons with these where they look right at home. Best I can do, he thinks, and if I can just get out of here without anyone coming in to ask me what the hell I'm up to, I think it will be good enough. He locks the basement, then returns to the main door, listening to the echo of his footfalls and remembering all the times he brought Tina here so she wouldn't have to listen to their parents argue, so neither of them would. He peeps out at Birch Street, sees it's empty, and lugs Tina's wagon back down the steps. He returns to the main door, locks it, then heads back home, making sure to wave again to Mr. Teague. Waving is easier this time. He even gives Billy Teague a couple of frisbee throws. The dog steals the second one, making them all laugh. With the notebook stored in the basement of the abandoned wreck, hidden among all those legitimate cartons, laughing is also easy. Pete feels 50 pounds lighter. Maybe 100. 18. When Hodges lets himself into the outer office of the tiny suite on the 7th floor of the Turner Building on Lower Marlborough Street, Holly is pacing worry circles with a Bic jutting from her mouth. She stops when she sees him. At last. Holly, we spoke on the phone just 15 minutes ago. He gently takes the pen from her mouth and observes the bite marks incised on the cap. It seems much longer. They're in there. I'm pretty sure Barbara's friend has been crying. Her eyes were all red when I brought them the Cokes. Go, Bill. Go, go, go. He won't try to touch Holly, not when she's like this. She'd jump out of her skin. Still, she's so much better than when he first met her. Under the patient tutelage of Tanya Robinson, Jerome and Barbara's mother, she's even developed something approximating clothes sense. I will, he says, but I wouldn't mind a head start. Do you have any idea what it's about? There are many possibilities because good kids aren't always good kids. It could be minor shoplifting or weed, maybe school bullying, or an uncle with Roman hands and Russian fingers. At least he can be sure, fairly sure, nothing is impossible, that Barbara's friend hasn't murdered anyone. It's about Tina's brother. Tina, that's Barbara's friend's name. Did I tell you that? Holly misses his nod. She's looking longingly at the pen. Denied it, she goes to work on her lower lip. Tina thinks her brother stole some money. How old is the brother? In high school. That's all I know. May I have my pen back? No, go outside and smoke a cigarette. I don't do that anymore. Her eyes shift up and to the left, a tell Hodges saw many times in his life as a cop. Oliver Madden even did it once or twice, come to think of it, and when it came to lying, Madden was a pro. I quit. Just one. It'll calm you down. Did you get them anything to eat? I didn't think of it. I'm sorry. No, that's okay. Go back across the street and get some snacks, Nutribars or something. Nutribars are dog treats, Bill. Patiently, he says, energy bars, then. Healthy stuff. No chocolate. Okay. She leaves in a swirl of skirts and low heels. Hodges takes a deep breath and goes into his office. 19. The girls are on the couch. Barbara is black, and her friend Tina is white. His first amused thought is salt and pepper in matching shakers, only the shakers don't quite match. Yes, they are wearing their hair in almost identical ponytails. Yes, they are wearing similar sneakers, whatever happens to be the in thing for tween-age girls this year. And yes, each of them is holding a magazine from his coffee table. Pursuit, the skip tracing trade. Hardly the usual reading material for young girls, but that's okay because it's pretty clear that neither of them is actually reading. Barbara is wearing her school uniform and looks relatively composed. The other one is wearing black slacks and a blue tee with a butterfly applique on the front. Her face is pale, and her red-rimmed eyes look at him with a mixture of hope and terror that's hard on the heart.